forward to maximizing today. Oh, is it clicking? Are the slides up? Hello. Okay, so we saw that had to bring back the bubbles a little bit because we want to see those, but I'm not going to repeat it. I'm actually going to use it to motivate some new work and some new data and kind of motivate some forward-looking research and then actually tell a story. So this was the kind of initial framework. Again, it's very general, but captures a lot of important features. And one thing I just wanted to emphasize is, again, this point that I was making yesterday, which is it's fairly radical to be moving out of the efficacy bubble. There's a lot of incentives and temptations to stay there. It's tightly controlled. There's a lot of incentives to do novel things, both for researchers and for implementers. Donors often demand the shiny thing, the new thing. This idea of sticking with something and kind of staying the long haul and pressure testing it and doing the nitty-gritties of implementation remains underinvested and under-incentivized in. And a lot of the work that we was hearing about yesterday, in fact, all and today, is really moving out of that bubble into these other bubbles, which is exciting. One thing I want to talk about is this gap between policy plans and practice. I think yesterday a lot of the work probably fit in the kind of efficacy to efficacy plus, some fit in other places, but I want to just highlight the policy plans to practice gap with some new data. So we just released actually at the beginning of this week, late last week, a new paper in Nature Human Behavior, which tried to quantify that gap. And I think everyone kind of knows that there is a gap between policy and practice, but how big is it? And how does it vary by region and by different types of policies? So we have this new piece, Mind the Gap between Education and Policy, which tried to quantify that. And here's just one figure from that. There's a few. And what this is looking at, this is actually looking at the time of COVID, which was a time of substantial policy innovation. And so this was an interesting moment to see when there was a new need and a crisis. Did governments react? Did they respond? Did they initiate remote education policies to respond to the crisis? And often we perceive policy to be kind of a slow and rigid process. And so we used some data that the World Bank, UNESCO, and UNICEF collected from ministries of education, civil servants from over 100 countries to see what government officials said they did. Did they enact remote education policies, teachers calling students, radio, TV? And interestingly, what you can see in the blue is almost in all regions, over 90 to almost up to 100% of countries enacted some kind of new policy. Now, obviously, there was a lot of motivation. So we have to think about kind of a post-COVID setting and a pre-COVID setting, and will this translate? But governments responded with new policies. Did households actually receive these things that government officials were saying was part of the policy? So we actually looked at data from the World Bank at the household level surveys on what citizens and households said they were actually receiving and what they were participating in. Were they tuning into the radio? Were they receiving calls from teachers? And that's the orange. And the gap there is kind of telling you how big it is. So you can see in Latin America, actually, most of the citizens were saying they were actually receiving these services. There was a very small policy practice gap, about 5%. In sub-Saharan Africa, just over 20% of households said they received any of these policies directly. So there the gap is almost 80%, 70 to 80%. So seeing this variation across regions is really enlightening, and we see a bit of a bright spot in Latin America. But we also see it's a first-order issue in some places like sub-Saharan Africa. And maybe this is explaining a big part of the learning crisis. So of course, we want good policies, and that's really hard. But then we actually have to make sure that they're implemented. And that's extremely hard. And so this is motivating some of that, quantifying that. We have more data as well in the paper, seeing was the policy naive to begin with, or was it realistic? So were governments launching radio policies where there were no radios, or were there actually radios? What we actually find is most of the policies were really realistic. They were actually quite attuned to the realities. There weren't internet-based policies where internet access was low. So this is encouraging. The policy wasn't naive. That's not here, but it's in the paper. But it was really the implementation that was quite difficult. We also looked at data from a pre-COVID setting. So we used the SABER data that the World Bank's collected, and we also triangulated that with household level surveys for ECD policies. And we see almost identical patterns. And so this is just motivating different types of research and even descriptive research to just quantify these gaps, understand them, and systematically investigate them as we move forward. Just one example. And so these gaps are big. They need to be addressed. And we're excited about, over the course of the hub, trying to bring systematic data on each of these bubbles, each of these arrows, and see descriptive work, qualitative work, quantitative, experimental work, and really start to unpack this puzzle. So that's some data. I've had to start with some data. I also want to tell a bit of a story. So we were trying to scale up teaching at the right level in Botswana. And in many ways, you could actually say we started at efficacy plus, because teaching at the right level already had evidence from India, had lots of randomized studies, lots of different types of evidence, had been pressure tested. So in that sense, actually, by the time it was being adapted to Botswana, it had already achieved a lot of efficacy plus. It's sort of one of those interventions that's high up there on that pressure tested state. And there was a lot of interest at a high level and at the ground level. So there was implementation on the ground. It was rolling out across the country. And then at the high level, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education signed a memorandum of understanding, really committing to scaling this up, and even budgeted for it, and a big line item in the budget. And actually, the Ministry of Finance allocated a big budget for this to hire teachers who had been not yet deployed into the system to deliver the program in a dedicated fashion. So this was really exciting, kind of historic to get such a mobilized effort at such a high level and into the ministry budget in finance and in education. But it didn't work out. And one of the reasons it didn't work out was when we actually went to recruit the teachers with the government, there was no form for this new scheme to employ teachers. So there was a form to engage teachers in the prior scheme, but not this new scheme of actually unemployed teachers who are now being redeployed into the system. There wasn't a form designed for this. So the forms office said, can't do it. And so the teachers actually been recruited. The money was actually there. The evidence was there, the teams were there, but there was no form. And yeah, people can associate with this. I could see maybe people have found themselves in the forms office too. And the forms office wouldn't budge. There's no form. And the permanent secretary said, what's going on here? We got to be able to get a form. And everyone's getting mobilized and people are running around. Forms office, there's no form. No form. And so for months and months, we're trying to get this form. And by the time we had almost succeeded to get the form, but we didn't quite manage, the line item had to be used elsewhere before the fiscal year was over. So this scheme never got off the ground. This kind of employing the unemployed teachers who had been on the waiting list to do this in dedicated fashion. But not all was lost. What we pivoted to, which is probably what we should have tried all along, was of course using teachers who are already in the system, rather than kind of designing a new ambitious scheme, even though we got it budgeted. We use teachers who are already deployed in the system. And as Moitepi shared yesterday, this is now in 9 out of 10 regions in the country. And that worked out really well. And so I think this was a really enlightening lesson of, even when there's sort of an exciting ambition and a new opportunity and a line item, it's just so hard to work within the bureaucracy. And of course, there are experts in the room on this. And often things can get stuck at the form level. And so part of our aspiration at the Hub is to really pay close attention to these issues, to take them really seriously, to make sure that they're front and center, to study them, to interrogate them, to work with them, and to have folks who are experts in navigating them, driving the agenda. So let's pay attention to the forms. And with that, I will just end with kind of a final notion here. So this is, we have kind of our main intellectual framework, but we also have a simple imagery and visualization for how we're thinking about translating evidence and synthesizing it and connecting it with implementation. So this strand of work is being led by Michelle Koffenberger. And so this captures the connection between research and implementation. And this is at the heart of what we're trying to do, which is really connect these dots. And one of our aspirations is to try to encourage research to be more implementation focused, more implementation relevant, and synthesize that, generate that so that it's directly informing and embedded into day-to-day implementation. And in addition, we're trying to capture all of the incredible knowledge that is happening in implementation that just sometimes is not getting codified. Sometimes there's tons of tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge, but it's just not being captured as often because there is just so much fast-pacedness and action, and we don't have the time to capture it. And so one of our aspirations is to codify and capture so much of the knowledge that's happening in implementation and connect that dot with research in all directions. One thing I'm really inspired by in this room and in this conference is I think we have a really nice mix of researchers, policymakers, practitioners, and donors. And that's actually really rare and hard, and we can all appreciate that, to have us all under one roof, speaking a fairly common language, maybe not yet as common, but eventually over the course of the hub, it will become more common, we hope, and really having it all under one roof, exchanging notes, trading notes, and really driving this agenda. So thank you so much to everyone who has come to the hub, so excited for day 2, already so energized by day 1, and looking forward to the day ahead. Thank you.
Hand over now to our chair for session, Sabina.
Great. Thanks so much, everyone. So my name's Sabina Morley. I'm a senior education advisor and lead the Girls Education Programmes team at FCDO based in our headquarters. And I'm really delighted to be chairing our first panel on day 2. We have 4 great speakers lined up to talk to you about adaptive testing and iteration. Now, they are all from implementing organisations, so we'll bring some really great insights and reflections on how you can optimise education interventions on their scaling journey. So from Gnome's implementation science framework, I think a lot of the discussions will be on the kind of efficacy plus and effectiveness bubbles. And of course, all in an effort to influence policy and practice at scale. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our first speaker, who is Nancy Gikandi from Dignitas, who's going to talk about the LeadNow coaching app. So thanks very much, Nancy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy. I serve as the Research and Development Manager at Dignitas, and today I'm going to be speaking to you about a study that we did in 2023. We're testing our online training and coaching application that's called LeadNow. So let me do an activity with you. I'd like you to close your eyes. Trust your neighbor, trust me, just close your eyes. I'd like you to imagine a world where schools are vibrant places for children to thrive and succeed. How does that world look like to you? What are the qualities of the schools? To Dignitas, the quality of these schools are children feel seen, they are heard, teachers are qualified, school leaders provide the support that teachers need. Instructional quality is learner-centered. Parents are engaged. The school environment is conducive for learning. There is adequate infrastructure. That is why we exist as Dignitas, and that is what keeps us awake every day and night. That's what we work towards, and that's what I'm going to be presenting to you, how we create this vision. So you can open your eyes. Great. So what's our motivation? So before the motivation, we're based in Nairobi, Kenya. So all our work we've done in Kenya, but in 2018, we did work in South Sudan. And so our motivation is that children are in school, but they're not learning. And so this is all in the context of Kenyan. So there's a study that was done by Usawa Agenda, which is an NGO that's based in Kenya and does assessments on learning outcomes in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And so the data you see here is that literacy and numeracy learning outcomes, there is a gap there. So 4 out of 10 grade 4 learners are meeting expectations, and the same to numeracy, where we have only 50% of the grade 4 learners that were assessed do meet numeracy expectations. And why are children not learning? So we also do our own studies. So as part of the programs that we implement, we do collect assessment data in schools. And we've seen that there is a problem with the quality of instruction that's been delivered to the learners, which is one of the root causes for why children are not learning. And so this is data that we conducted in 30 schools in Nairobi. And these were low-fee private schools. And we can see that there is a challenge even on the kind of support the teachers are getting from the instructional leaders. And so what have we been doing? So even from the presentation by the former minister yesterday, sorry, I don't remember your name, but he said that teachers and school leaders are agents of change, and that is what we believe as dignitars. And so our model is anchored around 3 pieces. So we have teacher support and development, we have improved pedagogy, and we have effective school leadership. And so everything we do, we develop programs, and even our LeadNow up around these, and you'll get to see how our LeadNow application is actually structured around the 3. But most important, our model, we believe that coaching, and you've seen evidence to date that coaching is key in driving, improving shifts in practices among educators, but also for the educators to sustain the practices that they do acquire from the different interventions. And so this is the model of how coaching is done. So we start by setting the goals, and then they practice what they've learned, and then there is observation to see how they're implementing the practices. Then they are given feedback by a coach or maybe a fellow, like peer-to-peer coaching in the school, or even the middle tier actors who we work closely with. And then there's reflection even again on the end of the coachee to see how they need to keep improving themselves. And so the question for us has been, how do we scale coaching? Right? It's costly if we do it in person. And so we designed LeadNow with that in mind. How do we strengthen remote coaching in place for the in-person coaching? What elements do we need to add to the remote coaching support so that we can drive that shift in practice? And so welcome to LeadNow. So LeadNow is our training and online, our training and coaching online toolkit. And so the way it's structured is that we start from an introduction where they're told about LeadNow and what the journey looks like. And then we start with a formative assessment. So they get to assess themselves, the knowledge before going through the modules. And then from the modules, they get to go through scenario-based learning resources that we developed in collaboration with the University of York, together with educators from different school settings, the public schools and the low-fee private schools. So we brought together these educators, and they developed the scenario-based learning resources, which are basically real-time or like real-life scenarios based on their experiences and the ones they live in schools. And from how they're meant to do it is that they go through the resources and they tell us the level of appropriateness on how they would react to those or respond to those should they face them in school. And that gives us like an understanding of how they think, how they apply the different practices. And from there, they go to the how-to guides, which are basically telling them like what the concept is all about, what they need to do in school and how they actually apply it. But then with coaching, we are key on modeling. So modeling is a critical part of coaching, even in person. And so how we've done it on LeadNow is that they have access to animations and videos, which they look at, and through these animations, they get an idea of how they actually put the skill into practice in school. Then there is reflection. So of course, with reflection, they need to think about, okay, what am I hearing? What am I learning? What have I been doing? What do I need to change? And so this is mostly open-ended sort of questions that they're responding to, where they need to think about, okay, so these are the goals I need to set for me. If I've learned about lesson planning, for instance, how have I been doing it and what do I need to take away with me? Then they give us feedback again. So it's the end of the module. And a module, we give them 2 weeks to complete a module. So within the 2 weeks, they're able to go through the entire learning cycle. And then they give us the feedback and they continue with the learning journey. And so in collaboration with Global Schools Forum, we went through a rigorous process as we're designing the tests and the study that I'm going to be sharing with you. And the first step was, as a team, thinking about what's the theory of change, what problem do you want to address here? And yesterday, one of the speakers talked about healthy debates, something like that. And so we went through a series of conversations around what do we test, what's our golden indicator. So we had to think about what we want to track, just one thing that we want to track, and that is going to tell us that whether LeadNow is actually effective or not based on the theory of change. And even in terms of the test, do you want to test more than one item, or do you want to test more than 2, or is it just 1? So there is a lot that we learned also while we're doing that. And so that's basically the simplified theory of change, but there is one that has so many arrows and so many connections that I didn't want to present here, but that's basically how we are doing it. So the test, we implemented the test in 2 counties in Kenya, and we managed to onboard 825 participants. And the participants we target with LeadNow are the teachers who are teaching grades 1 to 3, but also the instructional leaders who are the school head teachers or deputies. But we work with the designated instructional leader who is the deputy of the school according to the Ministry of Education. So these are the ones who are expected to support teaching and learning in the classroom. And so with these instructional leaders and the teachers, they went through 2 modules, and we have a total of 12 modules. And the reason for 2 modules is because we only had 1 academic term of 3 months to test. So we didn't have wanted to overdose them with that. And we know meaningfully that will not yield any good results because of the timeline being a barrier. So we did that between May to August, and our test terms are as shown below. So we had LeadNow. So there was this group that was going through LeadNow only. Another group was going through LeadNow plus school-based professional learning communities, or what is known as communities of practice. And then we had another group that was going through remote coaching phone calls together with LeadNow. And so these different groups were going through concurrently, like they were going through the learning process concurrently. And in terms of the data that we were able to collect, so on LeadNow, we do collect data on knowledge, we do collect data on attitudes, and also practices. So the scenario-based learning resources allow us to get an idea of how their practices in the schools are, as much as it's not the same as observing in class, but they do give us an indication of how they do apply these practices. And then we do have some evaluation data, which I talked about earlier. So like any feedback on how they think we should be improving the platform in general. And then, so this is the engagement level. So we onboarded 825 participants I talked about, and these were from 231 schools. We had targeted around 250 schools, but we managed to onboard 231 schools, and this onboarding was done in person. So some schools did not come, but yeah, we were still within the number that we were targeting. And as you can see, out of these 825, we had 70% that completed the module. So only 14% did not manage to complete the modules. And so now going to the findings, so we wanted to first understand between the 2 components, remote coaching phone calls and the communities of practice, which one drives impact more, or which one improves engagement as well. And so from what we gathered after the analysis, it's that coaching is a critical driver of engagement, because when we did the analysis, we established that participants who had gone through coaching were 0.3 times more likely to complete the program, unlike those that had not gone through the coaching process. And this coaching was being done remotely by the middle tier actors, so the district officials. We call them education officials back in Kenya. And then the other thing that you wanted to also understand is there a shift in knowledge and attitudes across the participants who've gone through the LeadNow modules. And so we could see that there was increased confidence in applying the formative assessments, because the 2 modules are focusing on formative assessment, but the whole 12 modules do focus on data-driven instruction and also differentiated instruction. So we decided to give them the formative assessment as because that's the way they're structured. So from formative, so they get the data. From the data, they reviewed the data to tailor the instruction, and now they can differentiate the instruction for the learners. So that's how we've structured, and all this was actually informed and borrowed from teaching at the right level. We've had a lot about here. Then we could also see that in terms of the knowledge gains from the data that we got from now the LeadNow application, we could see that over 30% of the participants going through all the groups recorded mastery and above. And so the way we've structured our data is that we have aligned it with the in-person model. So with the in-person model, we do have observation checklists, and these observation checklists, the way we score or rate the participants, it's that we have 4 different ratings, and these ratings would be like from a level 1 to a level 4. So level 1, you can see that these participant does not have any knowledge of what the practice is all about. But maybe a level 2, you can see that this participant knows what they have an idea of the concept or the skill that you're looking at, but they do need to be trained. So a level 3 would be they do have mastery of these practice, but they need to be coached. And right now, that's the level that we always target, a level 3, who is now a teacher or an instructional leader who we say has mastered the skill. And so when you see all that, that's basically what it means. And at level 4, which is more someone is exceeding expectations, this is someone who is now able to share, or there is peer learning that this participant or this individual is able to share or influence the practices of other individuals in the school. And then the last thing is in terms of the practices. So within the 3 or 4 months, we're able to also conduct observations, so in-person observations for a sample of the group. And from what we observed, it's that the instructional leaders and the teachers, there was also gains in how they're using these practices in the schools. So for the instructional leaders, we are looking at, are they conducting classroom observations, which is one of the responsibilities that they go into the classrooms and see how the teachers are applying the practices. And we can see from the results that that there was a shift as well. The time shocked me. Yeah, so there was a shift in their practices, and even with the teachers, there was also a shift again. So what did we learn? We learned that for future tests, we need to think about the scope. We tested 2 components at a time. For future tests, we'd want to test one at a time, right? And also the question for us has been, do we test to see that the intervention is working versus testing to see that it's working for a bigger group? There's a difference between the 2 that we also learned while at it. And then the other thing is robust monitoring and evaluation framework, that we need to have a rigorous one so that we can see any deviations in the program, because we expected that coaching would be provided to the entire group, but then we realized that only a section of the group that, or one of the counties itself, the coaching was provided, and in the other county, we didn't have the education officers providing the coaching. So that, if closely monitored, would have been able to control it immediately. And then comparison group. So you realize we did not have a comparison group. And so for future tests, we want to include a control group as well. And lastly, data dashboards. So data is important, and we need to think about how we design the dashboards in our application, so that the education officers and the instructional leaders do have access to data for their daily support to schools.
Thanks, Nancy. We can pick up some more of that in the Q&A. So now I'm going to hand over to Claire Cullen from Youth Impact. Well done.
Great. Thank you so much, Sabina. Hi, everyone. My name is Claire Cullen. I am the Head of Research and Innovation at Youth Impact, and I'm presenting joint work that it was a collective effort of many people, but this paper is titled Optimizing Education, Evidence from 10 A/B Tests. So at Youth Impact, we do a lot of A/B testing. We've been doing it for a number of years, where we rapidly randomize and then assess all of our programs every school term repeatedly. So I'm just going to give you a bit of context into how this fits into the broader social sector. So there are obviously many challenges that we've heard a lot about over the past couple of days on growing this robust evidence base on what works. So while there's a growing movement for rigorous evaluation, it's still really rare. So in the UK, less than 10% of programs are rigorously evaluated, and even fewer of those are assessed on cost effectiveness. In education specifically, there is a growing body of evidence on, as we've heard, the efficacy bubble, but then there is a lot of challenges in taking this to scale. And so there's a lot of authors in this room who've contributed to this evidence. And this is not only a problem, obviously, in education. This applies broadly across the social sector. So given these challenges, there's a need for more and faster and rigorous evidence in the social sector as programs are going to scale, so they can avoid this like voltage drop as they try and go from this like hothouse intensively monitored pilot. And A/B testing is one tool that can be used to help meet that need. So A/B testing is a really common approach in the tech sector, as we've heard a bit about, where they might be randomizing a customer to see one version of a program, of a product versus another, and then they're optimizing on these short-term outcomes like clicks or maybe purchases. And then they're obviously finding such high returns from this, so they estimate maybe like 10 to 25% revenue growth in a year. So these organizations are typically running thousands of randomized experiments at any point in time. So in Youth Impact, we took these principles and have been applying it internally across all of our programs. There's obviously different definitions and understandings of A/B testing, so I just wanted to share some principles that we've been using internally to understand it. So like randomized control trials, A/B testing is rigorous. So there's a coin flip involved, and by randomizing, we can be confident that any differences that we're observing are causal differences because of the modification that we're testing. A/B testing in Youth Impact is rapid. So results, the objective is like rapid real-time decision making. So the results have to be turned around really quickly within a couple of weeks of end line. And unlike maybe a longer term RCT where you're measuring long-term outcomes, maybe it's like school dropout or test scores in a couple of years on the exam. Here we're trying to measure learning that changes within 1 or 2 months. It's also regular. So A/B testing in Youth Impact is like really baked into our existing M&E systems. It's done as a matter of course. We know we're going to be doing many of them successively. It just kind of lowers the stakes. And each time it's meant to be improving cost effectiveness. So here's a figure that can show you a little bit about just these 3 R principles. So they're rigorous. There's always a coin flip. We randomly assign group A to get just the status quo version of the program, and group B, a slightly modified version that's meant to improve the program. We come back, we measure learning. Just after the implementation is over, we adopt the most effective version, and so on and so forth, and rinse and repeat. And this might take place over the course of 1 school year. So we have been doing this for a number of years. So Youth Impact was founded 10 years ago when we ran a randomized control trial. And that was over, obviously took a couple of years to do, but we didn't want that to be the end of learning. We wanted to be learning a lot faster than a few years. And so then we adopted this A/B testing approach. And you can see in the light blue dots is our A/B tests, and the green dots are our randomized control trials, which we've done when we needed some efficacy tests. And at this point in time, we've now done 53 cumulatively, 53 A/B tests or randomized control trials. And this just shows, I guess, that it's like baked in now. Everybody in the organization knows it's a matter of course, and it's a really key tool for learning quickly. So let me give you an example from an education program, a targeted instruction program we have in Botswana. So this program is based on the principles from Teaching at the Right Level. So it's targeted instruction. We have lots of evidence that that works from many countries, from many people in this room as well. And so we know that it works across countries, across implementer types, across different times of the school day and school year. And so here we wanted to, with this program, test it at the household level. So this targeted instruction program was developed during COVID when we couldn't do TARL in person. And so it was TARL principles, assessing what kids know over the phone, and then giving them one-on-one weekly phone tutorials and a weekly SMS at the level that they're at. And we've actually scaled this and tested this with many people in this room. And so now that we've done multiple randomized control trials, seven and counting, we are really confident that it seems to be working across contexts and implementer types and are trying to scale this up globally. So now we're in scaling or have tested it in 10 or more countries. We have MOUs with governments in several countries to scale it up through the government system and have run lots of experiments. But we really want to avoid this efficacy amazingness and then dropping the voltage drop as we scale. So that's why we've been baking in this A/B testing. So the sample that I'm going to show you is from 10 A/B tests that have been conducted in Botswana over the past 14 months or so. Total sample size is 11,500 students. And these regions are Botswana's 6 of the country's 10 regions, and these are by far the most populous regions. So you can think of this sample as broadly representative. The median grade for kids is 4, and yes, average age is 9. So I'm also going to be in the paper, we break down our innovations into two types of innovation. So the first is an effectiveness increasing innovation. So here what we're trying to do is test like a slightly juiced up version of the program that we think is going to make it a bit more effective. So we measure, all of our A/B tests are measuring learning. So we randomly assign half of the kids to get the status quo, half to get this slightly boosted version. We come back, we measure learning, and then we adopt the most effective version as our new status quo. The next type of innovation is a cost-reducing innovation. And here what we're doing is trying to ideally find like no difference in learning, but a much cheaper version of the program. So here what we're doing is we randomly assign half to get status quo, half to get a slightly cheaper version, and then if we find no difference in learning, we'll adopt the cheapest version. So let me share some results from two specific examples. I can't go into 10 in this time. But first, the first is the effectiveness increasing example. So here we get most of our best A/B test ideas from the implementers, and they told us that the best calls are the ones where the caregivers are actively involved in the instruction. The calls just go much smoother and they get more invested. And so in group A, the status quo, and then in group B, we encouraged caregivers to actively take over leading the instruction in the second half of the phone call. And so what did we find? You can see here the results from 6 of our effectiveness increasing tests. And so the results are reported in standard deviations. It's showing difference in learning outcomes between group A and group B. The standard deviations are shown here, just to the left of the parentheses. And anytime the dot and whisker goes through the 0, there's no difference in learning. So for the one I just told you about, in the red box, you can see there's a 0.24 standard deviation difference in learning between these two groups. So this is on top of an already effective program. And 0.24, just for a rule of thumb, that's double the median effect size of an education intervention. So just this tiny little tweak at changing the second half of the phone call of an already effective program doubled the impact of the program on average. So that's just huge. And that's by far, that's our most effective effectiveness increasing test. The others, I'd say 3 out of these 6, we found statistically significant differences in learning. So giving you a cost-reducing example, our typical model is having the same tutor making all of the calls, but it's a lot of work for us to match the facilitator or the tutor to the household. They have to spend a lot of time scheduling, like calling back, trying again. And so the implementers told us this is like a really high friction part of their job, and it also costs a lot of time in salary and airtime to make this arrangement. So we tried a modification to reduce the cost of the program by allowing anyone to call the household each time. So essentially you have a different facilitator each week. So we tested SAME, our status quo model, versus allowing anyone to call the child. And what did we find? So this intervention, unlike the previous one, it's a bit counterintuitive, but we hope to find them crossing the 0 line. That tells us there's no difference in learning. And so here, you can see very successfully having a different tutor did not reduce learning relative to the status quo. So I guess those are great things to see. How do they compare to the default at that point in time? So we find really large efficiency gains from this program and this approach. So just for this same tutor versus different tutor, having a different tutor has a reduction in cost for our program of $4.27. So that's a 17% efficiency gain, which is really large. And then for our effectiveness increasing test, we found across the board up to a 33% boost in efficiency. So I just want to reiterate this. I can't imagine a world where we hadn't done these tests and wouldn't have discovered this. But maybe you think that these are obvious, and maybe we could have known that in advance. So, or maybe the teachers would have known that, and they could have told us what the results would be. But no, we measured priors and posteriors to measure teachers' beliefs about the impact of the program and the deviation. And here you can see in light blue the implementers' beliefs before the program versus afterwards. And this is for the test where we have the different implementers. So in the blue, you can see that the implementers think that having a different tutor is going to reduce learning. And you can see afterwards that they update their beliefs to the truth, and they get more certain that actually it's not going to reduce learning to have a different implementer each week. So I guess the key headline here is that intuition isn't enough actually, and that this experimentation and the certainty that comes with the rigor really does make a difference. So just in conclusion, I've shown you Youth Impact's 3 simple principles of A/B testing. They're rigorous, rapid, and regular. They can be bucketed into 2 types of innovations, effectiveness increasing or cost reducing. We found that A/B testing significantly increased efficiency and cost effectiveness and boosted the scalability of our targeted instruction program. And some of these innovations reduced costs by 18% without reducing impact at all, and others doubled the program's impact. And yeah, I guess just a reflection, it seems like a missed opportunity if we hadn't, it's just hard to imagine a world where we hadn't done this testing. And so I guess in recognition of that, I just wanted to give a plug. So with lots of support from funders in this room, we have been doing these A/B tests internally, and then we have new funding to support other organizations to conduct A/B testing as well. So please do reach out to me or Amanda Beatty, who's in this room too, or on our website if you want support running A/B testing in your organization. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Claire. That was great. Our next speaker is Dewey Susanti from Global School Leaders. So I'll hand over to her. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's good to be here. Waiting for the slide. Okay. Yeah. So I am here on behalf of the school leaders and my co-authors, Tejas Airodi, Gautam Anand, and Abhinav Ghosh. So at Global School Leaders, we believe that excellent schools begin with excellent leaders. And essentially what we're trying to do is to identify what are the high leverage actions that can be trainable, and then kind of like work with partner organizations on the ground to try to also focus on how we can support networks and school leaderships within the countries. We believe that these actions would improve school and teaching practices, as well as improving student outcomes. So we have supported over 13,000 school leaders in Global South countries, and this particular presentation will focus on India and Indonesia. So we know that effective school leadership could improve student outcomes, but we don't know yet in which particular focus of the training would be the most effective. Our recent evidence review show that the way school leaders affect student outcomes is through teachers, right? This can be done by shaping teaching practices, fostering teamwork among teachers, as well as boosting teacher satisfaction. Whereas on the specific training content, there's still like a lot of uncertainty. So then we asked 2 questions, right? One is that how can we train school leaders directly and see if the impact will trickle down to students over time. And so we're doing an RCT in India currently to look into this program over 3 years. But then the second question that we're asking is, how can we actually leverage a program that have been implemented and proven to be more or less effective at the teacher level? And so that's where we come into the differentiated learning approaches that have been largely effective. And it's great that I come after Claire, because she has done like all the introduction on the literature. So essentially, we have been doing iterative testing of school leader role in implementing these differentiated learning approaches. The first study actually piggybacked on the Connected that was implemented in India by our partner Allokit. And there, what was implemented is individual targeting through phone tutoring during the pandemic. This was implemented over 8 weeks in 14 schools. And then we replicated that program in Indonesia with our partner Inspirasi through what we call an accelerasi pilot. And this is also focusing on foundational numeracy. But because at that time, the schools were just coming out of COVID, we tested 2 different models where in addition to the individual targeting, there was also the group targeting. The pilot ran over 8 weeks in 25 schools. And then we scaled the group targeting model to an RCT for that ran over like one full academic year, with the 9 months being much more low touch compared to the first 3 months. And this was implemented in 300 schools with 2 treatment arms. So all of the study was a mixed method research design with high frequency monitoring. The connected RCT focused more on the teacher training on individual targeting through phone tutoring. The school leader did not participate in the training, but included them as part of the implementation. So then, like in Akselerasi pilot, we tested 4 different groups, Group A and Group B, trained the teacher on differentiated learning in group. And then for Group B, in addition to that, they were asked to conduct individual tutoring for students who perform below, kind of like at the lowest level. And like every 2 weeks, this is being monitored. So then for Group C and D, the school leaders were also trained. In Akselerasi RCT, we then kind of like scale up the version where the teacher training focus more on the differentiated group learning. And so we compared this with the treatment where the school leaders were also trained and compare with the control group. So we combined this with the qualitative research to understand the mechanisms and pathways to improve effectiveness. This particular presentation focused more on the qualitative study and findings. So in connected RCT, essentially we sampled all the school leaders. We conducted semi-structured interviews with all of them. And the teachers were selected based on the implementation fidelity and student outcomes data. So we were like looking at the above average, average, and below average. We conducted interviews with all of them, as well as the key stakeholders on the ground. In Akselerasi pilot, the sampling focused more on 2 school leaders from each of the 4 groups based on administrative student outcomes, above average and below average, and 2 teachers from each school. This is focusing on grade 3 and 4 in math. So we conducted, again, like semi-structured interviews with all of them, and we complemented this as well with observation of the school leaders after they conducted classroom observations of the teacher. For the Akselerasi RCT, we conducted sampling of 6 school leaders for each of the 2 districts based on implementation fidelity data, again, like above average, average and below average, and conducted semi-structured interview and observations in 12 classrooms. So we have 4 key findings, but we're afraid that we have a lot more follow-up questions. So the first finding is school leaders' ability to enhance implementation fidelity is contingent upon their capacity and motivation. So in the Akselerasi pilot, we tested 4 different groups where Group C and D were supported by trained school leaders. What we saw was that teachers who were supported here were more compliant in inputting the student assessment data on bi-weekly basis. However, in Akselerasi RCT, we continued this kind of like high frequency monitoring, and we found that the average difference between treatment 1, where only teachers were trained, with treatment 2, where in addition to that, the school leaders were also trained, the average were not statistically different, and then also they decline at the same rate over the 1-year program. So this declining trend occurred despite different monitoring data collection methods, and we also incentivized the data input. So for both connected RCT and Akselerasi pilot, the data collection was done utilizing Google Forms and along with reminders through WhatsApp groups that was sent by the facilitators. And so the data that was collected focused on student attendance and math progress over every week for connected and every 2 weeks for the Akselerasi pilot. In the Akselerasi RCT, because the number of students going up to above 7,000, it would become impossible and very challenging to collect data using Google Forms. So we developed a tech platform that was based on open source software, and this is customized to focus on a dialogue-based data input done by the teacher through Discord. So teachers just click through kind of like the options for the student outcomes, and then they got reminders, and the whole implementation was incentivized. So every time teachers access the learning management system, when they share sort of like best practices or like challenges that they encounter during implementation through the online community of practice, as well as when they upload data, they basically get points. So it's a gamified version of a learning for teachers. And essentially every month we focus on different challenges for the teachers and school principals. And for every cohort of 25 schools, the top 10 get some gimmicks. This is like really small things that's focusing on sort of like giving more of a like social recognition. So the incentives initially work to motivate implementation and particularly data collection. But when more efforts were required from them, the kind of like the effort also dropped. So what we found is that most school leaders also struggle more than teachers with technology, and as well with the time that it requires to implement the sort of like support for the teachers. And so the questions that we have is like, how do we balance the need for high frequency student data monitoring, which is really crucial for differentiated learning programs at scale, with the capacity of the teachers and school leaders on the ground. We also found that in Connected, the schools that perform well on the program outcomes, which are all the blue schools, the school leaders tend to already had a positive attitude. Initially, they were initially excited about the program. They had a clear understanding of why it was being done, and they wanted to continue in the future, right? So then for us, it's more like a question of how can program implementation improve the participants' motivation and really keep it going. So this is like a big challenge for us when we think about scaling. So the second finding is that the school leaders really need a mix of instructional and managerial support. So when the Connected study was implemented, the school leaders supported more on the implementation, focusing on monitoring, implementation, fidelity. Whereas in Akselerasi pilot, the school leaders were actually trained on instructional leadership. So this is focusing more on providing classroom observation and giving feedback, right? But then what we found during the qualitative research was that the school leaders were actually struggling. So they were given some questions that they could ask teachers for during this classroom observation and feedback. But then when teachers gave them some challenges, they were not really, like they couldn't problem solve for the teachers. And so this created a lot of challenges as well. And the teachers felt like the school leaders couldn't help them, right? So this is where we realized that demanding school leaders to become instructional leaders is not like an easy kind of switch. We actually require a need to scaffold their learning. We need to kind of like also provide them with more managerial soft skills to actually learn and listen and kind of like problem solve as well. So in Akselerasi RCT, we added the managerial as well as a growth mindset component because the teachers were also like thinking that students couldn't progress because of the way they kind of like conceive math to be. And so basically the questions that we have is that more in a context where the school leaders are more familiar with administrative leadership, how can we shift kind of like this process, right, for them to become instructional leaders, but also balance between the two skills. So the third finding that we have is that school leaders encounter challenges in observing a classroom and providing feedback to teachers. Most of the challenges come more in terms of finding the time. But what we saw is that the low observation frequency also lead to low instructional support and low effectiveness on the implementation of the differentiated learning. School leaders also, when they do have time, they do not provide kind of like the feedback that is needed by the teachers, as I mentioned earlier. So there were like a lot of quite some challenges as well that was encountered because the training was also very short. School leaders struggle between inserting their authority and giving teacher autonomy. So what we found was that school leaders were actually not sure if they can go into the classroom unless the teachers actually invite them to, right? So this is more like when school leaders need to provide instructional leadership for their teachers, how can they do so without kind of like being intrusive of teachers' autonomy? So thinking about like providing like different person in the school, right, would be quite useful in that context. So the final finding is contextual challenges, obviously affecting school leadership and disrupt teaching and learning. We found as well, similar to what Tahir mentioned yesterday, that school leader transfer massively disrupt an academic year. So in the Akselerasi RCT over 1 year, around 41% school leaders were transferred, similar to our study in India with Todd. And so this is really challenging when we think about doing intervention or reform, even within kind of like the academic calendar year. In addition to that, school holidays and extended breaks also disrupted student learning. So essentially, a lot of the students were like getting all these different type of activities to the extent that 2 of the 9 months of implementation in 1 year were actually disrupted by all these holidays. So we have not evaluated the impact on the student outcomes for Akselerasi. The question for us is more like, how can education ecosystem be more aligned to optimize teaching and learning in school? So I will leave you with this summary of key findings, and thank you so much.
Great, thanks so much, Dewey. So now for our final speaker, I'm going to hand over to Rebecca Daltrey from the EdTech Hub. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's good to be here and join these speakers today. So I'm representing EdTech Hub, which hopefully will pop up behind me. We're a global research consortium, all focused on education technology. And today I'm going to be presenting to you about a multi-strand research study we've been conducting in partnership with our implementing partner, IDU, I believe, on the CEO and Aidan, there we go, hi guys. Aidan, who's head of data and learning, also here, so please do go to them for lots of questions as well. We've been working in partnership with them, implementing a digital personalised learning tool in Kenya, and also our research partners, Women Educational Researchers of Kenya as well. And what I want to do today is, I can only really share a snapshot of this work. It began in 2022 as part of EdTech Hub's FCDO-funded mandate to empower people to make, by giving them the evidence they need to make decisions about technology and education. And since then, it's grown and expanded through support from Founders Pledge, through support from the Gates Foundation, into these multiple different strands of research that I'll introduce today. I'll share a snapshot of some of the findings, but what I really want to do is think about, what does this implementation research really teach us about how we can interrogate personalised learning in a more specific way? How can we actually start to dig down into what elements of it are underpinning learning outcomes beyond just kind of some of the broad claims that are being made? So to situate the research a little bit, there are a vast number of different definitions for personalised learning tools, including this one here from Van Schools and colleagues that we've been using. It really is a broad umbrella, and that there are a number of different ways in which people are conceptualizing this. And broadly, it talks about a digital learning tool that adapts or personalizes to the individual learner to optimize some kind of outcome. But this looks very different in different contexts, different types of tools. And therefore, yeah, there's a lot of variety and comparison is difficult. There are some key themes in the literature. EdTech Hub conducted a rapid evidence review prior to this research and a meta-analysis as well. And it did show that broadly, the literature is saying that these are effective for learning outcomes, particularly tools which are more complex adaptivity built into them. But there were two key evidence gaps identified. So firstly, the majority of research is being conducted in high-income contexts. So a lot more focus is needed on the conditions required to have effective implementation in low and middle income contexts. But also secondly, and this is something I'll really focus on today, that a lot of the research is focused on supplementary models of digital personalized learning. So what I mean by this is models which are implemented outside of regular classroom instruction. It might be an after-school club, it might be as a direct substitute for the teacher. But there's very little evidence on what it looks like to actually implement these within the classroom, within the education system, and the impact of that. So that really became the focus of our research study. Our overarching question is about how can a classroom integrated digital personalized learning tool most effectively support early grade numeracy and literacy outcomes in Kenya. And as I say, this kind of grew and has grown into multiple strands of research over the past couple of years. And we're focusing on different aspects of its implementation. So firstly, we've got this pedagogical strand of research. We've been doing design-based research, particularly working with teachers, co-learning with them. Started with focusing on pre-primary classrooms, and we're now looking at early grade primary as well. Secondly, learning outcomes. What impact is this having? Two randomized control trials, the first one in pre-primary and currently a pilot RCT in lower primary as well. And then also looking at the software. Okay, so what is happening within the software? What kind of personalization is effective? What different features might affect these tools? I can go a lot more into the detail. There's a lot of methodology going on here, so I'm happy to talk more about it afterwards. But here's a kind of overview of that. So the design-based research, we've run multiple different mixed methods work, particularly, as I said, focused in teachers. The co-learning process as well with them, iteratively exploring different ways of integrating this tool into classrooms with them, and learning from them and with them. The RCT, which I'll focus on today, is the pre-primary RCT. So this involved a final sample of 291 schools, 1,995 learners, randomly assigned into a treatment and control group. We had 3 assessment points using the IDELA assessment tool, over four school terms of implementation, so assessing the impact over that period. And then finally, the ABN testing, which we've been doing, which is looking at the software. We've been testing 9 different features, 9 different designs within the tool. These encompass different algorithms, looking at different features which might feed the data back to teachers, looking at different kind of visualizations or features on the tool that can support teachers and learners. So yeah, 9 different tests there as well. I obviously can't share findings from all of us in 15 minutes, so I'll provide a snapshot, particularly focused on the RCT, but then thinking about how can we interpret those findings from the RCT, from the other research that we've been doing, and thinking about how it's embedded within education system. A bit more about I do. Please do talk to these guys for more details. I'm sure they'd love to. But key things to note about this tool. So firstly, it is an app that's installed on low-cost Android phones, a couple, 1 or 2 currently in the pre-primary version being delivered to per classroom and shared amongst learners in the classroom. On the app, it involves two main interfaces. So one for the teacher. This provides digitized lesson plans from the broader Tayari Structured Pedagogy Programme. So the teacher can engage with those lesson plans, and then that's all aligned to and mapped to the digital personalized learning content that the learners engage with on the tool. So this is all mapped to Kenya's competency-based curriculum, and when the teacher has finished a lesson plan, that can align with what lesson content or learning content the learners can then engage with on the device. The personalization built into this, it's all built on each individual learner's unique interaction history with the device. It's built to optimize the content sequencing, so on what order all the different exercises appear for the learners, in order to maximize their engagement. But it's also important to note the way in which the teacher can also feed into this personalization process, both in the way that they distribute it amongst learners in the classroom, but also in the way the substrand of learning is selected each day. I would say one of the kind of overarching learnings, I think, from this research has been how important having an open, critical dialogue is in implementation research. Education research is messy. I think we're all aware of that. And what's been great is working with IDO to interrogate that messiness, not try and put it in a box, control it, but actually think, okay, if we're embedding this into classrooms, let's interrogate what that looks like. Let's explore all those different facets. Particularly because IDO is scaling, and so thinking about the speed at which research takes alongside the speed at which scaling is happening, being really kind of aware of that and digging into that and learning and kind of iterating as we go along. So results. Firstly, from the pre-primary RCT, this has revealed a statistically significant effect on pre-primary learning outcomes, an overall effect of 0.534 standard deviations. That's comparing from baseline to end line across 4 school terms of implementation. Similar effect sizes for numeracy and literacy as well. Significantly no gendered impact, which is really encouraging. There was significant effect for both boys and girls, but no difference between the two. One other thing we noticed in the literature is there are a number of different personalised learning tools that claim to support or have a greater impact for learners who have a lower baseline level of learning prior to the intervention. That's something we saw in terms of numeracy, in terms of this RCT. So the lowest performing 25% of learners at baseline had statistically significant gains compared to the highest 25%, but not for literacy, sorry. So that's something we're going to continue to look into. And another thing we've noticed, which I think is something, having four terms of implementation was interesting to see, was that there was a trail-off in effect in the second half of the intervention. So the effect size between baseline and midline was 0.51, but between midline and end line was 0.068. So there is this potential drop-off in effect after a certain period of implementation. Now, there could be many reasons for this, and actually one thing we've noticed is that it could be due to content exhaustion. So the tool itself is indicating that the learners had kind of finished all of the content soon after midline, and therefore that could be one of the indications for why there was this drop-off. But it's something we need to look into more. How do these tools, can they sustain learning gains over time? So those are the findings, or a brief overview of the findings from the RCT. That can tell us that it seems to work, but I think what we want to continue to investigate is what is working, what features of the tool are working, and that's where all the other strands of our research are coming in. So to provide a little snapshot of those, one of the A/B tests we've been doing has been really focused on the personalization algorithms themselves. So we designed a test with 2 different algorithms which personalize, one to optimize for engagement, one to optimize for score, and then a non-personalized approach as well. Both of the personalization algorithms were statistically significant. They had a strong impact. However, between the 2 of them, they significantly impacted different kinds of learning domains. So they didn't have the same impact. They were affecting, say, one was affecting, I'm trying to break down now, number identification, for example. One had more of an impact on that than the other, or in terms of literacy, letter recognition. There were a whole variety. And so I think we need to be really careful about making broad claims that personalization is the solution in just as a broad brush term. Clearly, the different algorithms can affect learning in different ways, and we want to continue to look into that. Secondly, distribution of the tool. This tool is being embedded in classrooms. It is used throughout the school day at the discretion of the teacher. And one of the things we've noticed from our design-based research is the challenge of that. Teachers were frequently saying that they're giving the tool to those whom they term fast learners,
more than other learners. So those who finish other classroom activities first, they are naturally getting more opportunities to engage with it. So that's something we're continuing to look at and engage with. How do you increase the quality of use of the tool? That shows how important the teacher is in this, in embedding it in classrooms. But another aspect of our work has shown the importance of the teacher in feeding into the personalization itself. So another of the A/B tests we've done gave the teachers the opportunity to override the AI suggested content and select a different substrand. And when you gave teachers that opportunity, it significantly improved learning outcomes. So actually, how can that collaboration between the teacher and the tech support learning? It seems to be a really significant avenue there. So what? I think the things I would take away from, or would like you to take away from today is firstly, this particular tool and classroom integrated model is really promising. There are things we're continuing to dig into together. There's a whole sort of black box of data that we can continue to match with the RCT in terms of all of the data that IDO's tool itself produces. So we're going to continue to do that. How do you match the face-to-face assessment that we've done alongside the assessment data that it itself produces? Thinking more about that trail-off effect, thinking more about what this looks like in terms of lower primary, which is what we're currently doing. Does it transfer? Do the same principles transfer? But I think the other things that this has really taught us is that we need to start being more specific about talking about digital personalized learning. There is not one single approach to personalization. There are many. And I think when we're talking about the impact of these tools, we really encouraging the whole community really to start pinpointing exactly what is personalizing, for whom, how, and starting to be more transparent about that. And then thirdly, the importance of the teacher. I'll echo exactly what Nancy said in our first presentation. The teacher, it's just seems shown to be so fundamental to the way in which we can actually embed this in classrooms, and the way in which it can be utilized and optimized, both to support their own teaching, but also to support learning outcomes. And so we'd really encourage involving the teachers in the research, so that we can align lots of different aspects and types of data and types of perspectives in the work that we're doing. Thank you very much. Love to chat more after.
So sorry, if you want to come up and I'll start with that. Great. Well, thank you so much. They were really, really interesting presentations. And I was kind of really interested in the what. So the kind of the school leadership research, the coaching experience, the personalized learning, which we all know are, you know, very much linked with a lot of the evidence based on what works to get kids learning, especially coaching and school leadership, some of those best buys, structured pedagogy, teaching at the right level. So it's really interesting to kind of hear more about the what as well as the how. So the different research approaches that helped kind of tease out these learnings. And I think that the really helpful lots of A/B testing going on was really nice to kind of bring that to life and explain how you've been doing this to kind of optimize your intervention. So thank you so much. I guess one big takeaway from me listening to all of this is that while it's really crucial when we're kind of testing and optimizing interventions that we're focused on how they improve learning outcomes, practically speaking, that's not the only thing that we need to be thinking about. And I think there's lots of important issues around sustainability and how embedded those interventions are likely to be in government systems so that they're going to be successful in the long run, and also equity considerations as well. And so, you know, I really liked Youth Impact's terminology of effectiveness increasing innovations and then cost reducing innovations. And I was also wondering if we need another innovation around some of those kind of broader sustainability factors like government ownership or the likelihood of them continuing after the implementer maybe steps back. and that equity increasing innovation as well, I think would be really interesting to make sure that some of these are really delivering for the most marginalized children in the classroom. And we might need different tools to do that. I think we heard a lot about quite rigorous approaches, maybe not, well, some randomized controlled trials, but then some of these rigorous quasi-experimental designs. But I'm also really interested, you know, what else we need to be doing, like qualitative research, ethnographic research, political economy analysis, to be kind of teasing out some of this. And I hope that's something that the Hub can help with over time. And I'd love to hear colleagues' thoughts about that, but I won't abuse my position as chair too much. So anyway, open up for questions. Does anyone in the room have questions? I think we'll try and take 3 or so, and then we'll, bunch them. Yeah, so first over here. Oh, great, thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Beatrice from Georgetown University. I have a question mostly for Claire, but that might be relevant for everybody, which is about the sort of timeline of measurement, right? Because I don't think of learning as a 2 or 3 week process necessarily. And so I was wondering, first of all, how you're measuring learning outcomes exactly in your very quick turnaround experiments. And also, have you used other inputs or the short-term metrics, right? So going back to your sort of Silicon Valley analogy on the A/B testing is like, well, what they're optimizing is profits, but they don't really measure profits in their A/B testing, right? Because that's not something that's like a 2-3 week thing. They have like other short-term metrics. So I was wondering, how do you measure learning outcomes on a short-term thing? And then do you have any other metrics that you've used that you think may or may not be predictive of learning outcomes in the longer run, right?
Great, thanks so much. We'll take 2 other questions in the room.
Thank you. I have a question, if I may, in relation to Becky's presentation, the final one, but actually directed at IDO, who were the implementing partner. Really keen to hear their reflections on, as a digital personalized learning organization, what it was like working in such close partnership with researchers. What were the pros and the cons of that and the consequences?
Great. Very interesting question. And just at the back.
Amanda Beatty, Youth Impact. So first, a question for Nancy around take-up. I think you mentioned that you have around like 40% take-up. So how are you thinking about that kind of in relation to your costs, your impact, and are you thinking of ways to improve take-up? And then second, a question for Dewi, which is, you know, this seems like such a massive mountain to climb to get principals to be coaches. And so have you thought of like other ways of trying to support teachers in terms of coaching, like peer coaching or other things? Or do you think this system is just structured this way and this is kind of the only option for school leaders?
Great, thanks so much. Okay, we'll take those questions to start with, and then do you want to,
So I'll start with the question. So the take-up is actually 70%, not 40. I'm sorry if I said that. Yeah, but I know the take-up is one thing, but the implementation in the schools is another. So what we do is, part of the model is we have the professional learning communities, which is now to make sure that these skills are embedded into the school system. And then we also have support from the middle tier actors who are meant to now check on the implementation of the practices. So we have the overall education officials who are now the middle tier actors who are looking at the schools at that level. But then within the school, we have the instructional leaders who are now supporting the teachers. Yes, so.
Great, thanks. Claire, do you want to take the?
Yeah, sure. So thanks so much for the question. We do a lot of thinking about how to make sure that the outcomes that we're optimizing for are ones that we really care about. So we definitely don't want to be optimizing on, I think tech sector has to grapple with this a lot, on accidentally optimizing on one thing and then it having unintended consequences elsewhere. Fortunately for us, learning does change. I think the Pratham rule is 1 level per 10 days or something. We definitely find learning changes very quickly. So we do measure learning. So the program is about 8 weeks of weekly calls, and then we do N-line like a week or 2 after the intervention. And so that's when we're measuring learning. For our health program, where we do still A/B test, like the program, I guess one of the outcomes is like school dropout and pregnancy. And so there, that takes like 9 months to be visible. And so it's a lot harder there. We have to do a lot of careful thinking about the theory of change and what are like good, reliable predictors of this end outcome that we want to optimize for. But yeah, for education, we could just straight up do learning. And we find that that changes. Yeah.
Great. Julie, do you want to? Yeah.
Yeah, so for the student learning as well, we collected data on kind of like the numeracy result, similar to what Connected was doing. But then we also collected more like sort of like outcome indicators. So knowing like whether the teachers also like already implemented the differentiated learning sessions, sort of like also looking into whether the school principals conducted the implementation of the classroom observation. So to Amanda's question on the coaching, in the past 3 years, we have been like looking more at school leaders as coaches, but indeed like going forward, we are now looking into ways how coaching can be provided to teachers. So in fact, we're currently designing a program on early childhood and school leadership, where we work with organization where they are able to also conduct a sort of like mentor by the peer who have implemented the program. So they also work with district government that have already also like appointed mentors. So we will be also like trying to see and compare it with mentorship by the school leaders. So we're trying different things as well to see which would be more effective for teachers.
Great. Thanks so much. And then the EdTech question to I do. Sorry.
I'll, with slight nervousness, hand over to Idu to talk about what it was like working with us.
We could have a mic. Thanks.
Sure, thank you. So Aidan Friedberg from IDO. Yeah, so I would say that the biggest thing that we kind of learned from it was there's a different speed that researchers work and that we work at. So obviously we've been doing A/B testing for a while in product development, yeah, it was really useful to see the different approaches, and I think it also was very useful to see, to have a research partner that wasn't just running RCT, but actually was embedded in every aspect. So going into the classroom, thinking about design, going under the kind of black box of the data, and doing the RCT itself. And I think for us, it's a key part of, by not just doing A/B testing for tech development, but actually how do we open up to the wider community? How do we learn from the wider community, and also hopefully share knowledge from our side? I think that's a critical part of our theory of change as well. And I think it creates transparency, accountability, all of these kind of important things when working with vulnerable populations. And so maybe I would also use the opportunity that I have the mic to turn it into a question.
Go for it.
And but the final thing I would say is that I think that's how we see our role is a little bit working with the community, and we're trying to scale and figuring out how do we bring the knowledge of the community into the communities that we're scaling into. But maybe my question is for Claire and Youth Impact, then, because obviously we've been doing a lot of A/B testing. It seems like you have quite a long history as well. And obviously you gave an example of this, very good example of the 0.24 SD impact that you had in the A/B test. And so I think for the theory of change, the key part is this cumulative effect, right? This compound effect of growth in learning outcomes. And so I wonder, even if it's not that every test is that significant, even if it's like a tenth of the significance, that is like 0.02 SD, over 52 tests, you would expect from when you started testing to when you ended to have like a whole SD more impact at the end. And I wonder, it seems like you're in a good position to validate this cumulative impact. So for us, we definitely see this cumulative impact, and I think we can measure it. And I wonder if, are you able to see that as well over this kind of long history? Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. And just before Claire comes back on that, I've got a couple of other questions from colleagues online. So one is to Rebecca on whether you can share a bit more on the equity dimension of the access to the digital personalised learning software. So that would be really helpful. And then, yeah, Dewey, another question for you on school leaders and whether or not they, in your experience from the work that you've been doing in these studies, and I guess more broadly, do they have enough autonomy to kind of meaningfully influence implementation based on all of their other responsibilities that they've got? So yeah, and then Claire, actually, there's another one from online. Maybe you can add this in as well to your responses, just on how you manage to collect data so quickly? And if you've got any tips on that. Thanks. So yeah, Rebecca, do you want to go first maybe?
Sure. So in terms of this equity angle, I guess this ultimately the heart of this is what I do are trying to do is implement a low cost model that isn't one-to-one device, learner to device, but sharing a few devices per classroom. And with that comes the challenge of, okay, how do you then share that amongst learners throughout the school day? And the teacher's role becomes quite important because they're choosing who gets to use it. There is a function on the device that suggests who the next learner is, but they have the opportunity to override that if it's, if they want to give it to a certain learner to support them, or if, as we've seen, a learner finishes first. And so that's what we've been looking at with the design-based research in particular. We were exploring, okay, who is getting it? If you focus on a certain learner group, what does that look like? Does that impact their learning experience more? Certainly there is a challenge in the fact that it is naturally going to certain learners first. In some ways, teachers are really positive about that because they're saying, well, they finished their other work. They're then, as they're waiting, getting more and more disruptive in the classroom, it gives them something to do. It gives them further learning opportunities. So, in some ways, teachers are seeing that as a positive. But you also then asking this question about, but is that reducing opportunities for other learners? And so we've been trialing a number of different ways in which we can tackle that. So, for example, we're currently completing analysis of dashboards that we've been looking at, feeding the data back to teachers, where you're looking at different grouping different learners and saying what these learners actually could do with more opportunities to engage with the tool, and then seeing what impact that has on the way in which teachers are distributing it and the usage amongst learners. So the whole different ways, I think it isn't one sort of simple answer. There are lots of different ways in which this works, and it ultimately comes down to if you're trying to integrate a cost-effective method that isn't placing a massive cost burden on the government, but also is shareable and is sustainable, and you're therefore reducing the amount of tech, what is the payoff? Almost like what you're saying, what is then the payoff in terms of effectiveness, but particularly with this equality angle. So we're sort of exploring these different angles of what that might look like to kind of find that optimal balance.
Great, thank you. Dewey, do you want to come in with thoughts on?
Yeah, sure. So in the question of autonomy, we do see across the board in a lot of our studies that school leaders struggle with time because there's just a lot of demand coming from different kind of like authorities, collecting data, etc. So what we have tried to introduce within kind of like one of the high leverage action is more like looking into how can school leaders distribute leadership within schools. So then kind of like identifying a senior kind of like leadership team that it might include senior teachers that can also distribute and delegate, take over some of the time requested. But beyond that, there's also like sort of like a need, what we see is like a need for some kind of intervention or also like advocacy to the middle level management, where sort of like the recognition of when certain intervention is currently happening, then there is a need to protect kind of like time and demand for schools to be able to implement all this, right? So, but within the school itself, we do see a lot of potential autonomy for school leaders, other than kind of like all these other reforms. But time is definitely an issue, and we're like looking as well into ways how administrative tasks can be reduced using like technology in particular.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fantastic. Claire, A/B testing questions.
Yes. Awesome, great. Thank you for the question on standard deviations. Yeah, I think that's definitely a priority for us. So I guess we don't only optimize on learning, it's also on the cost effectiveness more broadly. So sometimes there might be no change in learning, but a reduction in cost. But definitely that is high on our list of priorities, is to track the cost effectiveness over time. Because like it's in our annual goals as to like every few tests leads to a large jump in cost effectiveness. So yeah, haven't done it yet, but high on our list of priorities. And then on the question of how we collect data so quickly. So we have a very large research team. So I think it's unusual. I was having this chat with someone this morning. Our research team is about 20% of our full-time staff. and half of them have PhDs, lots of research experience. And so I think just like organizationally from the top to the bottom and up, everybody is bought into the need to collect this and to like learn. We're like asking for ideas on things to test. We're like sharing results really quickly. Everybody is into this like fast learning approach. And then we know that what we're learning in our innovation hub in Botswana, we're going to translate the biggest, best innovations to like government and to scale. So I think it's like an organizational in our DNA approach. But I do think, yeah, just like we do appreciate that having a large research team is unusual, but it's worth it. It's just like these numbers speak for themselves. And so, yeah, we think it's worth it. So
Great.
yeah.
Thanks, Claire. So we've got time for another round of questions in the room. Do we have any more? Yeah, at the back and then down to Todd.
Thanks. Sally Roscorns from the Gender at the Centre initiative at IIEP. My question is for Dewi. Really interesting study. Thank you so much for the presentation. I was interested to note that you looked at differences between school leaders who had already established a good relationship with the teachers in their school and those that hadn't. And I was wondering whether you broke down the data based on any other differentiating factor in the school leader profile, for example, gender, or whether or not the school leader had themselves been or was still an active teacher. Thank you.
Great. And then, yeah, down at the front.
I am Todd Pugach from University of Buffalo. I wanted to build on this question about take-up in school management interventions. It's a common finding in this literature that take-up does tend to be low and fairly challenging. School principals are busy people and don't always have the time to prioritize these participating in these interventions. So Davey mentioned one potential approach to increase take-up, which was provide incentives, but said that could only go so far. So I'm curious from Nancy and from Davey, how should we be thinking about the optimal mix of incentives or accountability or nudges or something else to improve take-up of school management interventions?
Great, thanks so much. And then one more question at the back in the middle.
Thank you. I'm Crystal Green from 100, and my question is for Claire, but then also for others who are doing A/B testing. It sounds to me very like it's an amazing method, and it sounds very similar to other things that we like to have teachers do, like reflective practice and iterating on their own ideas. And I was really interested you were able to capture and measure the change in the teachers' beliefs that they experienced from participating in this and seeing the data themselves. And I'm wondering how it is that you're capturing or collecting kind of the long tail of that data where their change in beliefs actually leads to long-term implementation of beyond the A/B test. But I'm really interested in how it is that are you measuring that? Are you collecting that data? And if so, how?
Great, thanks so much. And maybe I'll just add a couple extra ones from my side. So if to anyone on the panel, would love to hear about any other sorts of methodologies you're using to kind of optimize your interventions. So like political economy analysis or some more qualitative work, would really love to hear that. And then also just any reflections on how partner governments have been involved in this work. Because I know it's very, well, as implementers, you're really trying to optimize that model and often doing that for donors who are insisting on it, but sometimes the donors aren't the partner governments themselves. So I'd love to hear how you've brought partner governments on board. So yeah, do you want to, yeah, we'll go back this way. So go for it, Nancy.
Okay, so to the first question, so how are we increasing the take-up? So one of the ways we are doing it is currently, I talked about towards the end, that we are working on dashboards in-app that allow us to, so mainly what we're thinking about is what are we giving the school leaders, or what are we giving the education officials? And data was our answer, right? So how do we reduce the time that these people are taking to do their day-to-day jobs? So for the instructional leader, what data do they need to collect in the school? The data we have on our LeadNow platform, how does it help them to do their work? And so that becomes one way that we increase the motivation. So that's the current conversations that we're having, and we're already in the process of developing the dashboard to serve that. about the changes in teacher beliefs. So within the app, we're also collecting data around attitudes, but we also have anecdotals that we collect again on how that is changing over time. Then for government involvement, so we do have a technical working group that brings different representatives in the government. So at the national level, and we are able to co-create different resources, including even the content that we do put in LeadNow, but also at the local level, so at the county level, like the district. So at the county level, we also do co-create together with the representatives who are now the education officials, together with the school leaders who are part of the process of developing these resources. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Claire, we're a bit short on time, so maybe kind of just like 2 minutes if you can.
So on teacher beliefs for our A/B testing, we measure like their beliefs before the intervention and after, kind of to see like, is there any point in doing this, or everyone already knew if it was going to work? And then, so yeah, that's just a bit more discrete by A/B test. In terms of like longer standing, what evidence we have that this might change system behavior. So in Nepal, in one of our randomized control trials of this program, we had oversubscription of teachers wanting to do it. So we had a control trial of teachers as implementers to see their changes on beliefs or practices. And we find that teachers like get very motivated when they start doing it, because you just like see it's like surprising to people that kids can learn really fast. And so they start believing in targeted instruction, saying that they're doing it in the classroom, saying that if they could choose their career again, they would choose to be a teacher, like a 16 percentage point boost in that. So there's some signs that this does change practices. We're not doing a whole lot more to measure that at the moment, but can't rule it out. And then just on Sabina's question about the government getting them on board, I think this comes a lot to the panels that we heard from yesterday, is like longstanding relationships are key for this government interaction. So in the places where we have these MOUs with government, we're helping them to scale up in the system. It's like from a longstanding relationship JPAL has with the government in Karnataka, who wanted some evidence-based education programs, and then the stars aligned, and that's how we're scaling. In the Philippines, it's like IPA's longstanding relationship and champions in government who they could identify. And so that's how we're scaling there. And in Botswana, very longstanding relationships there.
Great, thanks. Yeah.
Thanks. So for the question on whether we're disaggregating the result according to gender, so we will do that. We're still in the process of kind of like looking at all the data and across the 3 different studies. But we do kind of like also have like all the other data that from the demographic quantitative survey that we'll also like utilize to better understand the result. The question of take up, that is really indeed a very difficult aspect of it. So currently what we're seeing is that the incentive that's provided is probably too little to kind of like overcome the amount of time that is required by the school leaders. But the other part of it with regard to accountability, I think coming from a small NGO, where our partners are also like small NGO, it does kind of like the weight of the institution makes a difference in terms of getting kind of like the type of buy-in at the district government level in particular, as well as in relation to your third question, right, with the government. So whereas, for example, before when I was working with the World Bank, the kind of like the weight of the institution really makes a difference in terms of the kind of like the seriousness of the study being taken by the government as well. So I guess like if there are ways to collaborate, you know, like across like NGO with kind of like bigger organizations that would really like improve the accountability and the support coming from the government. But going back to your methodology question, the other one that we've been looking at as well is we utilize the RISE accountability framework to look into like the systems and in what ways the ecosystem make it difficult for school leaders to focus on teaching and learning outcomes.
Great, yeah. Thanks so much. And then, yeah, Rebecca, maybe just like 1 minute. If you...
Rapidly. A quick comment on the point about A/B testing, what we can and can't learn from it, and in terms of the A/B testing we've been doing. If I give the example of the data dashboards that we've been looking at, we see, okay, you feed back this data to teachers about which learners potentially need more support. And then we've seen from the data that the tool collects from thousands of schools that there is an impact and a change in usage, but there's a gap. We don't know what the teachers are changing. We don't know what the behaviors are because it's all coming through the tool. And that's where if I segue into Sabina's question around other methodologies, where complementing these different methodologies alongside each other has been so important for us. So for example, work we were doing as part of our design-based research phase, we adopted a form of lesson study where we were planning with teachers, then implementing, reflecting, iterating, and doing that process again repeatedly over a course of 2 weeks. And that process really taught us so much about what the teachers are doing and why they're doing it, their rationale for that, which was so fundamental. So I think that, A/B testing is teaching us a lot of scale as to what impact it's having, and then what we're really enjoying is actually listening to the teachers alongside them as to understand those changes in behaviours. And finally, the point about governments. I will point to IDU to tell you more about their partnerships with the Kenyan government. But I would say that looking at the alignment, and all of the content is approved by the KICD, the Curriculum Institute. So that it is aligned, but looking at what that alignment looks like, we also did lots of interviews with the early childhood development officers who are embedded in this process of implementing and supporting teachers to deliver the lesson plans. So there's a whole kind of ecosystem there. The bell is gone. I encourage you to talk to IDU and ask more afterwards about that.
Great, thanks so much, Rebecca. So yeah, thank you so much to our panelists and to everyone that asked questions. It was a really interesting session. I learned a lot, so please do grab them if you have other questions at the end. And I think just to end, I think it's really exciting that the What Works Hub is going to be creating more guidance on how to do this. So I think in subsequent years, there's a lot that the other implementers can learn from this, can learn more about A/B testing, both in terms of those kind of learning efficiencies, but also cost effectiveness. And then I also hope on the equity side and sustainability piece too. So hopefully as years to come and future What Works Hub conferences, we'll hear more about this. So yeah, really exciting. So thanks again. And yeah, enjoy. I think we're moving to the break next. Yeah, great. Thanks all.
So we're into our second session of the day, and I'm going to hand over to Laura Savage, who is our chair.
Thanks, everyone. As Claire said, I'm Laura Savage. We have the slides up, we're good. So I have an electric car. I'm not going to say who I work for or what I do, but I am going to say I have an electric car. I have no idea what happens under the hood of that car. The battery, the car drives itself, you press a button, it goes. But I've had a whole series of what I might call failing cars. Cars that didn't get me from A to B fast enough, cars that had parts that were maybe taken from places they shouldn't have done, shoved into it, and so on. So I used to look under the hood a lot. You see where I'm going, right? This analogy is going to be stretched to its extreme. And that's what so we're going to talk today about the questions that I used to ask when lifting up the hood of the car, right? So why was I looking? For me, it was usually because something had gone wrong. The car had stopped, the car had broken down. Maybe some of you are slightly more conscientious and look before a long journey. Maybe some of you are very good and check before, you know, like every 2 months or something like that, as I think you probably should do. But what did I find when I looked in? Usually something had gone catastrophically wrong and I found something big. If you check more regularly, you might find small things that are going wrong, and whatever happens under there, the fan and the belt and the everything else are working in that systematic way that they should. And what do we need in order to do it? What are the tools and the incentives? And for me, that's one of the most interesting questions about this session today. What is it that incentivizes us? And by us, I'm not a researcher, but the 4 people presenting here today are researchers. What are the incentives to look under the hood and to find those small things that are going wrong ahead of time, maybe, and that inform what you should do to fix, quote unquote. So analogy ended. I'm going to start by handing over to TJ Agostino from the University of Notre Dame. The floor is yours.
Good to be here with you this morning, and what a great conference and interesting and important topics. I'll be presenting on behalf of a number of co-authors from a study that came out in Comparative Education Review earlier this year. And I'd like to suggest that what we're really talking about here today is how to learn more and faster to improve practice and systems at scale. But that can be overwhelming. Where do we begin? How do we know what to prioritize? There's innumerable possible changes that we can make to these systems and to interventions that we're working on. This is essentially what I'd like the focus of my presentation to be about. How do we know where to dig? How do we know what to be the most strategic areas to focus on for improvement? Or as Tahir mentioned yesterday, where is there the most friction in the system? How do we see that? So in 2015, I read this book. I was in grad school by Anthony Breich. I recommend it to any of you that are interested in this kind of work. It's more focused on the American education system, but it's very much dealing with these ideas of improvement and implementation-oriented research. And they have 6 principles they call the Carnegie principles that govern this work and orient the book. And I want to mention 2. The first is variation in performance is the core problem to address. And the second, and I think a related point, is to see the system that produces the current outcomes. And I think to address those 2 points, we have to answer 3 questions. Number 1, where is there the most variation in performance? Is this at the site level? Is it at the classroom level? Is it differences in children and their backgrounds? Is it at regions? It can be multiple of these things, but we have to look for the most of it, and that's where one place we could start to dig. And secondly, why is there variation in performance? What are the factors that are causing the system to behave more or less successfully? In other words, what explains the difference between a school that's growing well from the intervention to a school that's not growing at all from the intervention? What's happening differently inside the system? And third, what will work to reduce variation in performance? How do we even know what to try in the first place? And then secondly, once we try it, how do we know if it worked? This is very much related to the A/B testing that we heard in some of the recent presentations. So for this work, the University of Notre Dame and our partners in the Catholic Church in Haiti and Catholic Relief Services over about a 10-year period were engaged in supporting a structured pedagogy early grade reading program that focused on Haitian Creole and French literacy skills in the 1st through 3rd grade. And this work really began in many respects when RTI brought their quite successful program that started, I believe, in Liberia. It was showing some success in Africa, and they started to scale out. They brought it to Haiti. They implemented this program between 2012 and 2014, and the results were kind of not as successful as desired. And from some inquiry that we did with partners involved in the project, we came to the conclusion that it's not because the program wasn't good or the curriculum wasn't good. It's just that Haiti is a really hard place to work, and there were a lot of implementation challenges. So when this project finished and the materials kind of went into the public domain, we sought to implement the same program, essentially a very similar program, but really focus on implementation, service delivery, efficacy, and the rollout of the program, not really the design very much at all, in a smaller subset of schools. As you'll notice, we then did 2 other project cycles, and we never really got out of the kind of late efficacy, maybe early efficacy plus phase. And there's some reasons we could talk about why that's, I think, particular to the constraints of the Haitian context and what we should do in contexts of kind of failed or failing states oriented towards our work of scaling. But we did RCTs at the end of each cycle. We were testing different things that we were experimenting with in each iteration. But importantly, the work I want to try to discuss with you is the implementation research that we layered on top of the randomized controlled trial to really try to understand what was happening under the hood, so to speak. We sought to do this first in 2016, and we couldn't. We kind of failed, and that failure is maybe a quick lesson. Our monitoring data had data quality issues, and we wanted to use the monitoring data, but also the depth and quality of some of the indicators we were using to get at what was happening in the classroom or some key parts of the guts of the intervention, we didn't think were very good. And so we essentially weren't able to do it until the next program cycle at the end of the 2016 cycle, so around 2019, 2020. So when we think about where is there variation performance, we could look at this at a lot of different levels. This is from the USAID retrospective of 10 years of structured pedagogy programs, and we could see a wide range of variability across countries. And there's been some research on what makes more or less successful country programs. We could also see wide variability across districts. So this is a TARL program in Uganda, and there's about a 27% gap in terms of the proportion of kids gaining at least one level just by districts. That's interesting, what might be going on there. But for reasons that I'd be happy to get into more later, I think it's particularly interesting to look at variation at the site level. So this is a visual from a really nice blog post from King and Gove from last year that was cleverly titled, "Why Scaling What Works Usually Doesn't Work." And it shows the range of growth by site or by school. But what is most interesting here is that 15% of the schools explain 80% of the average effect. 80% of the overall growth of the program. Whereas 85% of the schools in orange there had either kind of minimal effects, marginal benefits, no benefits, or even negative growth over the time of the intervention. And these are all treatment schools. So the question is, why is there so much variation by sites? And what can we do about it? Think for a moment what would happen if we could make the orange sites more like the blue, even a little bit more like the blue. Think of the average effect sizes, but also think of the benefits to equity across the population. So this was essentially the question we were trying to answer. What programmatic and environmental factors explain variation in student growth across treated schools, looking especially at the school level? And we sought to do so again with this orientation of what I and others call practical measurements. So it takes time and money to do research and to do inquiry, and we wanted it to be as effective and efficient as possible to inform our work. That's what I at least mean by practical measurement, and we sought to do so in 2 ways, using both qualitative and quantitative methods. Quantitatively, we sought to use our monitoring data to see what was predicting more or less EGRA growth across schools, using basically relatively simple regressions. And for the qualitative data, we tried to look at those highest growth schools compared to the lowest growth schools. And just to understand what was happening differently between them, this is sometimes called a bright spot design or a positive negative deviance design, where the key of what you're looking for are the behaviors that distinguish the higher performing schools. And I like this picture because it's really about the behaviors, not necessarily the intrinsic characteristics of the person, but what they're doing that makes their performance more successful, that's potentially, reproducible. For the quantitative methods, we really looked at 4 main indicators. So at the time, the research was pretty clear that the dosage of coaching, how many coaching visits teachers were receiving, having their classrooms observed and given Feedback was predictive of higher EGRA growth, so we looked at that. But we sought to test an innovation that we thought would be really potentially important, potentially more sustainable, potentially more beneficial in terms of dosage of support. And this is related to the presentation a little earlier this morning about getting the school leaders involved. So they're there every day, it's much less expensive. Could they be observing the classroom and providing this kind of coaching feedback and support? And would there be these other ancillary benefits of getting them more involved to support like buy-in at the school level? So we sought to test that. Also, we realized after our first cycle that we didn't have a good measure of treatment on the treated. In other words, how much dosage of the treatment were the students actually receiving? And at the time, at least, and even as we published this paper just this year, I haven't seen very many projects that have a good measure of that. The typical norm for structured pedagogy programs was to look at fidelity in terms of the dosage of the coaching visits. That's a quite indirect indicator. It's your dosage of support to the teachers, not what's actually flowing down to the students. So this was kind of tricky to develop, but once we got it figured out, not so bad. We mapped the 100 lessons of the curriculum over the course of the academic year, such that on any given day, we knew you should be on lesson 45. And then when you went to the classroom, the coach observed the classroom, were they on lesson 45 or were they 10 lessons behind, 15 lessons behind, et cetera. And so we had a measure of, and a quite real-time measure over the course of implementation, which I think is important for reasons I'll mention, of whether dosage was falling behind or not. And as you can see, this went up to 55, which means that some of the teachers completed less than half of the desired lessons in the program. And then lastly, we created a measure of what we called like a fidelity influency index, essentially 6 items that sought to say, to what extent is the teacher actually following the structured pedagogical manual as designed? Are they completing the whole thing? Are they completing all the parts? And are they doing it well? Are they delivering it effectively and in a way that's engaging to students? And that hung together and was a reasonable scale. For our outcome, we used a composite score of EGRA scores, and we controlled students against students' baseline scores as well as gender and region to really try to put the focus on growth. And this was from a total sample of 350 treatment schools across 5 regions of Haiti. For the qualitative method, we looked at one of those regions that was implementing in 100 schools by 2 different implementing partners, each of whom were supporting 50 schools. And again, I'm a qualitative researcher and I appreciate in-depth, thick description and robust research, but I'm really proud of the kind of efficiency of this model. We essentially did 4 interviews, 2 interviews, 2 focus groups, if you will, but 4 hours of data. We interviewed the 2 regional heads of each of these organizations, and we did focus groups with the groups of coaches that supported each of these 50 schools. And we got very, very useful information from this. So in terms of our key findings, perhaps unsurprisingly, the dosage indicator, or the number of lessons behind, was by far the most predictive of student EGRA growth across schools and the variability across schools. And the qualitative data helped us see why some of this might be happening. And perhaps the most interesting and surprising, but also luckily we think pretty actionable, is that the lowest growth schools, and one of the key reasons this was happening is that some teachers, while the school accepted to do the program, they didn't want to let go of the old curriculum they were using. So they essentially rotated every other day. They do their old books and then the new curriculum. So they got half the dosage of the high quality evidence-based curriculum. That had a huge effect. But also there were some schools where there was rampant teacher absenteeism, student absenteeism, and school closure. And we know that in many of our contexts, these are real issues. This is opportunity to learn. Not only are they not getting schooling, but they're not getting the intervention itself, which has unsurprisingly a large effect. We also saw a strong connection here, a strong signal from the Fidelity Influency Index on most of our EGRA indicators. And in terms of the qualitative research that points at why we were seeing variation here, some things are hard to change. There's some teachers in rural Haiti who can barely read, and that would be a heavy lift to change that, or their classroom management skills weren't so good. Maybe that's a little more changeable, but a key practice that is that, and this was mentioned, I think, yesterday about some of the motivation inquiries, that the teachers need to prepare for this. Just because it's a quasi-scripted lesson doesn't mean they can just stand up and deliver it effectively. They have to look at it the night before and practice it. That's a changeable behavior that we can work on. The third key finding was that we found that the lowest performing or lowest benefiting schools were described by our partners, our implementing partners, as the most remote. In Haiti, it's a very mountainous country, and it can be very hard to get to some schools. They're way far away from any paved roads. You have to walk for a couple hours. And it would require more inquiry to really understand why these were failing to benefit from the intervention. But we have some signs from the qualitative research. One thing is we know that they got less coaching visits because they were so hard to get to. They just weren't visited as frequently. So this could be a bit of support. But there were also, these tend to be the most fragile schools. They have the hardest time retaining qualified staff and teachers. People want to move closer to towns, and they tend to have many other issues related to poverty and just general fragility in the context. We think this could be a suggestion of kind of a Matthew effect, essentially like you might need a certain threshold of functionality as a school even to receive the intervention well. But what to do about this would require more inquiry. And lastly, and for me, the most interesting, we talk about learning from our failures. This was the most interesting for me because it was my idea to have the school leaders do the instructional coaching. I was really excited about it. There's a ton of research from the global north about the importance of school leaders, their role in instructional coaching. It's the thing that matters. It's the behavior that matters in schools. I thought this was a super good idea. And our results were kind of meh. Like they didn't really show any clear signal. We had one positive sign and one negative sign on two of the different, or one of the different key EGRA performance indicators. But what was most interesting to me is that our hunch was basically right, that principals, school leaders matter, and they matter a lot, and they matter a lot for variation in site-based performance, just not necessarily in the way that we thought. So it wasn't necessarily instructional coaching, but three other behaviors emerged that key or more successful principals were doing. They fostered program buy-in among their teachers and collaborative environments among their teachers. They protected opportunity to learn, essentially time for students to benefit from the intervention, especially attendance, and especially by engaging parents. The more successful leaders would call parents and say, your kids have to come to school, even going to the home of parents to encourage them to attend. And lastly, as we started to introduce a TARL-like add-on for remedial purposes, some of the school leaders really bought into this and kind of iterated and innovated with this basic norm of extra support for struggling learners. So any of these, and I've got to go fast through this, but any of these could be ongoing inquiry cycles of testing and iteration of then how to improve this. But this helped us understand where the friction points were to know where to dig next. So these slides just show questions that could be, it'll take me one more second to get through all the questions, but could be asked about each of these different types of intervention, types of problems that I presented as key findings. And so my last quick takeaways are just that we should focus on variation in performance to improve optimization, that we should use practical measurement like leveraging our monitoring data that we already have, or really efficient qualitative research, especially with that middle tier of actors who have a lot of the tacit knowledge that Noah mentioned, I think, today, because they're seeing a lot of implementation at bats, and to focus on changeable norms and behaviors, and then make sure we're testing the changes that we think are improvements. Ask me about my greatest regret from this work to date, and it's about that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, TJ. Over to Stephen Taylor, who's the Director of Research, M&E at the Department of Basic Education in South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I think my presentation flows really nicely from the previous one, actually. It's around measuring curriculum implementation by teachers using back-end app user data. So I think we all know by now that implementation matters. We're all agreed on that. It matters for the impact a program has. It matters when we think about scaling, what works on a smaller scale. But in education settings, curriculum coverage is a key aspect of implementation. It's important just for generally, aside from just program effects, for schooling to lead to learning. Like if the big problem around the world is that we've done well on access, but learning levels are low, one key intermediate outcome there is covering the curriculum effectively. We know there's lots of debates about the curriculum, whether it's too packed, whether it's overly ambitious. But it is a key outcome that needs to change more generally, but also within educational interventions and programs, and especially within structured learning programs. That's one class of intervention that has had some success, and I think largely because it thinks through the theory of change at a classroom level. So instead of just delivering materials to schools and assuming they'll be used, or training teachers in workshops and assuming they will be able to change their practice, structured learning programs provide daily lesson plans, so there's a daily prompt to enact what you've been trained on. And often they provide some kind of on-site support like coaching, which also ensures that the program is implemented and it's implemented well. So we need to measure curriculum implementation in these kinds of programs. We have various traditional ways of trying to get at it. It's often difficult. Most measures have their limitations, whether it's observing learner workbooks and exercise books and trying to count topics or the number of days in which exercises were done, whether it's observing lessons of teachers, that also has its limitations. It's quite resource intensive in terms of researchers getting into classrooms. Also, perhaps practice changes when being observed. Maybe your teachers teach their best lesson. And then we also have self-reported information from questionnaires about how much of the curriculum have you covered, how far you're back, and self-reports also have their limitations. So in this presentation, I'm going to explore some data we've got from a program where we have back-end user data based on an app that teachers use to deliver a structured learning program in South Africa. The background to the intervention is that this formed part of a 3-year RCT in which there were 140 schools. All the schools got the structured learning program. They all received base training. They all received an electronic tablet with the app on it. The app included all the lesson plans. But 40 schools received external coaching, something which we've seen work before in previous iterations of this kind of RCT in South Africa. Another 40 got coaching internally within the school from the departmental head of the foundation phase of the school. So we were hoping that that would be like a cost-effective alternative to on-site coaching. The basic results on learner outcomes were that external coaching, once again, seemed to be the thing that drove improvements in learning outcomes, especially at the grade 2 level. The grade 3s, we saw mixed results, and a grade 4 cohort, we saw no significant results there. Unfortunately, the DH-led coaching model did not have significant impacts on learning outcomes. But the focus is on the back-end user data as an intermediate outcome here. So all the teachers across grades 1 to 3 were given electronic tablets with the app, which included daily lesson plans. Each lesson plan had a few slides. And then in the data I have, each row in the data shows us the school. It has a username, which is a teacher. It shows us what slide was accessed. So for instance, term 2, week 3, Tuesday, shared reading. Is an example of the slide ID. And then importantly, we have a start time and an end time for every app use event. So every kind of accessing of a slide, we can see when it was done and how long it lasted. I have this data for 2022 and 2023. In 2022, we find 495 unique users. And in 2023, only 193. So quite a big drop off in terms of the number of users that we find in our backend data, compared to about 1,000 teachers that received the tablets. So there is a question, and I have to admit I'm not 100% sure of why, but there is a question of are all the teachers, the roughly half the teachers that never show up in the user data, are they just complete non-compliers with the program? Or was there an issue with uploading their data? I've tried to explore that. I'm still not 100% sure. We find almost all the schools in the data. So 134 out of the 140 schools have at least one teacher in the data. So it's unlikely to be like schools in areas with no signal. Just didn't upload their information. I've looked at whether the likelihood of teachers being in the data is related to distance to the nearest town or to the nearest main road, which could be a proxy for internet signal. There's really no relationship there. It could be that, especially with time in 2023, maybe some tablets had become broken or lost. And there's some evidence of that in some of the questionnaires and qualitative information we have. So there's some uncertainty there. App usage was low. Amongst even those teachers that we do see in the data, overall it's quite low, which is in stark contrast to self-reported use of the lesson plans according to questionnaires. Most teachers say they use the lesson plans every day or almost every day. But in reality, these graphs just show the number of unique dates in 2022 and 23 with app activity for all the teachers. And you see that a lot of teachers have less than 50 unique days in a year where they accessed the app. So they're not using it every day or almost every day on the whole. This shows for term 2 of 2022, which is one of the most active terms, across the term, from lesson plan day 1, which is Monday of week 1, all the way to Friday of week 10, day 50. We see the percentage of teachers accessing that lesson. And it peaks out roughly in the middle. Monday of week 5, you see about 60% of teachers ever accessed that lesson plan. But you can see that there's a pattern across the term where towards the end of the term, there's clearly a drop-off in the percentage of teachers accessing those lessons. But we also see a consistent pattern within every week that the Monday's lessons are much more likely to be accessed than the Friday's lessons. So some interesting trends there. That we see much more use in 2022 than 2023, as I mentioned earlier, largely driven by the number of unique users in the data, and the patterns are consistent across grades 1, 2, and 3. This shows for 2022, each line is a term across the week. So Becca is the Setswana word for week. Sorry for that. But basically, so term 1 in 2022, which is right at the bottom there, we see very little app usage. That I think was when the tablets were being introduced and there was a few delays in getting going. So maybe ignore term 1. But term 4 is the next lowest line. So term 4 there was much less app activity than in terms 2 and 3. And you see the drop off towards the end of all terms 2, 3, and 4. Same for 2023. You see here, term 1 had the highest app usage, closely followed by term 2, then term 3, then term 4. So drop off across the year, and within each term, drop off across the weeks of the term. And we see drop off across the days of the week for English and for home language. We can also see on which date or on which actual day were different lesson plan days accessed. So for instance, Monday lesson plans were most likely to be accessed on a Monday. The same for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday's lesson plans were, aside from being less likely to be accessed ever overall, they were most likely to be accessed on a Monday. So less activity on a Friday, quite a bit of activity on a Sunday, which maybe speaks to lesson preparation, maybe an encouraging observation there. We can see the time of day when lessons were accessed. We see the main peak happen during teaching hours between, say, 9 and 12, as one would expect. We see a little peak just in the early hours of the morning between about 5 and 7. So that could be lesson preparation again, and then a bit of a peak in the evening, again, probably lesson preparation, especially on a Sunday. We can then also see for each lesson, this is for term 3 of 2022, for each lesson, if it was accessed, when was it accessed? Was it accessed on the day we would expect, shortly before, so within 1 week before that lesson was scheduled to be given, or within 1 week afterwards? That's where one would hope to see most of the activity. Or was it only long before, like maybe teachers accessed it several weeks before, kind of looking ahead or scrolling through the app, or much later in the term, or even in a subsequent term? We see again the same pattern within every week and across the term. This shows by date. So the previous slide showed the lesson plan day. So it could be that they're less likely to access the last few weeks of lesson plans because they're falling behind in the curriculum. But we also see that the actual dates of the last few weeks, there's just less activity going on in the app in general. And we see the same pattern within the week, that on Mondays, there's just more activity than on Fridays, aside from whether it's the right lesson plan day. We see increased usage of the app in the on-site coaching group. So that's in line with the impact on learning outcomes. This is for 2022. This is for 2023. It's largely driven by there being more teachers appearing in the data. So it could be that there's just more use at all and more total non-compliance in the control group or the DH coaching group. The average amount of time that those teachers in the app spend is not that different in 2022, although in 2023 we do see more time spent on average by teachers in the app. And this shows for the different treatment groups across term 3, across the dates of term 3 and the dates of term 4. And again, we see much less app activity in term 4 than in term 3. We see the familiar pattern across every week and across the term for all 3 intervention groups, but we generally do see more app usage by the group who received on-site coaching. Another question we have is, was the treatment effect on learning outcomes better for those schools who had higher levels of implementation? And a problem that we often have when asking that sort of question is, how do we observe control school teachers who would have implemented with Fidelity had they been exposed to the intervention? In this case, what's nice is that all teachers received the learning program. They all received the app and the tablets and some upfront training, but there was variation in who got coaching. So what we can do is identify within each treatment group sort of the 50% best implementers and see, was the treatment effect greater for that subgroup? And so I do that in various ways. So this shows the results on grade 2 home language. The first column is the main results that I already showed you, where we see the impacts of external coaching, 0.25 standard deviations. The blue columns, there I split the sample into 2 groups of 50% within each treatment group. So the first column, column 2, is the weakest 50% of implementers in terms of schools having the percentage of teachers in each school showing up in the app data. And what you see is that the darker blue column with the high implementers, the treatment effect size is larger there compared to the groups of weaker implementers. The pink columns is just an alternative measure of implementation. So in this case, instead of the percentage of teachers in the school who have app data, it is the amount of time spent cumulatively by teachers in that school in the app. But the same story emerges. The last one, I've used the strata that the RCT was used when we did the sampling. There was stratification into the strata with the best implementers and the weakest implementers, and we see the same direction, but not as big a change. For grade 3, where there was originally not much of an impact, we also don't see a shift here, although the green columns where when I differentiated based on strata, we do see in magnitudes a bit of a larger effect size of 0.18 standard deviations compared to 0.09, but it's still not quite statistically significant. For grade 4, where we initially see no impact, now if you look at the dark blue and dark pink columns, we now do see, for the high implementation subsample, we do see some impact coming through. So in conclusion then, I think we're seeing that coaching improved program implementation, but it's a very low order mechanistic aspect of coaching. I think normally we think of coaching as like a very sort of intensive form of instructional support, but one really low order aspect of it is just ensuring that the lesson program is actually being implemented. We see that the impact of coaching was greater amongst the more compliant teachers. I think this could be a lower bound estimate because here I'm using school level estimates of implementation, not teacher level estimates, and that's partly because I had a difficulty matching all the teachers. Then I think there's some implications and questions about EdTech here. I have a feeling that the tablets could be a kind of a behavioral obstacle to implementation. It's just probably easier to look at paper-based, but it's not as if all the teachers are fearful of the tablets. All our qualitative research says teachers are able to navigate the tablets, and we see no relationship between age and app usage. There's questions about how this can be used in future to inform programming. Can coaches or officials, for instance, better monitor curriculum coverage using this kind of data, or will this lead to malicious compliance or opposition to such activity? I think that's an issue. Then can backend data be used in similar evaluations? We're going to be trying to build on this in the next iteration of EGRP2. And lastly, I wonder, and be interested to hear from you, if this presents a slightly new view of the issue of low time on task and curriculum coverage in these kinds of contexts. I think we know about the literature going back 20 years on teacher absenteeism in developing countries. There's also a discourse around overambitious curricula. And I think here we see some evidence that the curricula is packed. It's hard to get through it all, but it's also that there are certain times of the term and of the week and of the year where there's just less activity in accessing lesson plans. A bonus slide at the end, we asked teachers if there's one thing you could change about EGRP, what would it be? And interestingly, by far the most common response was along the lines of reducing the content. So there was just a lot. And that's a critique more of the curriculum than of our program because it was aligned to the official curriculum. It was just trying to give expression to that through the app. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephen. And it's as if this panel were curated perfectly, because that's a theme we're going to continue in the next session with Guthrie Graylobe from the Development Innovation Lab at Chicago.
This next talk is going to be about details and really down in the weeds. So if you brought a pillow, that's not it. But yeah, those aren't the slides. I can get started. So thanks for coming. My name is Guthrie Graylobe. I'm going to be presenting joint work with Michael Creamer, Joost de Laat, and Wendy Wong. These are A/B tests. I'm going to present on the results of an A/B test that was conducted by New Globe. Tim Sullivan and Daniel Segura Rodriguez are both here in the audience here. That's the one, yeah. Great. So, yeah. So teaching is a complex task. It involves constant decisions on instructional methods, engagement, and feedback. But interventions providing teachers with instructions are considered a best buy for improving education in low and middle income countries. But this leaves a question of which tasks should be codified in explicit instructions, and how detailed should those guides be, right? So the context in which we're going to examine this question in the context of Bridge Kenya. This is a subsidiary of New Globe. New Globe is a multinational company that provides educational services in several countries. Today, most of their business is providing scripts to teachers in public schools in partnership with governments in Rwanda, Nigeria, and India. But currently, they provide detailed instructions to more than 50,000 teachers and 2 million students. They used to operate a private school model in 4 countries where they owned and operated schools. These have recently been spun off into a nonprofit. Both of the studies that I'm going to present today took place in Bridge, Kenya. These are private schools that charged about $100 a year, so they're sort of aimed at a lower income demographic, but obviously not affordable to the poorest of the poor. The scripts are disseminated using the internet, and although the process is, as Tim notified me earlier, is a lot more complicated than that. And then they're accessed by teachers on tablet e-readers, and then basically all subjects are scripted in New Globe schools. So, and then in a previous study with Michael, we found very large impacts on math and English compared to other local schools. So these schools seem to be doing something right. So this study is going to evaluate the effect of a reduction in the degree of detail provided in these guides. These results are not going to be informative about the value of scripting. If you have questions about that, I think there's a lot of people in the audience who could talk to you about that. One particularly useful item in the literature on structured pedagogy was a systematic review by Ben Piper and co-authors, where they reviewed 33 structured pedagogy programs. I think some of them may have been in TJ's presentation, and found very robust positive effects. And they found that, but they also found that those effects tended to decline with the level of scripting in the guides. So I think this is potentially related to the previous two, very related to the previous two topics. So I'm going to present results from 2 sequential evaluations. The first one took place basically in grade 3. It actually started in the last term of when students were in grade 2 and then carried through for 2 additional terms. There's 3 terms in an academic year in Kenya, so this is about a 1-year evaluation. And then evaluation 2 was, for the first evaluation, modified guides for math instruction, and it started in 2018. And then the second evaluation, modified guides for grade 5 English, it only ran for 2 terms, and it took place after the results from evaluation 1 were known. So the results from evaluation 2 provide us with kind of an out-of-sample test of the results from the first experiment. So here's an example of a status quo guide. This lesson is introducing the number 70. The teacher says, first we will work on today's number. They are then instructed to write some things on the board that they will fill in later. And then the teacher says, pupil, today's number is 70. We will write the number form of the number. I will write the number in words. This number is 70. And then after that, the teacher is told to write the number 70 on the board. So it's providing both a transcript of what's supposed to take place in the classroom and also stage directions to the teacher, right? The teacher then goes on to perform a number of simple arithmetic operations on the number 70. The instructions are very fine-grained and very little, if anything, is left to implication. But you know, I think that while the level of detail seems extreme, I want to note that it's probably not for all audiences. I think there are some audiences for which you would actually want to actually tell them to write the number 70 because that has not been communicated to them directly to avoid any misunderstanding. So the less detailed guides shrunk this from 12 instructions to 5. It communicates the exact same stuff. They're still introducing the number 70 in its word form and then doing the same arithmetic relations to it, but it's giving much higher level instructions. It's kind of an outline of what's supposed to take place in the classroom. Yeah, and it conveys the same material in 5 steps instead of 12. They are side by side. Yeah. So evaluation 2 took a more sophisticated approach reflecting learning. I think we heard a lot about that from yesterday. And then what they did was they adopted a set of stylistic rules and applied those systematically to the guides. At the end of the day, the result was sort of similar in some critical characteristics that I'll emphasize now. So they both resulted in a substantial reduction in the amount of text and the level of details. The less detailed guides read less like a transcript and more as an outline, and the teachers were at least using some discretion in how they were going to phrase things. In the second evaluation, we're able to quantify the impact on text because we have all the guides. And so we find that basically it shrinks them down by about half on all measures. Focusing on the number of words, we're able to actually benchmark these guides to the structured pedagogy interventions that have been evaluated, that were included in Ben Piper's systematic review. Version B, the more detailed guides, are at approximately the 62nd percentile in terms of word count of those structured guides, whereas version B is moving this down to the 52nd percentile. So these are still very much in the center of the distribution in terms of the level of scripting of structured pedagogy interventions. So we're really looking at kind of, even though it is reducing the level of scripting by half, I think this is actually kind of a marginal change in the grand scheme of things. In both cases, we find large positive impacts. At the end of both, we find that the effect is 0.17 standard deviations, although I'll note that evaluation 2 gets this after a full academic year, whereas evaluation 2 does it in 2/3 of a year. A remarkable similarity between the two studies is that we find larger impacts in those classrooms with more students, right? So the orange bar representing the effect on the median classroom finds the effect is basically 0, and we're not able to reject the null hypothesis. In classrooms with 10 more students than the median, in both cases, we estimate very large and highly statistically significant effects. Another remarkable similarity between the two studies is that we see a compression in the within classroom distribution of test scores in larger classrooms, but not in smaller classrooms. So larger classrooms in the comparison group have more dispersion, but less detailed guides appear to bring the larger classrooms closer to the dispersion of those smaller classrooms. So at the risk of oversimplifying things, one way to make this result a little more intuitive is that it seems like reducing the level of detail leads to the class being on the same page, right? Next, before I'm going to present some results on the between classroom variation in test scores. We just saw the within classroom variation in test scores. But before I do so, I'd like to note a simple theoretical prediction. I think this is very much related to what TJ was talking about in his talk. So in a naive model of codification of teaching tasks, telling teachers how to perform a task should reduce the dispersion of how it is performed. So imagine teachers are all left to their own devices to complete a task. That task can be performed in many ways, so there's a distribution of quality in its completion. Where we might measure that quality in terms of the gains in terms of student test scores, right? That the task creates, right? I'm going to term that teacher skill here. And then here the dashed line could represent the quality that could be established through codifying that teachers perform this task in exactly the same way, right? So when we codify that task is performed that way, the idea would be that weak teachers would get better and strong teachers may get worse, right? In this case, I've got, on the left, I've got the level of the quality of the codified instructions as being below the mean of the teacher's ability. So in that case, we would expect that reducing detail, not scripting some of these tasks, would increase test scores. On the right, we have an example where the level of codification would be to the right of the mean of the teacher skill distribution. So we find some evidence for this naive model, but with an important caveat. In the second experiment, dispersion in between classrooms increased, right? From 0.43 standard deviations to 0.55 standard deviations. And we see this large tail on the right of high-performing teachers in the less detailed guide arm, right? So basically, right there, that's similar to the model we just saw, where the high-performing teachers are being held back by having to go through, this specific scripted way of doing this task, right? However, so there's the naive model prediction right there. I forgot I had the animations. But we have this mystery here. In both experiments, the dispersion in between classrooms increased at the bottom, right? So we see this increase in mass of low-performing classrooms. And so that would be a direct contradiction of that naive model. In our paper, we hypothesized that this could be explained by a cognitive load effect that is especially harmful to lower skill teachers, right? So when lower skill teachers, who might tend to be those who are less prepared, are required to read through more details, they might be cognitively taxed in the class. And then there's a large psychology literature that suggests that when we are cognitively taxed, we are worse at communicating with others. We're worse at taking other people's perspective. And so in this case, the idea is that the teacher is becoming a worse communicator because they're being taxed by these overly detailed instructions, right? So, and also this effect could explain the larger effect on in classrooms with many students. There's also a psychology literature that finds that teachers who are in classrooms with a lot of students, or as the audience increases, we become more cognitively taxed. So just to wrap up, there are our results. We also find some positive effects on teacher attendance, which might suggest that there's a positive effect on teacher job satisfaction, but that's very speculative, obviously. Yeah, I think, so I actually had a different version of these slides that's more updated, so I'll actually emphasize that my main takeaway from this intervention, I think, is that education interventions may be improved through careful editing, right? So the work that you have done, maybe, staying up late at night, revising text, like that seems to have some impact, right? It underscores the idea that interventions can be improved over time and as they scale. But I think there's a question of how general are these results. So in this context, less was more, but perhaps more might be more in other contexts. But I think that a little introspection, we might come to the view that probably on average, less is more, right? There's this famous saying, this is written incorrectly, but it's that if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. Some people attribute that to Winston Churchill, but I read it, tells me that it's Blaise Pascal. Yeah, efficient communication requires a lot of effort, right? Especially when we're trying to communicate efficiently, what we're doing is we're asking ourselves, what does our reader need to know, right? And sometimes we're actually, something that we're going to remove, we're not actually sure about that, right? It requires a lot of careful thought. And I think like in organizations, it may be very possible that a manager can easily observe whether or not all of the information that someone needs to know is in that guide. But it might be really hard to observe whether or not it's been communicated efficiently. And so it might be hard to reward workers for this kind of effort. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we've got Daniel Idrisu from the University of Cambridge.
Thank you so much. It appears I'm the last one here. Before I start, I'll tell you a fun fact is that this morning I woke up, my mom called me and said, your sister said it's your birthday. So today is my birthday. Thank you. Another one is that the room is full of early career researchers as well as experienced ones. So in the next 2 years or 3 years, the early career researchers here are going to be the voice of what works. So please talk to us and please talk to the experienced ones and let them tell us what will work, and then we can learn from that. And in the next 6 years, what works up, we'll be back again to tell you what actually is working. Now my presentation is, so briefly, I guess that when we begin to talk about what is working, my conviction is that we are talking about what is working in a context that is perhaps underdeveloped or where there is marginalization or where children are out of school, communities that are poor. At the Real Center, in collaboration with Education Sub-Saharan Africa, in 2017, decided that they need to get African education research in one collection. Why is it the case? Because Africa is well endowed with both human resources. And so what knowledge is being produced there? And where are they? Are we seeing them? Are they visible? And so they created the African Education Research Database with the idea of visibility and accessibility of African research. Now, the reason is that it will help us in research, uptake, and evidence for policy making and development. So the database currently has over 6,000 publications, with at least a publication that contains one Sub-Saharan African-based researcher. So through this database, there was an analysis of where are these publications and what are the level of education are they looking at. So we did analysis and they found out that early childhood education is far behind when it comes to research and evidence. So they started another project to look at early childhood development, which includes early childhood education research and foundational literacy and numeracy. So today, I'm going to focus on early childhood education research and foundational literacy. So we mapped that because of the African context, which I've already given brief information about that, is that the whole conversation that we're talking about is what works. But the question is that where and for whom? Under what circumstances? I think these are terms that we've already heard since yesterday. And why Africa is because oftentimes the knowledge and the ideas that comes there are more likely to be overlooked, will not be part of the conversation when we go to the table. And meanwhile, what works, the idea is it has to be contextually and culturally very relevant. It should be, right? And so the question is that what works and what are the measures and strategies that are supposed or are working for the people of Sub-Saharan Africa? Now, so when we did it, so early childhood education and foundational literacy and numeracy. So we did this research. And if you look at the map, you will find that virtually some countries have 0 publications. So it means that the early ages, which is so important, there are no research, which means there are no evidence. And in those contexts, how do we develop or come up with policies that are evidence-driven? So where are my funders in this room? So researchers, please go to them. And I'm sure that this would push them to give you money to do research in these contexts. Before I go deep into our findings, so this is synthesis, right? So we map these publications and then we synthesize the results to see what is working. Now, it includes both RCTs and non-RCTs. And I'm sure that in this room, when I was coming, I was asking myself, what language will they be speaking? Is it going to be quantitative RCTs, or they will be talking about anthropology, interviews, or what will they be talking about? I haven't been to this set of conference before, so what do I do? Okay, so me and my team at the Real Center and ESSA, so we did the synthesis, and we found out, okay, there are 13 RCTs out of 40 publications. And then we have about 28 non-RCTs. Okay, what do we do? Do we exclude them? Because it appears that everybody is saying RCT is the one that works. No, then let's put them together. They all work, depending on who is looking at it and whose beliefs and whose perspective. So these are some of the findings that in a local context, for which some of the themes that we heard yesterday talked about globally informed but locally led, right? And so locally led in the African context, what is working pedagogically in the classroom is that we have our own culture, we have our own way of doing things. And before formal education, teaching and learning happened. But how did it happen? So traditional pedagogy, play, games, riddles, and the use of cultural materials are very significant in our context. We do not have the materials, perhaps not even the financial resources to purchase those that you have to go to the market. So we rely on our environment. We rely on the materials that we have. Has any one of you been in a class and asked to use, or coming to school, you have to bring sticks to school? They tell you, cut sticks, bring 40 of them, bundle them, and bring it to school. That is what I did. So in the northern Ghana where I grew up, teachers told us to come to school with sticks, and we use those sticks in our numeracy classes. We counted them 1 + 1. These are the materials that we rely on because our parents couldn't afford what would be in the market, right? And these things work because they teach us beyond how to speak English. They teach us beyond how to compete 1 + 1, but they give us also more of moral values, practical life skills. What it does is that it enhances our language skills, our creativity, and our critical thinking. And more so, something that you would all agree with me, where is socio-emotional development in this conference conversation? I haven't heard much on that. It probably just a mention. So what works up? In your next conference, we want to hear more on socio-emotional development because it is important. It is important. It shapes children, their teamwork, their confidence, right? And in our African cultural system, our way of life and teaching helps us in all of these things. Our games, right? Our ampe in Ghana all teaches us all of these things: communication, coordination, teamwork. And these are the things that you want to see in your students in university. We learn them at the early stages. What we also found is that in implementation, in upscaling, you need community in Africa. You need group. South Africans are here, Ubuntu. That is who we are. Now, talking about early childhood education, I have not also heard a lot on parenting. Where is the place of parenting in the development of children, in both literacy, in both numeracy, in both socio-emotional development? Right? So parenting in Africa is very important, and they show that these things are actually very working. And one other thing is mother tongue. We all know. This is not novel. I'm sure we are all aware. It's just a reminder that mother tongue is very key. It allows the children, it gives them confidence. And the literature shows that it enhances their reading readiness and as well as their fluency. Before I talk about what is missing and telling you community is that a man and a woman decided to marry, my parents. They gave birth to me in a community that I'm very lucky. It's a very remote community, right? And they didn't know much about education because they didn't school. But in that community, they had a local policy where if you don't go to school, the chiefs and the communities will come after you. So if you were a child, you couldn't stay home. Your parents will leave for the farm, but you have to go. That is me. I did that. They chased me and I went to school. I went to school in the northern Ghana where Hajia talked about the complementary education. We had to wake up in the morning and go to the farm. If you do that, it means you're likely going to miss school. Then there was a complementary education. Okay, we'll go the one in the afternoon. So Hajia, what you're doing with the team here, Claire, is very good. It's working. I'm a living testimony to that. Now, in all the synthesis and the mapping we've done, the question is, what is missing? Now, Louise yesterday said that gray literature. So part of our work is to map gray literature to inform or to add to what we know in international databases. And we realize that actually there's a lot of evidence that is not published, but have got a lot of impact. Why? Because most sub-Saharan African researchers are more likely to not get their evidence and their research out there. More so institutions, after they have conducted research, whether evaluations or whatever, do not put them out there. Now, where are the evidence? Is it only journals? So we need this literature. Evaluations that people have conducted are not out there. Importantly, not much. And thankfully, Pauline was asking yesterday one of the panels about how gender and inclusion comes into their work. So equity factors are far neglected in the evidence that we have found. And I talked about socio-emotional development. A lot have also been said about ICT and technology. But what we do not know is the evidence of its inclusion, because we are talking about a continent that has, majority of its population living in places where there will not be electricity, where people will not have access to technology and all of that. Its inclusion is a problem. That is what we have found. And also, even where they have access to these things, its sustainability. And more importantly, in implementation times and upscaling, home and cultural factors are things that we realize that are missing. So what do we do? What do we do? What we do is that neglected teams that I've mentioned in relation to gender, disability, need to be included when we are upscaling and implementing some of these things. Then we can talk about meeting inclusion. And also we need funding for Sub-Saharan African-based researchers. And we need a source of data where we can all come together and find these things. Now, a lot have been said about teachers. Teachers in marginalized communities need empowerment. And so let's go back to that. And community leaders need to be engaged. Thank you so much.
TJ, Daniel, come and sit. Come and sit. Super. All right, so usual format. We've got about half an hour. I'll take questions in groups of threes. Hello.
Yeah. Question from
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a question for everyone, every implementer in the room to mull over as you're thinking of your other questions. And that is, what are the takeaways from you? Because I think one of the things that we assume about implementation science, right, is that from the efforts to do more implementation science, there is more direct implication for implementers, right? So that's the kind of question for the room. I sat and enjoyed those presentations thinking, wow, what an arc over 10 years, right? For 10 years, we've had some people in this room coming together every year and have gone from, there's a crisis, some really basic data on we all need to be talking about foundational learning, to hang on some really big and obvious things that we think will work are not working, which was, I have to say, at the time as someone working in policy, was really frustrating to get to that point of, yay, something big is working and then, but it's not. And some sort of, at the 15 minutes, it's always been 15 minutes, right? The last 2 minutes were often, after all the Greek and the algebra, there was always the, and this is why we think it might be. And I think we're now getting to that point of rigorous research on why we think that might be, which is the whole point of the What Works Hub, right? So here we are. There are still many, many questions emerging from, I think, what each of you have given today. But I think we are getting to, going back to my analogy at the start, what do we find when we do look under the hood? We find a lot of stuff, some of the stuff we might have anticipated beforehand, but and as others earlier today have said, some of it we might have done, some of it we might have not. We're looking at some different methods, and I think across the 4 presentations, there were some really different data sources as well as methodologies that I think it might be worth reflecting on and drawing out. And I'm still curious, I think there's a bigger question for me in the room of, why do we look under the hood? You know, yes, you pull out information, implementers want that data, right? But for researchers, and this is a panel of fantastic researchers, what's the incentive to look under the hood if maybe for some of these methodologies there aren't the obvious tenure track positions, journals, conferences other than this one, and so forth. So that's a question that if any of you have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear your kind of personal reflections on. But I will turn and take 3 from the room, starting over here with 1, over here with 2, and at the back with 3.
Hi, Claire England from IDP Foundation. Thank you for the presentations. I know we talked about factors like teacher absenteeism on the impact of implementation, and Guthrie, you talked about the differences between medium and large classroom sizes, but I think the latter was like 25 to 28, and we know that in public schools, those numbers are higher. So I'm wondering from other members of the panel, with factors like classroom size and with school meal availability and fortification, what are the kind of, those kind of circumstances on that, sort of trickle down effect, and how, how do you take that into account?
Emily Gray, FCDO. Daniel, your presentation has excited me greatly. All of us have lives outside what we do professionally, and I'm also a traditional Celtic storyteller. That's my fact for the day. What I think is so interesting from the discussion that has just happened, or the presentations that have just happened, is a lot of what we focus on is what can we get teachers to do with scripting, with lesson plans, and that's really important that they have the scaffolding to support them in the classroom. we seem to have much less discussion about what our teachers bringing to the classroom. And I think a lot of that, as you picked up on, is around the traditional knowledge, around the storytelling, around how are they interacting with their environments in the school, and supporting children to connect with that and therefore better with the lesson. So my question is, I'd be really interested in your views on how we discuss that more, how we bring that more into the conversation and empower teachers by recognizing what they do have rather than what they don't.
There's one at the back.
Thank you. James Erwick, Uwezo, Uganda, I work for. I have a question for Stephen Taylor, which relates a bit to the last speaker's comments. I realized that you were conducting a large field experiment, but there seemed to be some underlying assumptions that disturbed me slightly. I'm wondering whether every teacher, every primary school teacher in South Africa has to teach exactly the same lesson on a Monday morning. Do we have a French style centralization there? Do teachers have any autonomy to plan their own lessons? Is the quality of what they do to be measured by how closely they stick to a prescribed lesson plan format? It's not only from your presentation, but also from some other sources I've seen that I get a bit worried about this. Is there such a thing as teacher autonomy anymore? The last speaker from the panel was saying, that teachers need empowerment. Is this the way to do it? Are we overdoing the measurement of the minutiae of what they do?
Thank you. Daniel, do you want to kick off? And then Stephen, and then others, if you've got reflections on that first question.
Yes. So your question, I think your question should have been for people in the policy space and people in the implementation VVOB and activists or advocates, right? So that, okay, these are things that we think are important, but how do we bring them into the policy and curriculum? It all boils down to policy. It boils down to implementers. But I think that there is hope because in Ghana, in some schools, obviously these things are being used. Storytelling, play, games, and all of that, and cultural materials and things like that. They are being used, but it is about, the question is, how widely are they used and how can we upscale this? So I would leave that to policymakers and implementers in this room, and also those who work closely with government. And Hajia is also here in Ghana, so I'm sure that we begin to think about some of these things.
Stephen, to you, and can I just add a quick one because it's related from the online one. Do teachers use the back-end data as well?
Thank you. Teachers don't use the back-end data. At this stage, we actually haven't really used the back-end data at all. We got it a little bit late from the service provider. And so it's more a question for the future of how can we use it operationally. Like at this stage, I'm the one using it for kind of research purposes to better understand how the program was implemented and the impact of the program. But we haven't really yet exploited possibilities of using it, for instance, for coaches to understand which teachers are implementing, which ones are not. And as I mentioned, I think I'm cautious there as well about how to use it potentially. And then maybe shifting to the question from James. So firstly, you've heard your question as teachers in South Africa in general. This was an experiment in 140 schools, so this isn't the norm across all schools. What is consistent between this and the rest of schools is we're using the official curriculum, The issue is that we're providing daily lesson plans, so we're trying to kind of give expression to that curriculum on a daily basis. But also not being sort of overly heavy-handed in saying like you have to implement this day on this day, or it's more a resource for the teachers. I think we're moving towards a sort of a recommendation coming out of our research that lesson plans can be a resource for teachers, but not necessarily something that as government we want to really sort of enforce the use of it, especially not sort of like on this day. And in fact, I think part of the theory of change of coaching is that coaches can help teachers to kind of like apply it in their context. And so to sort of navigate some of the challenges between maybe falling behind in the curriculum, or if you've lost teaching time, how do you then catch up? How do you make decisions between following today's lesson versus catching up on previous lessons? Some of those things. So no, the intention is not to sort of completely take teachers' autonomy away or to force them into one way of doing things. But I also think that with lesson plans in general, what we've seen in South Africa is there is this concern that perhaps it will narrow teaching practice or take away some autonomy. But in fact, what we see in control schools is a very narrow form of practice, largely teacher-centered, chorusing type of activities. And what we see in the intervention schools through the more qualitative case studies and lesson observations is we actually see a richer repertoire of instructional methods being used by teachers. So we feel like the lesson plans and the training expose teachers to forms of instructional methods which are actually prescribed in the curriculum, but which are not often implemented. And maybe teachers are relying on a very narrow set of practices. So I think the question of, do lesson plans kind of narrow or de-skill teachers, that depends on the status quo of teacher practice. If teacher practice is very differentiated, very sensitive to context in very effective ways, then yes, this could actually narrow teaching practice. But if the status quo is a very narrow sort of practice, then I think this can enrich the practice that we see teachers implementing. Thanks.
TJ and Guthrie, I'm going to ask you to pick up on Claire's question if you've got any thoughts on that sort of contextual one, but also there's a methodological one for each of you. So TJ, on the indices that you've used, can you talk a little bit more about how you create them and how you test the validity of the measures, any lessons or resources that you can recommend for them? And Guthrie, when you tested your naive model, did you measure teacher skill? And if you did, then how? TJ, do you want to jump in?
Sure. So for the question of classroom size, we tested that and didn't find any predictive relationship. I think that I would suspect that that's perhaps particularly related to the structured pedagogy, which is really designed for large classrooms and uses like a spiraled pedagogical curriculum design. I suspected it may have, but we didn't see any significant relationship. On the indices we use, I mean, this was monitoring data that wasn't really like a formal scale. So we just did like a basic, does it hang together as a scale, but nothing particularly intensive. And it was used by the coaches in the classrooms who were observing behavior. So we didn't do a ton of reliability and validity testing for that particular measure. If I may, can I say maybe just like a word about I think Stephen had a bunch of great points about the autonomy and the teacher voice issue. So I gave a plug in my presentation for the benefits of consulting the middle managers, but one of the other Carnegie principles that I didn't mention is consult end users early and often, and that really is teachers. And an example from this earlier versions of this work that we found incredibly valuable was we knew that the teachers weren't using these classroom libraries that we had been providing as part of the intervention. And one of my colleagues went, talked to the teachers, had a couple quick focus groups, and immediately realized they were designed very inappropriately. The books were too difficult. They weren't leveled. They wanted books. They wanted to use them in the classroom. There was a desire for that, but they wanted good books and books that their kids could access and use. So we redesigned the books and redesigned the libraries and embarked upon an improvement journey to that. But just concurrently, one of the major donors canceled the libraries around the same time we were reinvestigating, because they saw the same data that they weren't being used. But if you don't talk to end users to find out why, you'll miss like incredibly important contextual information. So agree fully with that. And maybe just a final point on the autonomy question. Autonomy, I think you said this, Stephen, but autonomy has to come with capacity. So if it's completely proportional to the skill and capacity, and I don't mean that like the potential capacity, obviously that's there, but if we haven't prepared teachers as professionals, the more autonomy we give them, the data suggests that there's a pretty clear correlation across countries. If they're not well prepared, more autonomy leads to lower performance. So this can be, I think, a stopgap measure as we're working towards the longer term goal of really equipping teachers to be the professionals that we need them to be. This doesn't get you to high performance. This can bring up the bottom and bring you to like adequate performance on the journey towards kind of upskilling and professionalizing teachers.
So in answer to the question of if we have direct measures of teacher skill, the answer is unfortunately no. We would love, we've thought a lot about whether we could maybe collect that somehow, but I agree that would be a great thing to include in the study. I'll just follow up also on the question of teacher autonomy and empowerment, because I think it was a point I kind of missed in my talk. So just to extend my 15 minutes here, I think it's kind of a false dichotomy to say that we're either scripting or we're giving people time, to use their autonomy. I think that there's an open question about how much you would script, and as we saw, like, reducing the amount of scripting did seem to have some positive effect on teacher job satisfaction. But I think that what our results suggest is that, in designing these types of things, you have to think about the user experience. I don't think it's the case that teachers don't want help with these types of things. I think, if you looked at French teachers who maybe have total autonomy with what they do in the classroom, I'm sure they're still going on ChatGPT and getting help with their lesson plans. No offense to French teachers. I'm pretty sure that's happening. So I think that, like, the question is, how do we offer that help in a way that it's something that they want, Yeah.
Next round of questions. One over here.
Thanks for the presentations. I think it's a general question, to the panel. You've all gotten and described in different ways the lack of curriculum coverage of some sort, whether it's like more scripting and not getting through all the lessons, or less scripting, or a dosage where you're seeing people not getting through all the lessons, or Stephen, in your case, actually not teaching in December when schools are supposed to be open for another 2 weeks. How do we reconcile that? Like, that's the reality. We've now quantified it, etc. It's not even like the designed and enacted curriculum per se. It's like we are budgeting for a 40-week teaching year. And if in reality people are delivering a 20-week year, or 30-week year, whatever the difference is, how should we be thinking about that in more like practical things that will actually get done?
There's one here, just in the middle here.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to all the presenters. My name is Sophia D'Angelo from education.org. First of all, well, TJ, thank you for bringing Latin America and the Caribbean to the discussion. I'm based in the Dominican Republic, so a little biased, but I appreciate that. You also mentioned the point about fragility, which I think is something that we've kind of overlooked a bit. Issues of security. Daniel, you mentioned social emotional learning, parenting, things that happen outside the classroom, malnutrition, food insecurity, et cetera, that affect learning so much. So I just wonder if any of the panelists have any reflections on that and where that fits into the agenda of implementation, science, evidence, et cetera. Also, real quick point to Daniel, and if we don't have time to discuss this now, I can catch up with you later, but I'm really happy you mentioned gray literature, especially because we know there are already some power dynamics to getting African-based researchers into peer-reviewed articles. I'm wondering, is there any plans to incorporate that gray literature into the database and or appraise it or do some sort of quality control, right? We want to include gray literature, but we can't include everything, right? There has to be some sort of mechanism. Okay, thank you.
And one more here.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentations. They're all very interesting. Daniel, you mentioned the organizing and getting the gray literature out. And this is maybe a question for everyone. How do you think not just about putting information out, but pulling policymakers in? There are a million places they can go for information or for studies, but how do you attract them to say you're the trusted site, you're the site that can make information clear that can be helpful to them? How do you think about that pull? not just the putting out.
Daniel, I'll start with you again because there's two direct ones for you.
Right.
And open up.
So for your question. Lucy is here, Pauline is here. So, so I think there's a discussion. There's a discussion between the SN and Real Center on how we can incorporate the Grey literature into the African Education Research Database. But in the meantime, we have them in an Excel where we're trying to upload them on there, and there will be a link to each of these studies. So, but I think we're trying to have a concrete one going forward. So, and then.
So,
Yeah.
and this is really then questions for all of you. How do you pull policy and policymakers in? How do you grapple with all of the contextual factors that are potentially meaning that kids aren't learning, not just the one that your intervention is focusing on? And yeah, so let's go with those two. And then any reflections on Mpumi's as well? Does anyone want to kick off? Go on, TJ.
I could take the last one first, and I think it's related to a point that Daniel was making about engaging local institutions and local leaders and local scholars. So some of the work that my colleague Nancy and I are working on now is from a USAID-funded project called SHARE, and it involves collaboration with local research institutions in all of the countries where we're working. This, I think, and there's a huge focus on kind of policy uptake, and we're trying to do what we call embedded research translation, which is to bring the policymakers into the process throughout the beginning of the study. We have advisory groups so that they're aware of the study. There's demand for the findings before we ever get there, and there's kind of feedback into voice progress on how things are going. But I just think the fact of engaging high quality researchers robustly in really meaningful collaborative research does a huge bit for like this policy impact section, because they're the people who have the relationships. They have a seat at the table, they have relationships with the ministry. So if we're doing that work well in the way we would want to, I think it's also going to help with the policy impact side. Maybe I'm really interested in Stephen's answer to the question. I'm like, I want to know what's happening on Fridays or like at the end of the week. Like, I want the qualitative research side of what you're doing. Our answer to that dosage question was pretty varied. You know, you had this interesting thing, like with why the teachers were hanging on to the old curriculum. But I'd want to know from the teachers, why are they doing that? Are they feeling, is it a conservative move? Do they not trust the new curriculum? Is it just like a safety thing? So there's like a little change problem or challenge there. There's also just there's some realities here. The teachers are not well paid. The lowest performing school in our sample, there was a great quote in the paper. The regional director happened to visit that school, and he said, this school closed on Thursdays because it was market day. All the teachers were selling stuff for a side income. They just didn't bother to open back up again on Friday. So it's 3 days a week. The dosage is, if you're going to do that as a school, is going to be significant. So there are schools like this in our populations. And at the end of the day, I think what we're doing is school improvement at scale, and we're taking bites out of the apple. If we're not seeing these as organizations and institutions and the complex problems that surround what they're doing, not just how they're implementing our intervention, we're going to have to get there. And I think some of the really important work is going to go more towards school leadership, more towards institutional vitality. On the fragility question, really fast, I'll just say that a question that I'm finding myself thinking at this conference is, how do we scale with government in failed state circumstances? I don't think you can. That's why we didn't. The Haitian government really wasn't. We didn't think it would be possible, and it's even less possible today. What do we do in those kind of circumstances to meet the needs of children? Because the scaling imperative is still there, but the primary vehicle that's been the conversation of this conference isn't really available. And that's a big challenge. And we're going to have to face that eventually. We can go after the low-hanging fruit in a lot of countries, but eventually we're going to have to get to these really tough states.
On the second point you raised, I think and it relates to Mpumi's question, there's a question for me is where we're asking why and finding out here some of the why implementation sort of details matter, but there's also a why question. So you're not looking under the hood, you're looking at the car to begin with. Like, there's 20 weeks a year, that market day is Thursday. Why do we end up with textbooks that are so overly complicated to start with? Why do we end up with teaching training programs that are 2 weeks in the middle of term time? Like, isn't that one of the head bashing questions about this whole thing? We've got a couple of minutes left. Daniel and then Guthrie, do you have 1 minute of final reflections on the big questions? Sorry, Stephen, sorry.
All right, yeah, some tough questions. So on Mpumi's question about, I guess, the low curriculum coverage, what does it mean? I think what we're seeing in our backend data is consistent with the anecdotal information about time gets lost on a Friday, or the last two weeks of term are like taken up with assessments or marking, things like this. Term 4 is really preparing for exams, and especially the secondary school leaving exams. So there are these anecdotal stories, and I guess it is consistent, maybe alarmingly so, just in terms of like how dramatic the drop-off is. But I still think we need to investigate this a bit more. I feel like I still have kind of enough interpretation questions here. You know, is it maybe that teachers are kind of learning early in the week, term and year, and then sort of like relying less on the lesson plans and more on their acquired knowledge of the routines and of the methods? There could be things like that, but so need to investigate that more in terms of what to do about it. Maybe there's a question about like accountability in education systems and those kinds of quite hard to address issues. But I also think that part of what coaching makes quite effective and some of these structured learning programs is that there is a kind of a monitoring of like, are you implementing the curriculum? But it's done in a low stakes way. So it's kind of motivational, intrinsic motivation. The coach is not like an external person coming with punitive consequences. So I think that is one way of kind of just prompting more curriculum coverage. But it really is, yeah, it raises some quite hard questions, I think.
Okay, we've got another 7 years, I think. So we've got.
Yeah, I can keep it short. I mean, I don't think I could enumerate all of the reasons, but I do think that there probably is that there are just it is challenging to monitor whether or not people are doing this, you know, designing a textbook in an efficient way, and covering material in an efficient way. I think it's probably in a lot of cases, whoever's making the curriculum or the textbook or whatever is rewarded for the quantity of stuff that's in there, whether or not they hit absolutely everything that anyone could ever think of. And no one is going through and saying like, well, but maybe that thing actually wouldn't have been very important, you know, or maybe we could afford to skip that and focus on something else. Yeah.
Any questions for next year? So thank you, everyone. And we're closed.
Sorry. So this time it's really important. So actually it connects very much to something that Daniel said during his talk about funding and opportunities, including early career researchers, those based in the Global South. We had a session for people to mingle with donors. We've collected together groups of donors. And so if you would like to explore opportunities, there will be stations put together where you will find representatives from innovation funders, from DIV and FEED, philanthropies from Yakut's Foundation and Prevail, and from bilateral/multilaterals, including FCDO, USAID, and the World Bank. So that is being held in seminars room 3 and 4. So you need to go through the forum and out the back towards the seminars. Lunch and drinks will be in there. So don't hang out in the forum. Go straight through the donor session and meet with all the donors who are there to tell you all about the opportunities. Thank you. And we're back today. It's a little bit different. We're back at 2, not 2:15, but we'll make sure you come.
will be quite odd. You mean 45 and then 30? Very much indeed, Claire. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all back. We have an hour and a quarter, and we're going to split it into 40 minutes or so of responses from our four panelists, whom I will introduce in a minute, and then we will have a 30-minute Q&A towards the end. So a few introductory comments just to frame what we're going to do. I'm the head of Girls' Education Department at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office here in the UK. We know that research and evidence are only useful if they inform and change the way decision-making is taken on policies and delivery for governments, for donors, for CSOs, for researchers themselves. And it cannot be used exclusively by those not actually running countries. Otherwise, it doesn't really land where it needs to. And I think we know that for long-term system change, governments will need to accept and own the data, evidence, and recommendations. And we will all have seen instances where good research is actually rejected by those governments because it comes from another country and assumptions have been made about its transferability, or it's too at odds with the current cultural or political imperatives at work within that country. So I would say never ignore the politics. And we heard this morning about globally informed but locally led, and I think we probably need to shift nearer to locally informed and locally led, but that is a journey we're on. It can also be as simple as just not providing evidence in an accessible or easily digestible format for government stakeholders. I'm sure we've all seen that happen. They're busy people. So what we're looking at this afternoon is the ecosystem of evidence for governments to maximize uptake and buy-in. We've got four fabulous panelists here whom I'm going to introduce, and I expect many of you know them already. To my left here, we have Pauline Rose, who is Professor of International Education at the University of Cambridge, where she is the Director of the Research for Equitable Access and Learning Centre in the Faculty of Education. Next to Pauline, we have Dia Jingran, who is the founder and executive director at the Language and Learning Foundation. And this is a non-profit focused on improving student foundational learning at scale. Thank you for joining us. Beyond Dia, we've got Armando Ali, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the PAL Network, where he provides overall leadership, a sense of collective ownership, and belonging within that network, ensuring sustained growth, health, and impact. And then finally, we have Maruf Saeed, who is the President and CEO of the Centre for Economic Research in Pakistan, with over 25 years of entrepreneurship, investment, and leadership experience. If they want to say anything more about what they've been doing, obviously they can do that once they've got started. We're going to have 2 rounds of questions for them. They have prepped their questions. They're going to stick strictly to time, so we have no concerns on that front. I'm going to turn to Pauline first. Could you share a specific example of a time when you saw governments use evidence and what you learned from that?
Great, thank you. I think this is a sort of question that's thread through the conference and is really important for all the work that we're doing. There are a few different examples I could think of that we've been working with the Girls' Education Challenge, the work that we've been doing with Rise Ethiopia, but the one I'm going to focus on is on CamFed. I'm not sure if Catherine is in the room here, Oh, we got two people from CAMFED. So they can speak more about what CAMFED does than I'm Campaign for Female Education, for those that don't know. CAMFED works in a number of countries in sub-Saharan Africa, supporting girls' education. I mean, it does far more than that, so I'm just giving a very brief within my 5-minute summary. And what I'm going to focus on is their Learner Guide program, which is a peer mentor program where girls and young women who have graduated from the support that they were provided by CAMFED through bursaries, through the pedagogical support within schools, which benefits both girls and boys, and they have graduated from the program, and then they become peer mentors themselves and provide support to girls who are now in school with life skill support and other things. Now, this program, I think the sort of lessons from this is, first of all, CAMFED works very directly with government from the very outset of designing the program. It's not that CAMFED says, okay, here's what we want to do, now you adopt it. It's got ideas of things that have worked in other related contexts that might not work in Tanzania, for example, that did work in Zimbabwe, but very much a dialogue from that outset. And also importantly, for somebody like me, is engaging with research and evidence from the very outset, not thinking, oh, down the road, actually, it would be quite nice to have a study on this. From the very outset, thinking about what we want to learn and sort of seeing that as part of the journey. So that complementarity of the engagement with government and the rigorous evidence throughout has been really important. So from quite an early stage, and this work has been funded by FCDO and many other funders as well, private foundations and so on, it's found that from these impact evaluations, there have been found to be positive results. And these positive results have been both for girls as well as for boys. So based on those positive results and that evidence that has been very much engaged with government, has then more recently been a discussion, I mean, not it's been ongoing discussion, but more recently actually activating it, of saying about the uptake and scaling up of the program through government. So saying CAMFED's taking a step back. CAMFED doesn't need to exist necessarily for this program to continue, and perhaps shouldn't exist. And what happened at this stage was that there was a process of government, CAMFED, and us in the Real Centre, together with researchers in the University of Dar es Salaam, coming together and having a process for this scaling up, a process which included research and evidence, that included governments observing the program and us sort of observing the government observing the program and documenting all of this process. And a dialogue that was also enriched through the research and evidence process of what the government felt it could adopt, couldn't adopt, why not, how it needed to change. And this then has enabled and facilitated a very constructive approach to sort of uptake and scaling up, and I think has been really effective. So there's both the sort of what one would see as the more quantitative impact of evidence, but also the more process evaluation research side of the evidence. So just a couple of lessons from this, which I think we all know, and I think came up yesterday in some of the discussions, the absolute need for alignment from the outset. We were all aligned in the importance of really strengthening opportunities for girls in secondary school, and these are CAMFED works through the government secondary schools and really supporting them, but supporting the wider education ecosystem at the same time. Really important about the relationship building and trust. That takes time. There will be disagreements, but if you have that relationship and you have that trust, you can have those disagreements and you can come to a way that you can find a convergence and you can openly air those disagreements or those challenges that you're facing. And the third one is about patience. As researchers, we're often wanting to just get on and collect data and get the outcomes, but actually, people in government are extremely busy. There's a need to sort of speak and to be respectful of time and also of really engaging and thinking and internalizing the sort of issues that they face and that are real for them. So those are my 3 takeaways.
Thank you very much indeed, Pauline. Moving on to Dear, I know that you work closely with governments in your work to encourage the use of evidence. Can you talk us through a little bit about what you've seen work and then particularly what hasn't worked?
Right, thank you. The first point that I want to make about evidence uptake in the education ecosystem, especially the government, is that good, really useful evidence in Indian context is scant. And most evidence is today being generated in the form of impact evaluations, which is sort of end of the program cycle. They just say, focus mainly on attributing impact to a program and say difference in difference, 2.5 times the original target. What often is missing is what, therefore, is to learn from there. And however, there are recent trends in India about evaluations, including teaching and learning processes, mentoring support, and teacher perceptions, etc., which is a good trend. And impact bond lifted, which was presented on the 24th, actually includes system strengthening indicators. So there's more about what's happening in the system rather than at the end coming up with a final result. One of the big needs in India is research around implementation and governance, because that's where the biggest problems are, and there's not enough of that. Second point I want to make is that governments often do not seem to engage with evidence, as you mentioned. And I was speaking with Professor Sonali Nag of the University of Oxford yesterday, and she said, if you open a conversation with government by presenting evidence, there's straight away an alienation, and that's her experience. And I attribute this to several reasons. One, I think typically governments often look at, can we get evidence for something we already want to do? And we've sort of decided, and let's get people to provide evidence for that. The Indian education ecosystem is very relational. More than hard evidence, what is valued is there a buzz? Are teachers talking about it? Administrators, what's coming from the field? Are unions happy with it? And we are big beneficiaries of this. We did a development impact bond 2019 to 22, and before the results could come in, the government decided to scale it because they felt there's good vibes around it. So that's the kind of thing that happens. Also, the Indian education system, as the government system in general, is hierarchical. And it is often the top bureaucracy, the senior leadership that takes a lot of the decisions. I kind of know it. I was from that breed, then I moved away. Let me say, very opinionated. I can say I was not that type. I mean, you don't know, so maybe so that's there. But basically, therefore, for example, there was a senior leader just last week who's saying to me, you guys are too worried about pedagogy and how children learn. What's most important is that all children should come to school regularly and all teachers should come and teach. And the rest is not important. I mean, there is a view there, but then that's how, if there are strong opinions, you don't find that, evidence is, and as Judith mentioned, the last point is this, that often evidence from outside the country or even from another state, the standard response is our context is different. And then you can argue, but then you're already on the back foot. And the last point I want to make is that evidence that nonprofit CSOs present is often unintelligible. Again, I think you alluded to that. We present 100 columns in the evaluation results and box plots, and it's important to demystify, use simpler language, and even go for local languages. I want to end on a slightly positive note. There is a silver lining. And I think there are two things. One, that CSOs are using a lot of evidence from across the world. In India, there are networks of CSOs. For early learning, there are 2 networks. We're using a lot of evidence. Progressive funders, for example, do a lot of learning exchange programs where evidence from across the world is being used. And we are sort of taking positions based on that. And the last one is that a lot of data is being generated within the government ecosystem through classroom observations and formative student assessments, which is owned by the government. It's not being used yet, but I think there's great potential because there's ownership of that data, and there's great potential to use that for evidence-based decision-making.
Thank you very much indeed. Moving on to Armando, I'm going to ask you a similar question. I said I was going to do Maruf next, but let's just stay this order. Is that okay, Maruf? Yeah. So you also work with governments, and we're going to look at the same issues to encourage evidence use. What works? What hasn't worked in your experience?
Thank you. 20 years ago, Brookman here and her peers, they created a very simple tool to assess literacy and numeracy, just to see if children can read and do basic math. And she mobilized a group of people in India, and they went to from household to household, just to see if children could read a very simple grade 2 story. That process then was taken over in many other countries in South Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, in what we are calling now a movement of citizen-led assessment people. That is the organization that I represent, and I wanted to give this story just to make my points much more clear. So it started as a process to find out if children can read, maybe to encourage some actions at the local level, but it rapidly became a tool of social accountability and interaction with governments. And the question that we were asking at the time, which we are asking today, 20 years later, is very simple. Are our children learning? And evidence from those processes run in different countries were showing that many children were going to school, but they were not learning. So you can imagine that we were in the early 2000s, where everyone were focused on building more schools, getting more teachers trained, and getting more children into the schools. And these people here, they started asking, but are they learning? So 2 years ago, I met a senior official from the Ministry of Education in Kenya. And when I was introducing myself, what the PAL network is, and I explained what we do, and she said, oh, you are from those people from Uwezo. I said, yes. And she said, these people. When they launched their first report in 2010, we had a crisis meeting in the Ministry of Education. Because suddenly, a group of people are coming here to call us to tell us that children are going to school and they are not learning. No one was ready to hear that. And we had a crisis meeting in the Ministry of Education in Kenya. So after very heavy discussions, we had a list of 20 questions to ask those people in the next day. And someone within the meeting said, but what if they are right? What if what they are saying is correct? So we decided silently to also do a similar survey to see if what they are saying is correct. And that's how, from that survey, that's how we started maybe thinking about the CBC that we have today. That was something that came from the insiders, how they started also looking for other ways to figure out if what we are saying is true or not. It's not written anywhere. Maybe we will not find it written anywhere, but we are happy to see that the movement started there, and the idea of also looking to other lens to see the situation was also encouraged. So from our collective experience at PAL Network, I think there are 3 or 4 things that we did to somehow influence governments to listen to evidence. One was to be persistent, to continuously producing evidence and publishing. Persistence seems to be very easy, but sometimes requires also some level of courage. 2 was to keep the message very simple. The way we communicate our findings should be understandable, not just for the government, but for the population as well. Anyone should be able to understand what we are saying. The third one was also to use very simple tools that can easily be administered by anyone, and it can easily also help one to see what are the results saying. And 4th, I think Rukmini mentioned yesterday when she was talking about interventions, that one should go to a teaching process for at least 3 weeks to to be able to run learning camps. So engaging government officials and asking them to come with us and going to the field for them also to assess children using those tools was very eye-opening. We call it do-it-yourself strategy. So those are the issues that I think were helpful for us.
Thank you very much indeed. Admirably keeping to time, everybody. Maru, sorry for turning the order around. What role do you think external partners to government can most usefully play in building a more robust ecosystem around evidence use?
So first of all, thank you for having me. It's been really exciting, and especially exciting to see the sun this morning. I like to think of the role that external partners can have in three distinct ways. One is really, Tahir talked about yesterday, we always take a systems view. So mapping the ecosystem is really, really key because a lot of times there are overlapping mandates in government departments. There's a lot of work or initiatives that are happening in silos. And sometimes, one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. So these actors across the system, but also their frictions, their incentives, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, some more. But and then the second part is to really thinking around being an honest broker. So as I said, there are a lot of overlapping mandates, and in the Pakistani context, given the 18th Amendment of the Constitution, education is a provincial matter, right? But a lot of international aid comes through the federal government. So there is a lot of coordination failures that emerge between the federal government and the provincial government. So being an honest broker is a very important role that an external partner can play in ensuring that this work in silos, completely disconnected from one another, can actually inform things across the system. And one of the points that my colleagues made was around, I call it post-belief rationalization, right? You want to do something, and then you just basically rationalize it. So I think the third very important role that external partners can play is offering complementary services. So in SERV's case, we have 6 units. We have about 400 people across these 6 units now over the last few years. And one of them is research. But the other aspects that we engage with the government are complementary. So an example would be our program around building capacity to use research evidence. Here we have, over the last 10 years, trained about 5,000 to 6,000 bureaucrats in the system. And oftentimes when these transfers happen, a new secretary will say, oh, I took BCure, 10 years ago or 8 years ago. And that instantly establishes a sense of relationship, a sense of trust. And this BCure program has been, around for a long time. So it's a very, very well-recognized entity within the Pakistan Administrative Services. And the other 2 pieces that I'll include are analytics, right? So a lot of, this is not a research intervention. This is more about supporting the government in a technical advisory capacity to really push that thinking that data is not your enemy, right? And the third, the last one is really, we have embedded people in the Ministry of Planning and Development, where we're really pushing this thinking around, evaluation ex ante rather than ex post. One of my colleagues said that it's after the fact that you're doing this kind of learning. So really pushing this through across not just the Ministry of Education, but rather across the system.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you can all hear me. I seem to have been remiked. Shout if you can't. That's great. We've set the scene there. We've got some good evidence. We've got some specificity around different countries, different governance, different ways of working. We'll come back to Pauline now. How do you think an implementation science approach can facilitate government use of evidence, therefore? And in particular, this may not come as a surprise, from a gender and social inclusion perspective.
Yeah, and on reflection from the sort of framing for that question, I'm going to actually start at the end of that question and start with a gender and social inclusion perspective, because I've been reflecting a lot over the last 2 days and listening to the presentations. Some of you will have heard I asked a question to the first panel about what those that have got programs as part of what WorkFab are doing in relation to gender and social inclusion. And I think we've collectively probably got a lot more to learn and to think about in terms of how we bring implementation science research together with a gender and social inclusion perspective. So there's probably work going on here of thinking about implementation science research, and there's work going on here about gender and social inclusion, and I'm not sure we're seeing them coming together sufficiently at the moment. I should say, position myself, I have a bit of a responsibility on this, as I'm the Gender and Social Inclusion Advisor of the What Works Hub Global Education. So I feel like I'm sort of in the firing line, if that's the right term. I'm doing this work together with my colleague here, Dr. Lara Niaz, who has been helping and thinking through some of these issues. So we were thinking, I mean, it may be sort of seem like this is obvious, but I thought it might be worth just starting by saying, what do we mean by a gender and social inclusion perspective? Is this obvious to us all or not? Because I think often we're thinking about it in terms of maybe disaggregating data, or maybe thinking, oh, we've got this disaggregated data, now let's see what the outcomes are. But taking a step back from that, I think it's actually really a lot more than that. So we were looking, and there's a very helpful how-to note from FCDO on gender and social inclusion, which includes a definition that's taken from elsewhere. So I'm going to just read it, and they've got a slightly different terminology, but gender equality, disability, and social inclusion is a concept that examines unequal power relations between different social groups. The approach focuses on the need for action to rebalance these power relations and ensure equal rights, opportunities, and respect for all individuals, regardless of their social identity. Now, I feel we probably haven't been hearing enough about power imbalances and rebalancing power imbalances. There was a little bit of discussion in the last session about power relations in relation to teachers, which I thought was really refreshing to hear, and putting the sort of giving teachers more of a voice and so on, but I don't feel that we've been hearing enough about this more generally, whether this is, and when we're talking about this, by the way, I know we often think about girls versus boys, but again, it needs to go far beyond that. It needs to look at intersecting disadvantages and forms of potential identity, gender, wealth, race, disability, geography, language. It's going to vary according to different contexts. We've also been reviewing the evidence. We've still got more way to go, so we'd welcome if anyone's got evidence on implementation science that does include a gender and social inclusion lens, please do send it our way. We started by looking at what Works Hub has been collating more generally on implementation science, and reviewed, in relation to education, reviewed that it's almost absent, other than maybe a little bit of disaggregated data. So in a sense, this is an opportunity for the What Works Hub. It's something that we can be seeing as groundbreaking. We can do things differently, but it does need us to also think about things differently. There is more in health, and it might be partly, to be honest, this term implementation science being taken from health. So there's probably a lot more work. So the CAMFED example I gave earlier, perhaps that would be implementation science, but we haven't been using the term. And there's probably a lot more examples like that. So maybe we just need to sort of broaden the net a bit of what we're including. Isn't necessarily tagged with that term as it currently stands. I'm just going to end. There's a World Health Organization framework for health work, recognizing that they also weren't doing much on gender and social inclusion. They've developed a framework, and we've adapted this, and it's a framework that others will have seen elsewhere, and it relates to some work that Manaza had also been doing with FCDO that we adapted. And I'm going to provide the sort of scoring, and I'm going to leave you to think about where you think your work fits, whether you're an implementer, whether you're a researcher, and how you can move from one point on the scale to higher on the scale. So -1, I don't think anyone in this room is on -1, but let me just put it out there, that gender and social inclusion is about unequal research implementation, that it reinforces and potentially exacerbates gender and social inclusion inequality. A 0 is if you've just totally admitted it, ignores gender and social inclusion within the design of the work, within the conceptualization, processes, and outcomes. So it's just omitting even thinking about it. Global and social inclusion aware, so you're aware of it. You might be disaggregating your data. You might be collecting data, be sort of aware and you want to collect data on maybe disaggregated by sex. We heard some on disability yesterday, and at least aware of the importance of that. So that's a 1, you'd score a 1 for that. A 2, you're gonna get, if you're gender sensitive, you're recognizing it in the design and you take actions, but perhaps without actually thinking about changing power dynamics. And then 3, if you've scored a 3, you're getting there, gender transformative, where your gender and social inclusion approach is central to your design, and that you aim to explicitly transform harmful gender and social inclusion norms, and you foster progressive power relationships. So I'll leave it there, and I won't ask you all to say where you think you fit, but happy to have discussions about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Provocative. I hope you're scoring yourselves generously as well as harshly. Dear, let's move on. You have mentioned in the past a large volume of monitoring data that gets generated from classroom observations by government staff in India specifically. We know it happens in other countries. What's the potential for its use for evidence-based follow-up to improve learning and teaching processes?
Right. So I think there is a lot of potential because this data is owned by the government. It's collected by their own people, unlike the wariness about data that's coming from, evidence that's coming from other countries or other places. But as I love to begin with challenges up front, I think too much data is collected. In one state in India, I was saying the other day, 5 million data points are generated every month. And then, of course, the quality is an issue. And for several reasons. The focus is on filling in the app and for that data to be then uploaded. There's also an expectation of improvement, a sort of secular trend of improvement in teaching and learning processes and student learning. And these messages in the government sometimes become, though they are implicit, but they become very explicit. And then, of course, data and evidence starts to happen that way. And the use of evidence for governance purposes, it's happening at scale in India. So blocks and districts, which are units of educational administration, being told that, you are at so-and-so rank and, you've got to improve. So a little bit of naming and shaming there. And the end result is that in one state, almost all the districts are sitting at 90% of, let's say, an indicator like the use of teacher guide, and where do you go from there? So those are the challenges that's implicit in the way data is being collected. But I think, as I said at the beginning, there's huge potential. And I'll give you just 2 examples of how we are trying to work with governments for this. One is use in interaction with teachers in reflection meetings and school visits to be able to say that higher order comprehension questions of the why and how type are not being asked, whether it's an oral language class or it's during or after reading. And there is data to support that. And a conversation really happens then. Or that most of the reading class was choral repetition. Really, children weren't reading. I mean, we've also tried to use video evidence to show how when a teacher is reading out and expecting children to be reading with her, children's fingers are in very different places while the teacher assumes that they're actually reading with her. So, of course, such videos have to be used carefully, should not be finger pointing, but more as an exercise to point out that things are not happening the way they should. So I think the evidence at that level is really, really valuable. The second way in which we are promoting the use of data and evidence is through the block and district level review meetings that happen. Typically, they're highly administrative in nature. They discuss administrative stuff, establishment matters, but trying to include teaching and learning outcomes there. What is helping is to be able to prioritize that huge data set and say that, let's look at 5 things that we could be changing, or you could be changing, or teachers need to work on, or the teacher mentors you should focus on for the next few months. Identify that, and let's all discuss this data. What is this data showing? And that focuses the discussion onto those few items rather than that huge data set that is available. this becomes a standard agenda item in every administrative meeting. It's a fixed item that must happen each time. And what's supporting this is visually appealing dashboards that can point out a limited set of indicators and where the real problem is to help move decision making. So we see huge potential. It's not happening fully yet, but I think this the classroom observation data, the formative student assessment data has huge potential to be moving the needle on improving teaching and learning.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, dear. We're going to go back to Armando now. You suggested you'd like to speak about how we incentivize governments to adopt evidence-based decisions. Interesting idea.
Mm-hmm. I wish I knew.
Put it out there.
But yeah, it is I think one of the biggest challenges that we have nowadays is incentivizing governments to adopt evidence and to use evidence. I don't know, I don't have answers, but maybe there are two things that we could explore. Most of us, we work with teachers, with head teachers, with technocrats, but those people, they are accountable to politicians. And politicians, in a normal world, they are accountable to citizens. I don't know if that is the world where we are, but ideally, they listen to what people want. So I have been asking myself, are there ways of making this a movement of demanding quality education to become a people's movement, like a demand that's coming from people, in a way that politicians can reflect that maybe this is what our people want? Is there a way of getting there, of every 5 years, whenever they are there to renew their seats, should this issue be something that they worry about in a way that can decide if they continue or not? I think that can be a good incentive to make the chain from the implementers to policymakers complete, for all of us to be accountable about the importance of quality education and to recognize that it's not only for us, it's for our future generations. We have the responsibility of leaving this world in good hands as well. The second idea, I think it was also raised yesterday here, maybe there's a way of bringing more of those government officials in these discussions and to start building trust together, building trust in a way that we are saying here that evidence will only help you to make the best choices, even the best use of your resources. Is there a way of start building that movement together and getting more government officials also in this space? And this is not just about building awareness about importance of evidence. It's also about connections, building trust and building networks through which tomorrow is easier to talk with other people about issues that we have discussed and agreed together. Maybe, just maybe.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting you to have all the answers. And then finally, going back to Maruf, what approaches could work in navigating the political economy of implementation and in embedding a foundational learning program?
Yeah, I think building on Armando's point around incentive alignment, right? I mean, there's a lot of action bias and reductionist thinking in the government, right? And I like to call it the uncle syndrome. How many social gatherings have you gone to, or government meetings even, where somebody starts saying that I know what the real problem of blah, blah country is? And so I think there is a lot of that. And I think when incentive alignment, I like to sort of think of it in two specific ways. One is to meet people where they're at, rather than expecting them to meet you where you're at. I think that's very crucial. Because when we lead with evidence, sometimes our expectations are that they will, understand what I'm saying, which is, usually a bad expectation to have. And then instilling a shared purpose. I think in our case, when TIP started to really get embedded in the government, this was right after COVID. And I think there was a general sense for learning losses and instilling that shared purpose that primary students are behind grade level, right? And there was some urgency right after COVID, but to really continue that, in fact, these kids are behind grade level and what can we do together to bring them back? The second part is really, the question of sustainable scalability and really deepening the work within the government department that you're working with, but also across different departments. And given the fact that we have a lot of transfers, typical tenure of a bureaucrat in Pakistan at the secretary level is 2 years, right? And by the time you've made them understand why evidence matters, they're ready for another post, right? And in fact, in one of the cases, the KP Secretary of Education was transferred during vacation. So, I can only sympathize. And I think, a lot of times researchers don't fully internalize bureaucratic or political constraints. I think that's something that we can do better. But embedding and deepening it with, data people at Ministry of Education, not just the secretary, the additional secretary, the joint secretary, just deepening it at multiple layers and maintaining that level of contact is crucial. And then across the system, because you never know, the planning secretary may become the education secretary. So at least in my view, that is very, very important to have. And the third, data is political and failure is costly, right? So these, bureaucrats, a lot of times, I think almost evaluation is a dirty word because it says that I'm going to judge you. Hey, you're back in kindergarten, somebody is giving you a star or something. But, so we have to, we say that evaluation is really about learning, but I think a lot of times it's not viewed as such. And so to reframe it as an exercise, as a joint exercise of exploration, and yes, you're not going to have this perfect policy design in the first go, but rather an exploration to get to that, definition of success that we want. In our case, TIP has really, this remedial program, remedial education. There's a lot of demand across the system. We have NGOs like TCF coming to us. There's, the government. We just recently transferred the workbooks and a lot of material to the government, the education department. And then, of course, even edtech platforms like Talimabad, who want to take our material, and especially the tech tool has, created a lot of buzz. But, really across the system, seeing this demand. But of course, we have concerns around implementation fidelity. So having a structure, a modality that somehow, let's call it managed implementation or something of that sort. But this sort of complementary relationship between researchers and the implementation side.
It's great. We are bang on time. I feel like I've done my job. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to throw it open to the floor now to anybody who would like to ask questions about any of these issues. I'll take, as is customary, 2 or 3 questions. If we've got them, we'll start over there with the gentleman with his hand up. Thank you. Halfway up on the left. Yeah, you.
Hi, my name is Dan Wagner from the University of Pennsylvania. It's a terrific panel. Thank you very much for the diverse perspectives on these issues. I know that actually, I think everyone mentioned issues around equity or learning equity and FLN. And yet I'm reminded, I think, for those of you here yesterday, of Luis Benveniste's presentation saying in spite of all the work and all the World Bank work, we're still at around 70% percent learning poverty in low-income countries. And that leads us, I guess my question is, this is a panel around implementation science and government perspectives. And I think it's probably true that every government, you can correct me if I'm wrong, has part of its mission statement to help everybody and to focus on the poor. And yet, the results, in spite of all of the efforts of everybody in this room and in lots of other rooms, are really lacking. And I'm wondering if the What Works Hub needs to set as part of its agenda the issue of equity as a central feature, because you don't have to look at those issues. I think Armando put it rather well. Everybody really spoke to this. But I'm wondering if, we can get attracted by issues of scale. Governments are also interested in issues of scale. But scale sometimes works against issues of focusing on those who are most in need. And I wonder if any of the panelists would like to comment on that dimension of the future of the hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Other questions? Thank you, gentleman there in the hat.
Thanks for the discussion. One of the things that we have seen and heard, and you mentioned about the hierarchy and power dynamics within existing government systems. And we're also aware that a lot of work that is done in the governments is by the middle tier system. It's not at the secretary level, but it's at the middle tier systems where the work actually gets done. And so, the former minister also yesterday coined this term inertia, and so what is this inertia that we are talking about at the middle level, which is actually going to, move the needle?
Thank you very much. And one more. Oh, it's all the boys. Oh, forgive me. I'll go with you and then we'll come back to Rukmini afterwards and the lady at the back, but we'll do these first three first.
Thanks. A quick one. Wayne Sandholz from Nova University in Lisbon. I take very much the point that ultimately governments are responsive to citizens, or at least that's how we hope it should be. Are you aware of evidence that voters react when learning quality increases? If not, do you believe that that's true? And what would you think it would take to produce that kind of evidence? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So we've got one on equity. We've got about government incentives. We've got one about the middle level inertia, and then one about how voters actually react. I'm going to start with Dear, because you indicated you want to speak first. Go for it.
So equity is a big issue, but I think the one point I want to say where we can start is large-scale assessments are happening in the entire system in India, baselines, midlines, the governments do them, others do them. But they're always about mean scores and are they improving? So I think a good starting point is that these assessments look at the trajectory of children who are in the lowest quartile, let's say, and how are they doing? That would be a good starting point for everyone for a call for action and alerts that, there is a problem there, even if overall mean scores are improving. So just that one point. On the middle layer, I think there are several issues, but one of them is this, that the middle tier does not feel accountable for bringing about a change in the classrooms. That is an expectation, but somewhere they're stuck in the middle about, are they doing work for the administrators? Are they really instructional leaders or not? And that change in their span of control of 30 schools, let's say, or 30 teachers, is something that is an expectation from them, has not been established. So they would go around and visit schools, do their duty, collect data, fill it up, but not take that responsibility that why is something not happening, and then decide to prioritize a few things and do that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Pauline next.
Thank you. I'm going to partly just follow up on the point that you made at the beginning about starting with looking at the lowest quartile, which I think is absolutely essential. But I think we need to also go beyond that to also look at who is it that's in this lowest quartile, why are they there, and what needs to be done to accelerate their progress so that they catch up. Because I think a lot of the discussion, and we had a lot of this debate on RISE as well, was about, okay, if we improve learning for those in general, everybody will increase. But I think we've got enough evidence to know that's not the case. So I think we really need to be pushing ourselves beyond that. A second point, I think, in relation to Dan's question is that, and what's something that we're going to be looking at as part of the work that we're doing with What Works Hub, is we know that there's potentially a trade-off between reaching the most marginalized. This is based on work that some of us in the room here have been doing also for the Girls' Education Challenge. We know it costs more. We know that it's challenging to do. And there can sometimes be a trade-off between that and saying we're going to go at scale, because we're going to go at scale, but we're still going to potentially miss that 10 to 20%. So we have to make decisions, and there's sort of moral decisions, there's different types of decisions that we need to make about where we're putting our resources. So the minister might be able to, if you go for the scale, be able to announce, we've reached millions more children. That's wonderful. That's a great political statement to make. But if we're going for reaching the most marginalized, we're not necessarily going to be able to say those big numbers. So how do we get that balance right? My third point is that obviously, and we all know this, and it links to a point that was made earlier around the political economy. We know, as somebody was saying, there's obviously a huge amount of learning poverty still, as Lewis was pointing out, and that some countries and areas are going back. So I'm just going to make one plug. We've just literally finished a report on education in Gaza in the context of the current war, and it's just devastating. So I'd invite you all to read our report, and very happy to share it.
Thank you very much indeed. Maruf, and then Amanda? Yeah.
So, I think the question around inertia and the voter response and quality of education, I'll address both of them. In my experience, it's not just inertia, but rather, if you look at the career of a bureaucrat, it goes from mixed exuberance to complete disillusionment. So I think there's a lot of people in the government, and as I was saying, I think we don't always appreciate the bureaucratic constraints or political constraints. I sometimes sympathize with their situation, and I think sometimes it's a fragmented state, right, with diffuse power and things like that. So I think in terms of inertia, it's sometimes well-meaning, but needs to be directed, right? And that's where I think the role of evidence is really important. In our case, I mean, there was a lot of, there was a big problem, COVID, learning losses, what do I do, right? But there was also embedding it into the government's own priorities, which were around foundational student learning objectives. So just giving them a path that you're at point A and you want to get to point B, there's no guarantee that we'll get to point B, but at least getting that vector right. And in terms of voter response, I think we have started to look at some work where making it salient to political actors on one end, that Pakistan just recently, the Planning Commission actually released a report that ranked districts and tehsils on the basis of quality of education, right? So does the politician respond to it? Does that, can you make it salient? So we have some work going on in Punjab in that. And in terms of then flipping it around and looking at voters and saying that, you care about a lot of other things around infrastructure and whatnot, but where does quality of education rank in terms of, preferences? So I don't have an answer to it right now, but maybe at the next conference.
And I would just add, in Pakistan, I think Tabadlab is trying to enter the importance of education into that national discourse. I may be out of date, but they've been trying to do it for a while in terms of saying you as parents should care about how much your children are learning, and that should influence the way you use your vote in order to have some of that accountability back up the chain, whether they can then influence MPs to think, I should be held accountable for this, is a conundrum in any country, I would suggest. We're going to go back to Rukmini and then to the lady at the back. I can only see, oh, there we go. Yes, right at the back afterwards. Thank you.
I think a lot of the evidence ecosystems that we've talked about here, and maybe Pauline, you hinted at it, has to do with, schooling or learning kind of data. But the cost and the finance data sometimes is very critical, because unless you get allocated for it, you can't do it. So I was just wondering if, including you, Judith, I know you're a moderator, but you should give us your comments as well on how do different departments, for example, often on data, finance people have a different view, or planning people have a different view than the line departments. And as decision makers about allocating money, where does sort of cost evidence or cost data on ecosystems play a role?
That's a very helpful question. And it's the lady in the very back row with her hand up. Thank you.
Thanks. This is Lucy Heady from ESSA. My question is first for Pauline, but I'd be interested to hear from the rest of the panel. Pauline, I was so amazed what you were saying about how little data there is in the implementation research on gender and kind of disaggregation and understanding. And I was so surprised because there's been so much emphasis on gender and raising the profile of gender in research, not least by FCDO and many of the researchers in this room. And so I'd love your reflections on why.
Thank you. Oh, we've got two more over here. Could you take the lady just behind you, right there? Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Is there another?
Hi, this question's for Pauline. I'm Barbara Bruns from Center for Global Development and Georgetown. And, I think the evidence shows that there's not only been tremendous progress in getting girls access to schooling, but now there's increasing evidence that girls are doing much better in school than boys. Achieving more years of education, outscoring them on academic tests. So how does a center like yours, respond to this kind of shifting gender agenda?
Let's take the fourth one here, and then we will come back to you. Yeah, I've got you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Akshay Mangla, teacher at University of Oxford. My question is about the role of teachers' unions. Because when we talk about evidence ecosystem, bureaucracy becomes central, but then the actual evidence is often geared towards changing something about teachers' work conditions. And so I'm wondering to what extent they factor in. They're often seen as a problem, but have you found examples in your own work, anyone on the panel, where they could be part of the solution?
Great. I'm going to come to Pauline first because she's going to deal with two of them. I promise I will say something about cost effectiveness data, my favorite subject at the moment, and then I'll bring the others in and we can try and answer all the questions. Please, Pauline.
Thanks. I think the two questions are a little bit related. So maybe I'll start with Barbara's. I think, and it relates. So I think there is a lot of research more generally that disaggregates data. I think the point was more on the implementation science research and what's labeled at that at the moment. And totally agree, Barbara, that there has been a lot of progress, and that's great. I think there's a couple of things. One is that when we're looking at gender, we're obviously looking at both girls and boys. If there are situations where boys are disadvantaged, we should still be looking at that and understanding the processes that's happening in. But when we're looking at power relations, I do wonder whether those power relations are necessarily in favor of the girls, even if they're learning more. We know that the transitions from school to work still often disadvantage girls, and that is often related to power relations, whether that's within the household, within the community, and what the schools are themselves doing to change that. So there's an awful lot, I think, there still from a gender perspective that needs to be done. And I think that's why it's so important to go beyond just the disaggregation of the data and understanding those whys and hows, as has also been said. I think in terms of Lucy's question, I think it relates a little bit actually to Daniel's presentation on the last panel, that the work that we're doing with Education Sub-Saharan Africa, that's looking at the work that researchers in Africa are doing. Again, we were quite struck about how there needs to be more research more generally that does look at issues around inequality. There is a bit more that looks at gender than there are on other forms of inequality, but there's still far more that needs to be done. And that's sort of beyond looking more specifically the implementation science research. I think when we're talking about the implementation science research, it's partly because of this labeling of work that comes under that heading and that is getting tagged with it. But there might be more out there once we dig more deeply. But the concern is that a lot of the work that is within that, at best, is disaggregating the data. Thank you. Here, are you nodding? Go for it.
So I'd like to respond to the cost-effective one. Of course, you will have the last word.
No, not at all.
On cost, we work with several state governments on promoting the inclusion of children's home languages for initial early learning. And one of the things that's always said is that this is going to be high cost. We've worked with a particular state, several states, but this one, where in 8 languages, a bilingual instruction program has been introduced in almost half of the state. And the additional cost was 1% of the state's annual budget, which they took out of the printing budget where they used to print materials that were of no use in those classrooms because children didn't understand those languages. So it was fairly easy to sort of substitute that. On the issue of most marginalized children, I think it's more complex because it is about beliefs and attitudes as well, about whether these children can learn, what is their home background, etc., and requires more dialogue, reflection, consultation. More than the cost, I think it is how do we work with the system on this, and more intensive professional learning communities of teachers who are more oriented towards this. There has been success in that, but not at great scale. But I think that's work that needs to be done. Costing, yes, there will be some additional requirements, but it is very important too.
Armando.
Maybe I can go back to the question of voters before also commenting on the issue about teacher unions. I haven't seen really voters reacting to issues around quality of education or quality of learning. And I haven't even seen in many of the countries where we are represented that discussion even come into the campaigns. I think the campaigns are still dominated by inputs to the system, more teachers and more classrooms, more textbooks available, and less of learning outcomes. But what I have seen is a group of villagers, after receiving the reports of the learning outcomes in that village, start questioning about what is happening and deciding to sit with the school and the school principals to see what they can do to solve the problem. What I also have seen is in some of those places where we implement catch-up programs, a teacher who said it was too much work for him to do remediation. And we had a few facilitators, and I was part of them. We have been working with the children from that teacher specifically. And after 2 months, the results of the midterm assessment came. The children were improving, and he said, I will join in the next phase. What I have seen also is Anastasia, a 12 years girl in grade 4, who was unable to read not even words in grade 4. After 3 weeks of intervention, we finished a class where we were building words from syllables. And she, for the first time, she put together the word tomato, and she said, oh, elite matiele ni jahuani, meaning, is this the tomato that we usually use? Oh. This is how it, he said, yes, this is the tomato. And that day when we finished, she said, teacher, can we stay after the class for me to learn more words? Those are the changes that evidence can show. And I think if we manage to take them to the level of policies and policy influence, maybe someone will also feel that change can happen. Now, back to the issue of teacher unions, I think teacher unions, at least in the places where we work, are some of the people who are interested in the results of learning outcomes, because they are very interested also to justify why children are not learning. If you ask many teachers, they will always say that it's related with the condition that they have. They look forward to see this evidence to demand for better qualities of inputs to the system as well.
Thank you. Maruf.
Yeah, I wanted to just add one point on gender. And Judith, you mentioned that there's been a lot of campaigns in terms of, sort of public discourse around education. And I think a lot of times, I mean, we're talking about evidence inputs into government and, but there is actually a lot of need for sharing and interventions of evidence towards media or advocacy firms, because what happened in the public discourse, the focus is so much on out of school children that it dominates. And rather than talking about what's happening in Pakistan around gender, it's fascinating. I mean, Tahir alluded to it, that we're seeing 4x learning outcomes. I mean, we've been studying, especially in Punjab, the LEAPS program has been tracking these kids for 20 plus years. And we're seeing this massive learning outcomes for women, girls as opposed to boys. Now, that doesn't say that's true for all of Pakistan, right? I mean, in Punjab, a typical village has 7 to 8 low-cost private schools, has government schools, and all sorts of stuff. But in Sindh or Balochistan, it's very different. So there's a lot of regional heterogeneity. But at times, very superficial things get captured in the media, and that becomes the public discourse. So I feel that we really need to not only show evidence around learning outcomes for girls, but also really interventions of evidence towards media and journalists.
Thank you. And I'm just going to say a word on cost effectiveness, and then I'll come back to you. And I've got a couple of online questions, so that will then be that. Cost effectiveness data and analysis are becoming increasingly important for our ministers, certainly in FCDO, and indeed the top of the bureaucratic shop, so to speak. We know ODA is falling short. That's one problem. But there's also a sense that there has been huge investment in education, and the question as to whether we've seen sufficient progress for the investment. We have to know what works and how much different interventions through different channels, multilateral, CSOs, UN agencies, other implementers, cost, because ministers want that analysis in order to take decisions with a limited amount of funding. And the World Bank put out that, well, we know this $97 billion annual shortfall up to SDG 4. 61% of that is reckoned to have to come from governments themselves, not our government, governments funding their own education systems, 36% households, you know what that entails, and only 3% comes from external funding. So that 3% has to deliver a real multiplier effect for it to have the level of impact that we want it to have. But as we know, you buy shoes from M&S and you buy shoes from, I don't know, some fancy schmancy Bond Street store. It depends how many times you wear them, whether you like them, whether you get complimented on them, how long they last, whether it actually provides cost effectiveness. So being told that something costs $10, therefore is good value for money, is actually a waste of time, isn't it? Because that doesn't really tell us anything. And this multidimensional exclusion is where we're focused much more now in terms of how do you add the value from an equity and equality angle for those children that are girls in a rural area with a disability. Maybe they've ended up there because they're displaced due to conflict or climate change. Maybe they live in a family where child marriage is actually a good economic decision. And if you can overcome all of that, that is a very different prospect. But how do you put the cost value onto that? So we're doing an enormous amount of work, and we would welcome all contributions for how we decide with our ODA, how we influence the Global Partnership for Education, UNICEF, Education Cannot Work in Crises, in terms of where do we derive the best return from a moral angle, forgive me, from a human capacity angle. I know some people don't like that, but that's where we need to be building the evidence base in order that our ministers will really listen and take the best informed decisions. Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Seher. I'm the Strategic Education Advisor for M&E and research at VVOB in the South Africa office. So my question is going to link pretty much all the presentations that we've seen over the last few days that we've heard, and as well as the panel discussion. So my question really is, what does a systems approach mean or look like in the fostering of a symbiotic relationship between research, monitoring and evaluation to inform pre-design, design, implementation, impact and scaling, so that learning across the value chain of data becomes usable and meaningful for the different stakeholders? And I say this because I work in the nexus of policy, research, cost-effective studies, as well as M&E, and I see that different points in an implementation cycle, in a funding cycle, becomes relevant to different people. So how...
catch all of that? Yeah.
Use Armando's words, I don't have all the answers.
Let's give them a go at it. Thank you very much. What a great question. But I've also got two online, and it would be unfair to ignore them. There's a question for Dear. As researchers, we look at evidence generation as a process to expand the menu of policy choices available for the decision maker. Is that reflective of how policy decisions are made? And then another question from somebody who's either in Pakistan or is here, but listening in from Pakistan possibly. How do we deal with the perception sometimes found in government that studies and research take too much time and it's more important to just go ahead and act? So 3 questions that you can all have a go at. Who would like to start? Maruf, good, thank you.
So I think definitely, I mean, we have to recognize that this research cycle and policy cycle can be very different, right? And as I was saying earlier as well, there is definitely a tendency for action, whether that action is well thought out or employs evidence. Those are secondary considerations sometimes. But I think that's why I was talking about complementary services, right? It's not always that researchers, and it really goes down to, researchers also have those certain incentives that prevent them from, really engaging in the policy cycle always, right? And so I think having a set of complementary services is really important to be able to, and I think this addresses the other question as well, which is that the government has many, many needs, right? On one side, the Planning Commission or the Ministry of Planning might be looking for, monitoring and evaluation systems and strengthening those that cut across, a vast range of projects. But also, really thinking about the policy cycle. I think we learned that through the COVID experience and working on education and health intersectionality that, we just didn't have the time to say, oh, I'll get to this answer in 5 years, right? So I think responding in different ways and having those engagement points is really important.
Thank you very much. The clock's there, so we'll just have to work with it. Dear, I'm going to come to you next because you had a specific question.
Right. So I think it is important to engage at the policy level. There, I think there's greater openness to learning from what's happening around the world, let's say. And when I say policy, let's say I'm talking about when a national policy is made or the national curriculum framework is prepared, there's greater understanding. And it's our duty to be able to put a lot of choices and options there. But often policy is broad. For example, the national education policy in India says children's home languages should be used in a formal way at the foundational stage. After that really is, what are the options? You've got 1,000 languages. What is exactly to be done? And that is where, at the level of states and regions, that if you can come up with options of what might work based on local context and local situations and suggest strategies for operationalizing that broad policy, that's where I think the options become very important and there's good uptake on that.
Thank you. Pauline?
Yep, just very quickly on the 2 questions. I'll take the one first on the taking too much time. I think that's a really important point, and I was also thinking of COVID. As researchers, we somehow all managed to be able to get things out quickly to policymakers. Why can't we still do it? And I put the onus partly on the researchers. I would also put it on the policymakers and the funders, because also there's a lot more agility about getting funding to the researcher to allow us to do things quickly. And I'm not sure why we've all now gone back to our old ways of working, unfortunately. So how can we actually learn from that agility that we had all round? I'm not going to try and answer all of your question, but all I would say is that gender and social inclusion needs to be thought of at every point in that process. Design of implementation and the research, the process of it, the outcomes of it, the feedback loop, and so on. So that's my input into it.
Excellent. 28 seconds. No pressure.
Thank you. Maruf and Pauline have responded to questions that I wanted to respond, but I will use my 30 seconds to also leave another homework. I had I'm leaving homework here. So my homework is around communication and making sense of all these numbers and evidence we produce. Could we come with very simple explanation to politicians or teachers or whoever about standard deviation next conference? Thank you.
And he's left me with 21 seconds. You stopped it? Okay, that's very nice of you. SDG 4 is about lifelong learning, isn't it? And I think the more we can encourage, I'm not going to try and sum up, you're all smart people, you'll have taken from this what you needed to, but if we can encourage that culture of openness without fear from data that maybe doesn't suit what we want it to deliver, or evidence that doesn't reinforce what our optimism biases or our set ideas are about, I think we can help enormously with this power imbalance. Who's got positional power? Who doesn't want to be challenged about changing policies, about changing systems of delivery? We're all here to learn. Nobody's saying, I've got all the answers, listen to me. And I think just opening things out with governments so that that ecosystem is open to learning from people who are trying to help after all. If the evidence and research are rigorous enough, we need people to be open to that offer. Thank you very much indeed to all my panelists. Thank you to everybody for the questions. It was an enjoyable hour and a quarter. Thank you.
I'm going to hand straight over to Mike.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully this is working. I think it's working. So this is last but certainly not least. As we know, funders have a critical role to play in implementation science, getting evidence used, getting the right evidence produced, shaping a lot of the incentives. Now, obviously, keeping in mind that governments are kind of the main drivers of the change that we're after, but funders have a critical role to play. So today we're going to hear from a bunch of folks from different hats who have different funding perspectives, from bilaterals, multilaterals, foundations, and so we'll hear from them. So the first question, and we'll have actually a lot of time for Q&A. The first question is, what are concrete mechanisms your organization, either currently or past, or maybe an organization you hold dear, but you can pick from those, your organization has used to facilitate evidence uptake, and can you give us some specific examples? So Heta, we'll start with you.
Oh, all right. You were, Christine made me scooch over. I guess we weren't going to go in order. So my name's Hethel Tukral. I'm the Evidence and Learning Division Lead in the Center for Education at USAID. And I just want to make a reflection, because that's part of my answer. I think we've talked a lot about the unit of analysis here today as the interventions. And I think one thing to highlight with USAID's approach, it's really the unit of analysis that we're thinking of are the people. I think all of the work here, right, the center at the end of the day is that interaction between the teacher and the student. And how do we influence that in all the different ways? So one thing that I would, I'll maybe start with my homework also for the What Works Hub, is potentially thinking of what works for whom as the hub. A lot of what we focus on is around inclusion, children with disabilities, right? So I would really encourage all the researchers to think of how do we unpack and disaggregate the data so that we know that this is working, but not just for some children. So for some concrete things that we're working on is, I'll bucket in three things. So what is the evidence for, or who is the evidence for, right? Who are the decision makers we're trying to influence? And I know we have Rebecca and Tomas and Amy in the room. They are our team doing the Decode activity, which is intended to really understand who are the users, how do they engage with evidence, what are the preparedness and skills and capacity they need, so that whatever evidence comes in front of them, that they're able to really engage with it and answer the questions that they have. Another area is just really around meta standards. So how do we have a common taxonomy for all the evidence and the research, so that when it goes out there, it's not different depending on who has funded it and who has provided it or done it. Evidence translation is a real job. I think that's another thing we really want to focus on, is we ask data people to talk policy, and we ask policy people to talk data. And there's a real job in the middle that I think we really just need to make concrete and say it has real skills and it needs its own support, so that they can be those interlocutors and really support all the decision makers. The second bucket is, who is the evidence of? So that's where I really want to emphasize, like, there's a lot of focus on evidence for children who are deaf, children who have disabilities of all kinds. Inclusion, we've committed to the universal design for learning for all of our materials, abiding by the universal design for learning by 2026. So how do we do that? And sometimes that's at odds with having, with demonstrating that it's effective kind of on the average. And the last bucket is what evidence actually matters. So we do consider a range of outcomes, learning outcomes, social emotional learning, motivation, capacity, strengthening. So how do we make sure all of those are outcomes that we can actually make sure that the interventions and the activities do support?
Great, thank you. Christine.
Okay, terrific, thanks. I have two examples I want to share, one from my time at USAID
and then another from the time leading global research and evidence for Room to Read, which is a very large international nonprofit working in literacy and girls' education. And I think from USAID, one of the processes we went through is early in the days when we were investing in a lot of impact evaluations and a lot of evidence and increasing that investment, but we still had kind of questions about how do we think about the strength of that evidence, how do we think about the strength of those findings and use them in our designs. And one of the things we moved through was, and actually using at that time some initial DFID guidance and collaborating with BE Squared to come up with kind of like an assessing strength of evidence, rubric, right? So how do we think about this beyond just the RCTs and well-powered RCTs and all of that? And so one of the things that came out of that, though, was a very participatory exercise. It was long, messy, painful. It took a lot of people's time, but a very participatory exercise to actually go through and actually use those rubrics and assess the strength of that evidence. But through that process, right, you're actually engaging with the findings in a deeper way than you would if you're like sitting and kind of, we still had our communities of practice and our presentations on findings and things like that. But like finding entry points for consumers, or people who are supposed to be understanding the findings and taking it up, to engage from different lenses and understand it a bit better, I think really worked for us. And there were dozens and dozens of people involved in that process. And not only did it help us understand kind of the quality and the nature of the evidence we were funding, but I think it also really helped people internalize the findings. And then just a second related to the work you guys are doing from an implementing partner perspective, one of the best experiences that we had at Room to Read, like large portfolio working over 20 countries, 9 country offices with M&E, my global team, a lot of implementing data, very thoughtful and a lot of investments in data and evaluations, but getting a grant, we got a Science of Teaching grant to look at assessment-informed instruction. And we had been implementing an assessment-informed instruction model, like census-based student assessments and teacher adaptations and coaching, right? That kind of like whole process for about 8 years in thousands and thousands of schools. And we had good implementation monitoring data on it. We looked at like coaching frequency and we looked at what the student learning data was saying. But that Science of Teaching grant, and it wasn't called that, but it was an implementation research grant, right? Allowed us to, as an organization, to say, okay, we had funding, we had time, we had accountability for research reports, which helps. Allowed us to look systematically at all of that implementation monitoring data in a different way. And then we added data, right? We went and did data collection with our field teams and stuff. And it was just such a profound experience of both using data we already had in ways we hadn't, but also engaging our teams and then feeding back to like the global design. So the IR is just a shout out to this, right, like process and the structure of funding research that's not necessarily the programs you're funding, but helping, So that to me was a good example of evidence uptake.
Great, thank you. Nathaniel.
Thanks. So, I think the thing that I wanted just to start with is, so I'm I head up the What Works Research Department in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, is that we've sort of deliberately set a mission and a goal around the uptake of research. So the UK as a whole is a large funder of R&D. In FCDO, we've made an explicit decision to if you like, for our measure of success to be uptake of R&D. Now, that sounds easy, but actually it's quite a specific choice because there's lots of other ends of R&D, particularly funded in other bits of UK government, that don't take that approach, which is also really important, which is just to fund early stage science for science sake. And if you look at a lot of the progress in human development, it has come at that end. And so in a sense, we've sort of picked the harder end, but being clear that that's a measure of success drives everything else. So some of those things are quite difficult. I'm sure lots of people in this room have been a victim of our constant request to demonstrate examples of impact. And all of the practical things like our annual reviews, which seem quite bureaucratic and painful, but they all lead back to that mission, which is that we are here to fund R&D only if it contributes to poverty reduction in all of the sectors that we work in. So I think that setting that mission and goal up front is important. I want to talk a little bit about internally in FCDO. I think, we do invest a lot in evidence generation. I just think increasingly there's just not enough focus on the kind of policy and uptake side, and I mean that internally within FCDO and in the partner governments that we try to work with, who want evidence from us. And so I just wanted to say a little bit about that end. It's not because I don't think I think the generation bit's critical and it's a clearly foundational block. I just think we're much better at it. Collectively, I mean, people working on this. So I think on the uptake side, I think it's about incentives. And internally, we have tried to put a lot of incentives in. So that is around, you can't have a business case approved unless it has evidence in it. You can't get funding unless you're able to demonstrate the evidence of what you're proposing. But, I think if we're honest, we've all seen business cases where the evidence that is used to confirm a prior position. And I think where we need to move to next is thinking through much greater transparency globally in policy and practice. So I actually think we hold researchers in some senses to more account for getting their research used than we do on the policy side. And I just think that's the wrong way around. Yeah.
Thank you. Linda.
Yeah, hi, I'm Linda Jones. I lead the UNICEF education research based in our Innocenti office in Florence. I'm based there. Very few of the team are based there. Most of them are out in the countries where the research is actually happening. I think if I look at UNICEF and the way we operate, we are heavily decentralized. The decisions of the work we do with governments and the work plans that get agreed for each year are done at country level. And many of you may have country level teams who have engaged in those discussions and negotiations on what will happen. The beauty of those offices having existed there a long time reflects some of the conversations that happened yesterday and today on the need for trust between the right people in the room, and also the understanding of what else is going on and how things fit in with the larger situation. So quite a lot of our research is driven by key moments that is known to be coming up, whether that be a new education sector plan, or whether that be a new grant that will be applied for a particular education learning improvement program, or a GPE grant. So for instance, many of you will have heard of the Data Must Speak, which is a positive deviance approach in research. I love it. I absolutely love reading the reports, which are so positive, and they work very well as well with our government partners and other partners. So when you find out what's working in schools, naturally, without big programs, it starts from the administrative data. Then governments can make decisions on things that they can focus on and do a bit better with these new grants that might be coming in. So for instance, in one country, one of the behaviors that was happening was teachers would more regularly check in on the children's understanding of what was being taught in the classroom. That was happening more regularly. And then when it came to what we call the stage 4, where people look around and go, okay, what are the enablers for that to happen? It was realized that there wasn't much guidance given to teachers on formative assessments. So a very simple decision on better tools and support for teachers on formative assessments in the classrooms was one of the things that came out of that. It's quite simple, not a huge thing to invest in, but from our positive deviance, one of the factors on better learning happening in the classroom. I have to say as well, because of the relationships, similar with the Ed Labs, it does mean that we're building right from the beginning. The Ministry of Education, the local education actors are involved not only in the design of the research or the approval of the research, but at every stage of the research. And that matters as well, you know, that how you go about it, what your questions, who is asking the questions and why. These are all things that when the researchers group together and have discussions on what's going on where, these are the types of discussions they have on what's really working.
Thank you. Danica.
Great. Hi everyone. So I'm Danica Dymowska, Chief Knowledge Officer at the Jacobs Foundation. So let me start by saying that something that maybe will sound very strange for a research funder. We've been around for 30 years and we have been funding kind of foundational research on how children learn. Many of you have come up to me and asked about the fellowship. That's what the foundation's known for, kind of funding mid-career researchers who are interested in learning about how children learn. So we have this interdisciplinary fellowship with lots of people, some of whom are not here because they're in a very different type of discipline, like neuroscientists and behavioral geneticists and all kinds of people like that. So that's where we came from. That's our kind of genesis. That's the beginning of the foundation's reason for existing. However, we've kind of questioned that reason over the last few years of, is that really where we need to be in terms of the full portfolio of work that we do? And the answer is no. That's one part, similar to what Nathaniel was saying. That's one part of the puzzle. And we've started to work more at the country level, starting with Cote d'Ivoire, now Ghana, Switzerland, and Colombia. And the idea there is that what we want to do is to build the knowledge at a global level about how children learn and get to the uptake, which is happening at the country level. So what we're funding there is the ed labs. This is the big bet, these education evidence labs that are what we see them as the clearinghouse of evidence. So all the research that we saw and heard about today, in an ideal world, that would be the clearinghouse at the country level that makes sense of it all. So we're trying to defragment at a country level how research actually happens. So it's a pretty ambitious set of things that we're trying to do. But the one thing I wanted to emphasize to answer your question, Noam, is that I think what we're trying to flip to is the script. We keep talking about evidence-based policy. I think what we want to do is policy-based evidence. Because these entities, the ed labs, are political entities. And that, to me, did not come out very clearly. We're talking about political things, not evidence institutes or, the purity of research is one thing. Informing how policy happens and the messiness of that is another. We all know that. So what we're trying to do is understand the process of how policy happens too. So the global, the ed lab, but then what we're attempting to do as well is understand the messiness of how that translation, what you call the uptake piece, happens. And I think that's where we need to complete that last mile. It feels like that's a piece that we have not yet tackled as a community. I mean, we're not the only ones that are looking at this. But how do we get to that last mile? Not just uptake, yes, got it, that research got taken up and policy happened. But as a science at uptake, that's missing still. Yeah.
It's clear everyone wants us to move out of that efficacy bubble and into these other bubbles. So that point is loud and clear, I think, from all of the panelists and the various mechanisms to do that. And I think another thing that's come through clearly, I think sometimes we think about evidence as kind of a single slice, sort of like a study, but I think all the panelists have spoken to processes, kind of evidence processes and investing in that. And I've kind of taken to embracing the stock market as an analogy, for better or worse, where it's kind of moving up and down and up and down. And if you ever took one slice, it would be quite misleading. And you kind of have to embrace the downs. But as long as the trend goes up, you're okay. Maybe, I don't know if people like that analogy or not, but I've been using that. Yes, yeah, exactly. Hopefully it doesn't crash, exactly. But I think we're hearing a lot about evidence processes and systems to support that. Okay, so one more question for me, and then we'll open up to the audience. What type of evidence have you seen be taken up most? And if you can give us specific examples. Maybe we'll go in reverse order. So Danica, starting with you.
I found the question to be really difficult, to be honest with you, because I don't know if we necessarily have a really good collective answer to that. And that's what I mean by that last mile of what kind of evidence get taken up. The honest answer is that not good. Not good evidence gets taken up. And the reason for that, I say, is that if you look at how governments make decisions, and I'm talking about all governments because we work in high resource settings as well, it's very anecdotal. It's very, what I heard my, colleague say, or my cousin, or my nephew, or whoever, it's that, that is still the norm of what kind of evidence informs policy. So I'm not dodging your question. I think I'm just recognizing the reality of the kinds of things that happen and how decisions are made. What I would say with the ideal kind of evidence would be is the efficacy plus thing that you're talking about, with a much more well-designed, systematic process of building off of a global knowledge base rather than individual studies, whether RCTs or not. And that's missing as well. So I couldn't answer your question of what kind of evidence gets taken up, because I haven't yet seen that systematic process of embedding happen in a very well organized way. So that's the question and the challenge to all of you, is how do we move beyond the individual studies to the collective knowledge base and to that being taken up in a systematic way.
Linda?
Yeah, I think building on that, I should fess up, most of my career has been at country level as a practitioner, working with ministries of education, government, with UNICEF, but also in ministries of education directly on the program side, implementing. And it's really true. There's pressure to deliver, pressure to be better, and governments will move fast as they possibly can. And if the best evidence isn't helping them move forward effectively in their minds or in the public mind, it could possibly be completely ignored. So it's not necessarily about what evidence. It is, again, about who are the people who make the difference for the best evidence to be taken up? Are they in the room? Are they part of the discussion? Is the Minister of Finance understanding what the investment in this could have on the economy in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time? Is the District Education Officer understanding exactly what this will mean for them? Do they see it as more work? Has effort been put in to actually do things to really take the stress away from teachers? Change is scary. We have in this country alone massive reforms where we've lost teacher workforce. So all of those things, you just need pushback from a very large part of the education community for things not to work. So I don't think it's about what the evidence is. I think it goes back to the process, how well you're looking at who the people are that need to be in the conversation.
Nathaniel? Yeah, so disappointing, I'm going to agree. I mean, I was trying to find some way of disagreeing just to make the panel a bit more live. But I think, yeah, look, the evidence that gets taken up most is the evidence that supports the chosen course of action that's already underway. I think it's just there's lots of evidence to support the idea that it's much harder to change someone's mind than it is to support them. I do think though that doesn't mean that we're all lost, right? And anyway, I think I would agree that really the question is about how do we get decision making to be more transparent. I mean, it's just not the case that it would be a desirable outcome for all policy to be solely based on evidence, because then you wouldn't need elections and democracies. You could just make all the decisions based on evidence. It is the case that, in my view, it's better that elected officials make those choices, but they should be required to say how they've made those choices and say whether they've ignored evidence or not. And so I think that should be the goal rather than the uptake of a particular piece of evidence or not. And that's what I mean about the transparency of the process and the transparency of the policy process being being the important goal. But I would say, I think, I don't know how many governance experts are in the room, but really this is like the classic governance problem, right? It's like, how do you make decisions? How do you reform institutions? I'm not sure we draw enough on that kind of thinking and working politically. When I've seen it work really well, I think the smart buys is a great example, right? So the smart buys in Kenya was a nice alignment of the Kenyan government saying we've got a large education expenditure. We would like some support and help in thinking through reform. We're up for reform. And the smart buys being available at the right time to be able to help identify in a way that I think was very clear, specific, digestible for policymakers. The last thing I'll just say is that's a bit of a plug for the What Works Hub, but I think is how we kind of wire some of the hard incentives into programming, which are about money. So I think, where I think you have joint research funding and joint policy money, which, in a sort of boring technical way, is like two different budgets and can't be spent on the same thing. But if they've both got a top line goal, which is about improving learning outcomes, it's a great way of getting that evidence taken up because it's already part of a policy process.
Thank you, Christine.
Yeah, I think I want to go back to Donica's original point. When you kind of look at the patterns, what seems to happen most of the time, at least from the experience I've had working at the country level and the policy level, is that it does feel quite kind of random and a little episodic. But I would like to add to that it's also what's making the rounds, right? We all know what we're talking about. Like, right, you have these cycles of kind of, I call it like what's trending on, in the education sector, almost like trending on Twitter, right? You go through these cycles of what's kind of like the in vogue or the thing that everybody's speaking about makes it into the World Bank country, review decks and the What Works Hub, stuff and the GEEP report and all of that. So I think that has an outsized presence, ends up having an outside because it's usually kind of concise and clear and simple and high level enough that people can kind of understand what it is. And so I think that has an enormous amount of influence, whether it should or not. I think that to go back to some of these points as well, when I think evidence that is meaningful and important to that policy does get taken up, it is a combination of timing, right? And some of that's luck. I have a specific example on that. I was working on a project and I was leading the research for a national level early grade reading program, and we wanted to do an instructional time study. And we're kind of like, we're working on a research agenda definitions and things like that with the different parts of the ministry and not really getting anywhere on any agenda items and kind of focus for the research investments. And so I, did this beautiful 20 slide deck on this instructional study purpose and design and what it would look like, what it could tell them. And we had a meeting. The bank had just been there to do a sector review the week before, and they brought the SDI data, right, that the bank did in terms of regional instructional time loss in general. And the minister had seen that, the DG had seen that. And so I sit down and he opens the first slide and sees instructional time. And the bank has just told him the week before, we have a crisis in instructional time. And so I'm like ready to like, okay, let me tell you about the design and like rationale. He's like, done, we're good, we're go. It's just like, so it underscored to me like the timing, the luck, and of course there is some coherence in the messages, globally. I'm not saying it's always a bad thing. Instructional time is an issue, right? It's a good thing that it's making the rounds. But I do think it's that. I also think the evidence that actually facilitates uptake is very tailored, right? And that there's trust around it. So you go through processes beyond just like study reference groups, beyond design workshops where, you get the ministry people in the field, they're piloting an observation instrument, you're having preliminary findings workshops and not just like kind of ultimate recommendation workshops. But it takes like time, and there's so few projects that have the flexibility and the funding and the continuity, right, to do that. So I think there's some structural issues there, but that's where I've seen it work well, where there's evidence that's very tailored and that's really appropriate to be taken up. But, yeah.
I think the evidence that gets taken up is the evidence that the person has in that moment. We did an evidence use study, and what we found is the word evidence is also not collectively understood in one way. Data, qualitative, quantitative. I went to a site visit. Here's what I saw. This person told me this is what they think. I'm going to write it into my design. So when we ask about evidence, they're using evidence. It's just we don't have a collective and shared definition of what that is. And I don't think the point is to correct anyone or to change it, but to say there's different kinds of evidence, and depending on the stakes at hand, the decision, your choice of evidence should be appropriate. So what I think part of the solutioning here is coming up with that common understanding, but also not discounting that all this other experiential tacit knowledge does very much have a place. And a lot of times, that's actually where you might need to start, right? You're going to find a common place with someone who is like a minister or a DG saying, I just went to a school and this is what I saw. Great. Yes, let's start there. That is real knowledge. That is evidence. And now how do I walk with you to these other pieces of evidence that can maybe point us in a different direction? So I think really just whatever people have at time, and I think the timeliness is a really important piece. I hope all the research here is, available and accessible for years and people come back to it. But what if it's not in the right person's hand at the right time? They're not going to act on this amazing research in their work.
I mean, I'm envisioning a Venn diagram of is it good and is it wanted? And it sounds like the panel is a little bit pessimistic and that the intersection is maybe smaller than we might hope. But maybe we can try to expand it over the course of the hub. And maybe actually one thing that comes to mind is menu-based approaches. So it's not like this thing is the thing that works. It's like here's 5 things or 10 things with various degrees of confidence or various types of typologies. And then it's a matchmaking, and maybe that expands that intersection a little bit. Okay, let's open up to the audience. Yes, Kristen. And then let's see if more hands so we can direct folks. Yeah.
Chris Thomas from LeadNow Foundation.
Okay, we have to get a functioning mic over there. And then if someone can pass a mic back there as well in the meantime. Yeah.
So Chris Thomas from LeadNow Prize Foundation. Danica, you mentioned building these evidence banks. And I guess my question to the panel is, where do you do your banking? there's and I don't mean to be glib, but there's a proliferation of institutions now, sources of information, universities, think tanks, consulting firms, international organizations, NGOs. And it's genuinely confusing for policymakers or a teacher to say, I've got this question, I want to answer this question. Where do I go? What's your go-to institutions? Why? And to Noam, I guess my question is, how are you thinking about building the What Works Hub into that go-to institution? What are the characteristics you want to develop here that would make policymakers want to come to you?
Great, thank you. Yes, let's get some more questions. Yeah, feel free to go right there. Yeah, if that works. And then we might be in the back there.
Yeah,
also.
I think. Anushka, I'm from Blavatnik School of Government. I guess one of the things I've been thinking about when you say you're working with governments and you're working with local country partners is that how do you ensure uptake by last mile implementers? So teachers, how do you ensure that they buy into the evidence?
Can we get a mic over there, or is that too far to run? Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Yeah, the other side.
Hi, my name is Clara from OTT. My question is to Nathaniel. Hi, how are you? If I'm not mistaken, you've been involved in this sector since BCure, or even before then. BCure was a program funded by DFID on building capacity for the use of research evidence. And it's been 10 years since that. So I wanted to take your view on how the sector has evolved, the conversation has evolved, hopefully, or changed at least. Thank you.
Maybe let's get one more. I think I saw a hand over there, yeah. Yes, yeah.
Thanks. This question maybe is for Donica, but for the panel more broadly. I wonder if the question, based on your helpful comments, is more one of how do political decisions for a given policy alternative get made rather than how do we ensure that evidence gets taken up. This has been a helpful frame shift for me, and I'll credit my friend here, Penelope Bender, who put me onto the work of Jeremy Schiffman, who talks about the generation of political priorities applied to these types of contexts, where evidence is one piece of about 20 possible factors that shape politics.
Great. Okay, maybe is there any other burning? Okay, we can bring back to the panel and then we can come back out. So maybe Donica, we'll start with you. Yeah. Yeah. Does it work?
Maybe just picking up on Chris, it's setting me up perfectly because your question is one that we've been grappling with a lot of. And I would just say a couple of words and others may want to react to that. I think that there is we as funders have been guilty of funding that cottage industry of platforms and evidence repositories. And we call them the graveyard of things that funders have funded over the years. And we, supported by Google, yeah. And by the way, and the question was, are any of them better than Google or ChatGPT? No, probably not. So I think that there is a conversation, ongoing conversation. You weren't here on Tuesday where we used the piping, plumbing of the architecture. There's probably a better analogy out there, but how do we create the back end of the system so that we can develop a better front end without creating the front end of them all? But every one of these ed labs might be able to pull from that back end of metadata and the way that we're categorizing and taxonomies and whatnot. And that would be the thing that is a bigger contribution than creating the evidence database to rule them all. Maybe that's what, I don't think Noam and the team here want to do that, but I do think the experience shows that that's probably not going to be the way forward. And it's a more sophisticated way of thinking that we need to bring into this. But the conversations are ongoing, so I do think that that's moving. On your question, just briefly, the thing that we've had to, just from experience of having worked in Switzerland, and very different environment from Ghana and Colombia, I think this orientation towards the policy and the politics of how decisions are made, what we're seeing is that we have, as researchers, we haven't been able to make that shift to a point where the translation process takes into account the politics. And the thing that we've been asked by internally as well in our own board is, what are we willing to let go of? Meaning, you're going to have to let go of certain things, the purity of research, the quality of evidence. What is the thing that you're willing to live with in order for some version of evidence to make its way into the policy process? And that, frankly, has been a really hard conversation to have, because what does that really mean? And where do you set the boundaries around that? So anyway, I think that's a really important question of how do we actually build the science on the things that you were talking about. But go over.
So let me touch on two of the questions. The evidence, where do we find the evidence that we do? I can direct you to our website and it's right there. We've just had it upgraded. And to be honest, the education research coming out of Innocenti at the scale that it is now, this is a recent phenomena. This is in the past 4 or 5 years that we've really been working with countries doing this type of research. So really take a look at the website, it's quite manageable. But on a more serious note, it triggers the question for me on where do you find all of this at country level? That, I think, is a really interesting question and one that I don't know the answer to. And when I next get out on a trip, I am definitely going to be asking that question and seeing what answers we get back. On the other question about teachers, so I mentioned the type of research where we start with the administrative data and then dig deeper to see why is it saying that. We also have research that's embedded or being embedded into programs, some of which are at scale, We don't do RTIs or impact evaluations from the team that I lead. It's mixed methods, and we're asking the questions all the time. How is this for you? How is this working for you? Teachers are also part of that design process too, and children too. And that, of course, includes girls, boys, children with disabilities should be, if they are there. So making sure that we're really checking what's going on, what needs to change, what are we learning that can be shared. For me, having the evidence is a step in the research journey. It kind of doesn't end. You're always learning more.
Well, I'll just take the question directed at me, and thank you for that. Thanks for reminding me how long I've been doing this for as well. But you're wrong. It's actually 20 years. So really making me feel like I haven't made enough progress. But I am genuinely glad that you asked me that, because I was listening to myself earlier thinking, God, I'm sounding negative. I really don't want to. And so your question is going to give me the chance to sound positive. So look, I think we have come an enormously long way. The first systematic review was probably in like 1970, mid-70s. It was on cardiovascular disease, right? And it was the first time anyone had ever thought to pull together a series of studies into a systematic review, right? And that really wasn't that long ago. And now they are not just in the health sector, they are absolutely everywhere. And if I asked most policymakers, they would have heard of systematic reviews. They might not be able to tell me whether a systematic review is better than a literature review, but we have made enormous progress, and that's particularly on the evidence generation side. So, you know, if you look at the smart buys, the extent to which we now have that efficacy bubble not nailed, but there's a whole set of policy interventions that any one of us could go and talk to policymakers about, and by and large, they would understand that comes with a degree of credibility, and by and large, they would understand, you know, your point about the different types of evidence, that was at least different in type to, you know, I visited a school last week and I saw some really interesting teacher training going on. So I think we have come a long way. I still think that the kind of BCure, the building capacity to use research evidence, there is just not enough of that. And there is not enough, as I said earlier, of we're quite good at, you know, I mean, I think back in the day, you know, research uptake was going to a conference. We've moved well beyond that now, but I'm not sure we've moved as far on the policy side, where evidence use is still seen as quite cherry picking, you know, instrumental. And I think I've done it for 20 years. I'm absolutely sure if I wanted to, there's still a job for me in 20 years' time. This is not going to be a quick fix. We're going to need to continue working on this, but it's worth it, and I enjoy it. So.
I want to pick up on the systematic review thing in response to kind of some of these questions. So about 5 years ago, I had just completed managing. I managed a large impact evaluation contract at USAID, and I had just completed managing big 2-arm with control RCT in Ethiopia on a program we were funding under this evaluation contract. Really well done, right? Lots of cooperation, lots of messiness with like 3 arms in Ethiopia, but and at the end we got, you know, a mildly positive effect size, but I was like, whoa, like 2 years, about $2 million, right? Most of that being the evaluation, and we got like 2 data points. And again, it was really well done. We had good information on Fidelity, so I'm exaggerating a little bit. We had more than that, but it was kind of like, you know, really, like, and the human effort, my own alone, right, that went into that and coordinating that was extraordinary. And then so I started thinking about like, okay, what do we do with all these, like, you know, $2 million, you've got like 1 dot on a league table, basically, right? Like on one of the systematic review tables. And so I actually did some math, like very, very simple math, and I took a couple of JPOW systematic reviews on education programs, and I very conservatively estimated $500,000 and they were all RCTs. So we know they're more than that, right? For the most part. So like, what was the cost, not the programs, what was the cost of the evaluations that went into that, you know, those 20 programs that were included in the systematic review. And at that time, 3IE had done like the Uber, I don't know if you guys remember, it was like the Uber systematic review for education. It was like 300 and some odd studies, like it was, so I added that up and it was like $2 billion. Just simple, again, conservative, simple, basic math, right? It was like $2 billion of investment in the evaluations. And there were literally 6 very broad points. Teacher capacity, it matters, right? You've got to train teachers well enough to improve instructional quality. You know, kids, like it was, I'm actually not exaggerating. There were like 6 findings and it was like, wow, you know? And again, beautifully done. The team super committed, like huge ambitious effort, like hats off, right, to everybody involved. But that is, and then the other thing that occurred to me with this, and this is more from the USA perspective, is like these systematic reviews and evidence reviews become products and they become static, right? So like think about that investment that 3IE made to build up, right? All into to harmonize and to like look at all of the different elements of those and build up to those conclusions. Why isn't that a living, breathing thing? And then why don't we have contextual variables and metadata? Because the metadata are there, whether they're in the report or not, but we have metadata about the context, the timing, the population, right? We have all that information. So why don't we have like these metadata tags on all of these impact evaluations so that you can kind of build it up and look at it in a more kind of comparable or generalizable way or more context specific way and move away from having these products, these like branded, you know, kind of institutional, right, products that just are capped off when they're done. And so I think that's, you know, it's structural issues, it's funding, it's the tragedy of the commons, you know, all of those things go into that. But it would be amazing if we could think about ways to move past, like, you know, the evidence synthesis we're doing now and having something that's a little bit more long-term and strategic. And then I just had one other point. I was trying to find some evidence and data for a study design I was doing that I wanted to include like social network and informal influences and all of that in the measurement domains of a middle tier study. And I had the fortune that, you know, like network to call up Bram Flesch in South Africa and to, you know, he connected me to John Daly in California, does amazing work on social network analysis and stuff. And so, you know, bounced to Pinky back in South Africa and all of that. But, you know, that's really, to your point, where do you get your evidence, right? And ESSA, you know, Lucy, like, hey, who's doing like great work on this stuff? And it shouldn't depend on that. You know, it's a very elitist, you know, and it keeps the same group in, and it keeps the same kind of those nodes like very close in a very elite circle of like who has information, you know, to what. So that's kind of what I end up doing because there's so much publication bias that, you know, you have to go out, you know, in the major publications. But I had that opportunity and most people don't. So, yeah.
So Christine had my job before, and she just told you that she wished they had invested in meta standards, and now I get to do it.
Well, I did that, and I don't know why you didn't do it.
No, you teed it up.
I just thought about it.
Well, hey, you thought about it back then, but that is, to Donica's point, like USAID is too big to say we're going to curate the evidence and say this is what we should all look at. Very decentralized, very many layers. So centrally, what we can focus on is the piping, right? Do people have access to the right information? Can we tag things? Are they easily accessible? So we're all sharing the same language. And then how do we empower those decision makers, whether it's a USAID education officer, whether it's an implementing partner writing a proposal in a country, whether it's the ministry saying, what is the latest on X? How do we empower them with the skills to actually come to the evidence and the tools to really know, like, what are you getting? What should you take from it? And what level of confidence should you have on this evidence? So I think that for us, we can't go to a single place, but we can really we can really empower everyone with the skills and the tools. and I will finish your job, Christine, I promise.
No pressure, we'll come back to and just a comment from the kind of emerging what works perspective is, and I think that Christine, you also posed a great challenge, which is to make sure that this lives and breathes and continues. That is our aspiration. So we don't want this to end in 6 to 8 years, even though that's the course of the hub funding. We are thinking, how does this continue beyond, for the next kind of foreseeable future, continue to get updated and sync with what's there. We're grateful actually that we're building on RISE, so there's continuity in that sense. And I think what we're hearing is that there needs to be continuity, that it takes time, that it takes flexibility. And so we're keen to plug into existing efforts on synthesis and data that exists and try to connect to that and link into it and amplify to the extent that's possible. I think one of the other things that we have a potentially unique opportunity to do is that we have this combination of synthesis and uptake and evidence generation. And so some of our earliest products will be synthesis because we haven't generated the new evidence just yet. And so they'll kind of take stock of what's happened. And that will be some of the stuff that comes out soonest in the course of the hub. But then over the course of the hub, we're trying to influence the type of evidence that is being generated, and the how and the who as well. And that should enter the next synthesis. And so hopefully the first syntheses look different from the later syntheses. So hold us accountable to that. So that's a take on that. Okay, one more round of questions. Yes, over here. Yeah, right here. Okay, and then we can come back.
Yep. Hi, I'm Barbara Tournier from IIEP UNESCO. I was just reflecting on what you were saying about the timing of the release of the evidence. And I was thinking what this means for us at IIEP as we accompany ministries to do their education sector analysis and their education sector plans. And there's this stage where we guide them in the policy formulation process. And so you have this window of opportunity there. And it's not really a question, it's more of a comment. I'm just thinking that we should better use that window of opportunity to take the time that's necessary at this stage to create the space for dialogue between the team that's working on the policy formulation and inviting people who have recently come up with new evidence that is locally generated and to inform and get that dialogue going at that stage. And then that would probably mean that you have a better chance of uptake, maybe.
Yeah, and so we'll be knocking on your door, IEP, to see if that's happening. Thank you. Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Hi, Anne from the Fund for Innovation and Development. My question is how you're thinking about AI as a potential game changer in evidence dissemination and creating knowledge on knowledge, as we were discussing on Tuesday. So yeah, curious to hear about this.
Hi, my name is Sabina. I'm from FCDO. So we're obviously here in lovely, rainy Oxford, and it's great to be here all together. But I think we can all agree where we really need the evidence uptake to take place is at the country level. And I think lots of people here will have been involved in trying to do that. And I'm really interested in thoughts on what we can do to strengthen the local architecture to improve evidence uptake. So it's kind of linked to some of Barbara's points, but I think lots of us will have sat in local education groups, been trying to influence sector plans, but quite often the different development partners are all pushing slightly different agendas. FCGO might be saying, please do foundational learning. Another donor might be pushing school feeding or something else. And sometimes we can kind of go against each other. And then even the government themselves, they've got different incentives about what they're pushing, and civil society maybe not effectively represented or not given the space to push for evidence-based interventions too. So really interested in thoughts on that, and also whether the What Works Hub can look into this a bit more and see what we can do to strengthen that local architecture. Thanks.
Yeah, my question is actually very related, so I'll keep it short. But when we talk about
evidence uptake and use, a lot of the time we talk about this through a framework of telling, so kind of finding the right context to share the evidence to impact the right policy. But we know that it's very dependent on policy windows and windows of opportunity. And that can often be very dependent on relationships and being able to frame the evidence in a way that's speaking to the immediate needs and incentives of the people you're talking to. And often the people who hold the evidence might not be the most influential people in the room based on these incentive structures. And so can you talk a little bit about, in your experiences, the role of listening and that softer kind of push and pull of the relational side of evidence uptake? And I'm Maddie from JPL. Thanks.
One more. Okay, yeah, over here, if you can get into the middle there. Yes, this gentleman. We have a single mic, I think, so this is taking some coordination. Yes. Thank you. Oh, convergence in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Eric Opoku from Right to Play. My question is to the panel. I'm looking at some of the comments we made about meaningful and timely evidence and linking that to whose evidence matter. How are donors on this panel thinking about that with respect to also the localization agenda? On which evidence do we uptake? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think Maria in the back there.
Maria Brendelmeyer with B Square and the GIP. I'm also wondering if there's something that we need to do about the type of evidence that gets generated through research, because from a researcher's perspective, sometimes the priority is how can I do something that gets published? And I'm thinking back at what Christine said about all the things that are available. How can we make sure that the topics that the government is interested is actually also something that the researchers will be interested in? I mean, funders obviously play a big role, but there may also be other things.
Great. Okay, so let's bring it back to the panel, and I'll request, if it's possible, to try to make your answer 1 minute, because I have one more question for everyone. And then that should bring us to the end. So maybe we'll go reverse order. So Hetal, and pick one of your favorite questions or that resonates.
I actually want to hand the mic to Rebecca Pagel, because I think the question, are you in the room, Rebecca?
You can channel her spirit.
Okay, I'm going to channel her spirit. Because the question on localization, who's
There she is. Yeah.
You were listening outside. The question, Rebecca, was on localization and whose evidence matters and what are we doing about bringing local evidence up?
And we're doing 1 minute per person.
1 minute.
Gosh, okay, I'm sorry. I ran in here and I'm getting over pneumonia. So, yeah, so we really have recognized at USAID that, we are really committed to things like randomized control trials, that there is a lot of evidence out there that we're excluding if we only look at those. So we're really trying to think about what are the different types of evidence that are useful in the education sector and how do we access those? And a lot of that is thinking about at the local level, who is producing what, how can we fund them to synthesize the data and evidence available to them and to disseminate it in ways that are useful and usable.
Thank you. Very impressive. Thank you. Christine, yeah.
Sabina's question.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite ones. So I think about the context of a typical development context where you have a lot of big bilaterally funded. USA comes in with the $80 million program, and DFID's in there with their $50 million program, and you see, and the GPE and the bank, and where we know what that looks like, and you see these massive. I don't want to necessarily call them swings, but there are swings between these mechanisms that happen. And one thing I've noticed, I've done quite a bit of work in South Africa and really just admired, right, what the DBE and their research team does and just in general from policy. And they have this steady march, right? They've got 10 years they've done the different EGRP studies, right? They've got academics that work with them consistently in South Africa. And I know there's some, there's good institutions there and all of that. But I really think some of it's because they're not subject, if you will, to these big development projects that come in and swing, right? They're doing most of the funding of their own. They have a lot of development partners, but they coordinate them and they work in service of the DBE's policy, their research, their mission. And that is not what you see in most countries, right? Where there's just these incredible swings, and you've got these 5-year cycles that can be very disruptive. All everybody's different 5-year cycles at different times and different priorities. And so I actually think right, that what you see is a structural development assistance issue. I don't know how to solve it, but like that's kind of what I've seen, and I think we need to pay attention to that. And it goes to the research agenda as well, right? So it's not just the program interventions.
Yeah. Nathaniel? Oh, or Linda, yeah, go ahead.
Just on two very quick points. On the localization agenda, I mean, the research we do from the administrative data, that is local data. You know, it's us that are getting the permissions to access that data and utilize that data. And we work closely with people within the government institutions because it's analysis that the governments can do. You taking that further and looking at the why it shows this as well. Again, analysis that the government and the local authorities can do, and that's why we work so closely together on that. And with the stuff embedded in programs, we again really try to stick to the administrative data or the data that's being collected anyway, as much as possible, because therein lies sustainability and in the approach. We are also hiring, thanks to the What Works Hub, a few people to be based very strategically in regions to tackle some of the issues around collaboration and about sharing of best practices, best evidence that we have through the research that we have for the key moments mentioned before.
Nathaniel?
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to emphasize the point on relationships and listening. I do think and it links to a lot of the other questions around localization, local donor coherence. I think, and it goes back to this point about window of opportunity as well, actually. And I think I sort of see it less as a sort of window of opportunity, research program by research program, but within a sector, you know, as funders, how can we support those local partnerships to grow more where there is a very close working relationship within the sector with practitioner, with these sort of last mile practitioners and policymakers? Because I just think it's too unrealistic to hope that, you know, the policy intervention is going to be needed at the time that the specific research study is finished. And anyway, it's probably not really desirable. We do want policymakers, practitioners to be basing the decisions around bodies of evidence. So I just think the more we can build those relationships, the better. And then just linking that to the country coherence point, I think it's the same thing, right? The country coherence needs to come from the country. It's, you know, whenever I've worked overseas and seen donors try to impose a structure themselves on the country, it's just too hard. You need a plan that's led by the country, and that's really, if you can get those relationships in the country, and if that can be led by evidence, then everyone can get behind that. Yeah.
I mean, I would just ask you maybe a question, frame my answer as a question, is like, what's the ultimate goal? I think, and at least in our view, is how do you create systems that are continuously interrogating and learning? That's the whole. It's not. It's the curiosity, whereas with me that she was talking about. How do we create systems that do that continuously as part of their fabric, as part of their DNA? Many of you are doing that at the institutional level, the A/B testing. That's an expression of that curiosity-driven mindset. We want to see systems that do that. How do we build those systems? And this is more complicated than the minute or 30 seconds that I have to answer that question. But we do. I think that's a challenge we had ahead of ourselves. We think that the Ed Labs is one promising model of seeding the culture of evidence. This is not about great one research study or 5 or 10 or 100. This is about the culture of continuous interrogation and learning. And that's the piece that I think we'll have to always think about and orient ourselves towards.
So I don't know if folks remember, one of the statements that I put up in the opening remarks was execution eats strategy for breakfast, but there's another version of that, which is culture eats strategy for breakfast. So it depends if you want culture or execution, but both eat strategy for breakfast. So I think that's another good reminder of that. And someone actually once asked me, when does the learning stop? When have you learned enough? And I said, never, never. We always keep learning. not satisfying, but hopefully true. Okay, we have a minute left for each person, so I'm going to request some homework again, because this is the last panel for the conference of the Hub before closing. So we are at the beginning of the Hub's journey, and so if you had to make an ask of the Hub in a minute, and in the end of the 6 years to 8 years, though we will continue after that, but if in the 6 to 8 years we arrive there, so give us an ask that we can benchmark towards and then come back to in the 6 to 8 years. So Heta.
I think I started with this. What works for whom, right? We've made so much progress making sure that we're reaching all children. All the agencies up here and many of you have spent years making sure that we're thinking about children with all different needs, different learning abilities, that they get access, that they're reached, that we're designing for them. So I would just really, really, really encourage us, let's not step backwards, and let's make sure all the research that you do does speak to who benefits, do the gaps close, and if they don't close, then what can we do to keep closing them? So let's not let the average kind of mask what might be happening underneath.
Thank you. Christine?
I think improve our collective ability to understand and interpret the generalizability and the comparability of evidence, including cost evidence.
Okay. We can do that. Let's try. Yes, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I've got one, but I really like cost. I'm going to say.
All right.
No, so I think, for me, and I've said this a lot now, but I will say it again. I think it's about the transparency of policymaking process. So I think by the end, if we can understand more about and have tangible examples of the processes and incentives that force transparency and honesty in policymaking, then I think we'll be there. And I like Donika's example of EdLabs. I think EdLabs is one of those examples that can be that sort of systemic thing.
I think mine is about collaboration. If in 6 years' time we can see real evidence of collaboration and synergies and building on other people's research, recognizing that there is space for multitude types of research in a space, but really that collaboration between us all, if there's solid evidence of that in 6 years' time, that would be great.
So we'll measure if we're collaborating. We'll have to bring some evidence to bear on that.
Thank
you. Yes, yes. Mel people, we're looking at you. Yes, exactly. Donica.
Yeah, well, I think some combo of this is also keep us honest as funders and tell us when we shouldn't be doing things and make us work together. And also, I think, question your own work all the time. Would we have known many of the things, if we didn't have all this research today, was that all necessary? Was it all needed? Well, I think this is all amazing work. I'm not saying that it shouldn't have been done, but questioning always, why are we doing what we're doing? And are we repeating some of what Christine was talking about? Or did we learn anything new?
And Nathaniel seems on the edge of his seat, so yes. Okay.
In 6 years' time, I mean, as beautiful as this is, if we were like somewhere completely different, like in Rwanda or Delhi or somewhere, and this was like 90% policymakers. And look, we've come away, this question about where we've come from. I love the mix we've got at this event. Yeah. But, I think that shift will be good.
Yeah, okay, very concrete. And we will reflect on that and aspire to that. And I think that's definitely possible. So great, so here we are. Just first of all, big round of applause. Thank you to the panel. And if I can also say a big round of applause to everyone here. Thank you everyone for coming, for contributing, for questioning. And I would just actually pick up on, as I close, I think we've highlighted challenges, but I am also feeling a sense of possibility and optimism because there is such a strong commitment to the evidence and to the evidence uptake process. As messy as it is, there is a commitment here to do it more, engage in the mess, try to make it a little more systematic over time, and see it through over the long haul. So inspired by this community. And actually to pick up on something you started it with, Hatal, it is amazing that so much of this is actually to just make those minutes in the classroom as magical as possible. And what an elaborate architecture there is to make that happen in government systems, in schools, in the donor architecture. But it's really about making those minutes in the classroom really good. And so just reminding ourselves of that and really centering it on those classroom moments. And obviously the whole system needs to happen to make that happen, but in service of that. And the learning crisis persists. So we're a long ways away from success. It's hard, it's stubborn, but if we're focused on those minutes in the classroom being really good, hopefully we make it done. So big thank you to the panel. And with that, I will hand over to the closing to Claire and Cleo. So big thank you. Yes.
So we're almost done. Please help us reflect on what we've been doing, the journey we've been through over the last 2 days. And the first speaker is Cleo.
Right here. Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah.
We switch over to Cleo's slides, please. So Cleo is speaking on behalf of being one of the funders of the hub.
And we should move, right? We shouldn't stay. Okay. Great.
They should switch on, have to sort of switch things over, I think. Okay. Should I speak? Well, your slides are not up.
Okay. I think they're coming in a second.
Well, I just think the main ask from closing remarks is to be short. It's hello. Okay. That will probably be a good thing. And maybe I can actually start as the slides are coming in. Ah, yes. Okay. So I have two things to say. The first is thanking all of you for an exciting couple of days, and then I'll leave you with 3 questions. So I love slides, that's why. So the first is to celebrate, because there are a few things that were really exciting about the last days. The first is good news. I think we've heard about concrete interventions that work and are feasible at scale. So we've heard from Akashi on the UP and MP, really promising results around structured pedagogy. We've heard about the Malawi results. I see Ariana here, who is always realistic, but we've seen overall that progress is possible. And so concretely what it means is that, the epiphany that Armando was mentioning earlier about a child, connecting their reading skills with what they actually experience in their reading life, in their daily life, is happening, at scale more and more. So this is great news. The second is, I don't know if some of you have read this recent paper by Amy Jo Dowd. It's called Everyone is Speaking About It, but Nobody is Doing It. And he speaks about implementation research. And I think the exciting thing about this last couple of days is that actually some people here are doing it, right? And this is pretty unique, pretty new, as I think Laura Savage was saying. We've had, for me, 8 years, but for other 10 years of coming to this room and speaking about research. And I think this is a genuine change. So things are changing, and this is exciting. There's, of course, the rigorous research on large-scale government reform, and very much looking forward to hearing from this in a few years. And then I have to say, I had a personal favorite panel yesterday with Mpumi Chepi, the government representative from Ghana and Tanzania. Yes. And I even put some quotes I enjoyed. I have more. But so it was great to essentially hear from government and civil society. So I don't know a better way to summarize the last few days than by quoting another American philosopher. So Taylor Swift, nothing lasts forever, but this is getting good now. So this is getting good. Then I also have 3 questions, because Noam asked people for homework, that have remained on my mind, that were actually raised by others mostly, but have stayed on my mind during these last couple of days. The first one are on this magical minutes in the classroom, Noam was mentioning. A couple of people asked over the last couple of days, do we have a shared understanding of what good looks like in the classroom? These pictures are courtesy of Ared. Mamadou is over here. Thank you. And essentially, I put them here to remind us about the kind of classroom change we're looking for. So the first one is children reading in pair in a soft voice, tracking the text with a finger, eyes on text. The second is a boy solving a math exercise. And there are obviously other things that goes into effective teaching, but this shift from teaching on the board to spending more time on independent practice, the you do part of I do, we do, you do, is one of them. And it's actually not easy to achieve given the stroke and talk model of teaching is so deeply ingrained. I think there was also a pattern of the community of practice day. So for me, essentially, implementers can learn from evidence, and they do, as the last couple of days showed. But the opposite is also true. Good research should be informed by implementation and classroom practices. And I really like the quote from Claire from Youth Impact. We get most of our best ideas from the implementers. This slide is complicated, but I'll go through it fast. Because I think the second question is, do we know enough about how to get there, right? Because the changes in practices rely on their coherent reinforcement through multiple channels. And at the core, the existential issue is that teachers have limited touch points with other professionals and limited support. So the 3 in the middle are probably quite important. Do they use the structured material? This is essential because that's the only thing that supports practice on a day-to-day basis. However, we don't have a good sense actually of how to drive the use of these guides by the average teachers. The other, training, the limited training they received, should be as efficient as possible and focused on modeling good practice. So we do need more evaluated examples of how to do this well. Third, because this instructional support is so limited, Mpumi, Vanessa, Francis, Stephen come from South Africa. I mean, what's the ratio of district officers that go to schools to school in South Africa? 1 to 200 or? Yeah, so someone else was 1 to 400. So it's not possible to think that effective instructional support will happen this way, and we need innovative models to focus more on the lagging school to optimize this instructional support better. And finally, above the level of the coach, you also need to move from an engagement focus on compliance and accountability to reviewing and acting on classroom-based observation data. That one was very well also documented at RISE. So I'll get out of my soapbox. But there are many targeted implementation research questions on how to drive this teacher change of practice that are on the immediate pathway to classroom instruction. Some of them were addressed in the past couple of days, but of course there's much more to do. And the last and final question is, okay, what does all this mean for how we think about scale and institutionalization? And as a funder, I hear often, I have this great intervention, but that relies on a model of 1 coach to 10 schools. Or I have this great intervention in this small country in West Africa that has great results, but costs $300 per student. And we probably need to stop that. Because we need to think about models that can that can scale from the start. And it still happens too often that we produce nice results for expensive pilots that will never scale. And this shift to a minimal component mindset is important. And finally, the final big question is around, the fact that probably a lot of the results we're seeing now rely on aid injection in low-income countries and lower middle-income countries. And so there's probably a need to also think about what are the core tasks that you need to mainstream at the district and sub-district level to support ongoing instructional support. And finally, I think Judith mentioned this point, what are the actual costs and marginal costs one-off and long-term to mainstreaming these instructional practices in the system, structured pedagogy and DARL in particular. So that's all to say. I'm excited about the few years ahead and about continuing to learn from the great research and implementation research that the WhatWorks Hub is putting together. And beyond WhatWorks Hub, and I will see you all next year, and I'll pass on to Claire.
Thanks a lot. Don't panic, I have no slides. I will let you go soon. I just want to make just a few final remarks. So first, although we have been coming to this room on and off over a large number of years, this is really the first conference of the Hub proper. And Noam and I, when we were discussing it way back when, we thought, well, this will be agenda setting. We'll try and get people on board. But actually, the thing that's really struck me over the past 2 days, in fact, with the pre-day we had as well, there is an agenda. I think people are on board across researchers, across practitioners, across those in government. So that's fantastic, but clearly there's work for us to all do. And we've taken on board all of your comments. Thank you along the way, all of the comments about what the Hub should be doing. I mean, just a couple that have really struck me is where's government? And that's partly a reflection of the fact that this is the first conference. We deliberately chose not to reach out to that many government participants. I was very keen that Hadja would join, but we haven't reached out to government representatives from all of our countries. That was a choice for the first conference. We will, and it was it was mentioned by Nathaniel. You want us to get up to 90%. I don't know if we're going to do 90%. Okay, but maybe we won't go to 90 next year, but we very much hope to, and that's on the way. We also, just coming back to your other comment about wouldn't it be great to be in Rwanda, we've been talking about being in other countries. I'm not sure Leo's gone. We wasn't clear whether it was going to be Rwanda next year, but we very much hope to do so at some point. It may be Ghana next year, but we hope to move the conference around. And another question, are we thinking about enough about things like inclusion, social and emotional learning and so forth? There are many things we didn't get a chance, to put on the program this year, and we will definitely come back to them. We're taking your comments as formative feedback, and we very much hope to bring that into the program next year. Okay, that's it in terms of my reflections on the conference, but I have got thank yous to do. What you might have noticed is there's just an enormous number of people who have been involved in organising this conference. You've probably interacted with many different people over the last 2 days and in coming here. The people I want to name check specifically are Mihaela, Yi, Chenge, Lisa, Emily, Lucy, Luca, and Katie Cooper, who many of you will remember from before. They've all been fantastic. Thank you. We will show our appreciation to them. We've promised to take them to the pub and have a proper pub night together, and we will do that. And also to all the Hub staff, of whom there are many, many more, and I'm not going to name all of them, who've stepped in and volunteered and helped out over the 2 days. And in particular to Naeem, it's been his baby. He's cared passionately about it, and I think join me in thanking him for having the ambition to put this on. So thank you. And I've got one last announcement type request thing. Can we have a photo? Can we all go outside? Someone is going to take a photo from the first or second floor looking down on us. So if we all amass outside, I think there are some banners showing the Hub and BSG. It'll only take a couple of minutes and then you're free to go. And we see you next year.